Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back.
shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open 3 Day number 3. I'm your host, Reirachu, and with me on the desk is the amazing Zahk. I'm so happy we get to work together finally today.
Finally.
I know, right? It's been a bit of a long year. I think, it's taken 3 opens before this duo managed to happen, but it's also been a pretty long few days of playoffs. How are we feeling about what the teams have been cooking up these last few days?
I've been very excited, of course. Firstly, I think Jenny, they decided that our power together would be a little bit too much for everyone to deal with. They finally okayed to unleash us upon the gatherings here. But talking about the game so far, they have been absolutely phenomenal. Sure, all of them have been kind of these 2-0 finishes that you wouldn't often expect, but that just shows the caliber, because even if it's 2-0, some of these games were into overtime. Of course, you had SMG finding those 13-3 stomps. We're not going to talk about them yet, but the rest of the teams, a lot of these games very close, excellent gameplay coming out individually, and I think that just sets the standard for the rest of the year. I mean, when you're heading up to Elite, all of these games, you expect them to get more and more competitive, and that has seemed to be the case so far.
Yeah, and I actually like, you know, playoffs, it is that 5-day long thing that I see on the broadcast. My personal favorite is actually around like day 3, day 4, like literally today, because today is when we traditionally see the top 6 become the top 4. So this is kind of like where we're starting to see like the top teams just kind of leaving the rest of the pack behind. We're gonna take a look at the roadmap for all of these teams to even make it to today. So we are in stage 1 open. We are in the 3rd open of the year. We did have open 1 as well as open 2 in the earlier part of the year. Of course, each open did have that sweet $10,000 prize pool per competition. And the whole point of these 3 opens, right, is to qualify 6 teams through to Elite. Spoiler alert, I think that 5 teams have pretty much already qualified, and we're kind of, the top 5 are kind of, you know, playing for seeding, playing for that prize money at this point, but always good to, you know, get a bit more of that competition EXP under your belt. And we're kind of playing for the 6th team that will make it through. Stage 2 will be that last chance qualifier that will be going on next month. And stage 3, of course, we will have Elite later on in the year. It's what all of these teams are fighting for. And we've got the top 8 teams that did qualify this time around for the Open 3 playoffs. This time in the Swiss qualifier, we did see 58 teams. So pretty sizable, a number of teams that are still participating in the Open, which is great to see.
It's always nice to have that extra amount of participation, but looking at these qualified teams, right, of course, immediately that bottom row just jumps at you. All 4 of these teams, they've already qualified. No biggie for them. I think that SCHYTE and WJ is that 5th team that we were talking about qualifying it, and now we're just waiting for that 6th slot to decide itself out. But before we talk more about that, let's take a look at that prize pool like you've mentioned there, Jenny. 10,000 USD for that prize pool. In total, of course, first place walking away with 3,500. I could buy a lot of ramen for that money, but anyway, I'm digressing.
That's literally 3,500 cups of ramen.
Exactly.
That's 10 years.
That ends.
10 years, literally 10 years.
Yeah, but still, across the board, it's gonna be money for everybody. But like you mentioned, the money, it's nice, sure. It's something to play for. But at the end of the day, getting that ticket, punching it through to Elite, that's gonna be kind of the focus for a lot of these teams here, and getting that better seeding in the tournament as it progresses. Now, we talked about the 5 teams that have qualified, but today's games, right? They might have a chance at deciding who that 6th team is. I think that currently Global Esports is that team at that 6th position, but if Deviant Topaz can make a clean run throughout the brackets, it might just be them walking away with that 6th place at Elite.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the way that the math works out. So GE Phoenix, unfortunately, we did say goodbye to them yesterday, so that means that they do have a total of 150 circuit points, 110 from Open 1 and 2, and then 40 points from yesterday's 7th, 8th place finish. Deviant Topaz currently have 55 points, so the only way that they could knock out GE Phoenix to take that 6th spot is if they get that full 100 points by winning Open 3 to knock GE Phoenix out. So that would be one hell of a storyline that our script writers have cooked up for us. But, you know, day 3, we never say never. You don't know what's going to happen, am I right?
Exactly, and Deviant, they've looked excellent over the course of this event. Sure, their first game, it didn't go as expected, but to be fair, they were also dealing with one of the more tougher opponents, for lack of a better phrase, over the course of that first day. But today, they're facing another titan in the field, Reirachu Kaguya, knocked down early on by Full-Send Sapphire to that lower bracket. And now, to stay alive in this tournament, they're gonna have to deal with the old Queens of APAC. For 2 years, this particular roster with Literary reigned supreme. All of us know that. But now they've been looking a little bit shaky.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely showing a bunch of chinks in their armor. That's going to be our Series 1 for today. Series 2 later on, of course, we will see SCHYTE and WJ facing off versus Orangutan. I think Orangutan in particular will be wanting to have a bit of a stronger showing, I think, for this Open number 3. Of course, you know, both teams, they have qualified already. They are playing for that seeding, but it's always good to get more EXP versus the same teams that you're likely to play 2 months from now, right? You never want to lose a match. You never never want to just give up on that one. So we'll talk more about that series later on in the day, but I think we are going to take a look at the lineups for our first series, RQ Kaguya versus Deviant Topaz. And I mean, RQ Kaguya, we've been watching them for 3 years. What is there left to say about this team that hasn't already been said?
I mean, we know most of their players. We've seen them pop off at individual moments, but this year at least, the question that everybody was asking was, how good are they without Inari? Because if you look at the last 2 years of their gameplay, sure, the team as a whole did pop off, but Inari was that X factor. She was that player that really set them up for success. And this year, even without her, they've been able to do well, yes, but they haven't walked away with a title win as of now. And while they made it to that top 3 placement, they just haven't been able to make it further. In fact, in Open 2, I think they fell short of even that much. So this year, it's been looking a little bit rough for them. Sure, they've already qualified for Elite, but at this point, like you mentioned, every single bit of experience that they can try to get as they move forward, it's going to be very important, especially with there still being some questions of how exactly that team is assimilating in kind of, it's not really too much of a role swap, but still, compared to how it used to be at least, things are changing around.
Yep, for sure. And talking about the performance, right, I think that the big arc for them coming into Open 3 is, will they be able to find that redemption? Will they be able to kind of play up to the potential that I think everyone who's been a fan, who's been a watcher of this team is expecting from them? We were talking about their finish in Open number 1. They did end 3rd place, very respectable finish from them, but Open 2, 5th to 6th, like tied in that spot, which for them, I mean, I think they were very vocal about it as well, was a disappointment. And there you see on your screens the lineup of our RQ Kaguya. It's going to be Aluka, Ayumi, Iceberg, Nabsky, as well as Bess. And yeah, it's been a bit of a struggle, I think, for this team from Open 2 up until today. We've seen them face off against their age-old rivals, Full Sapphire. I took a look at the stats before today, and after you factor into account Open 3's matchup so far, they've played Full Sapphire a total of 5 times in competitive this year. They've been 2-0'd every single time that they meet Full Sense. Open 2, they met them on day number 1, got instantly dropped to the lower bracket. Open number 3, they met them yesterday and then dropped down again to the lower bracket. So it's been a bit of a rough time for RRQ, and I think for them, like, they just really need to play up to their potential.
Yeah, they've had the reputation so far at least, but now they're gonna be facing the new kids on the block here. Now, Deviant Topaz, this is a team that has made it to playoffs for the first time this year, but despite that, they've been putting up a really good showing. In particular, I think the player that has really stood out for me in this particular lineup is Toffee Waffy on the Killjoy. From day 1, she's been really incredible at setting herself up for success on these multi-frags, and of course, she's just really, really good at anchoring. Like, the first sign of an excellent Sentinel is, of course, that anchor potential, and Toffee has that in spades. Tab as well has been impressing me on that duelist. When you're going up against teams like SMG, it's really, really hard to find those entries, but Tab, despite that game ending in a loss, was able to do her job quite well and set up the rest of the team for success. So I'm hoping that Deviant Topaz makes a little bit of a deeper run. Like you mentioned, a lot at stake for this particular roster, because if they do win this particular Open, they will get that ticket to Elite. So they want to make that deep run all the way. And yes, I know it's a huge dream for them. A lot of factors, a lot of opposition in their way, but I think maybe it could work out. Just a little bit. Never say no.
Yeah, I mean, we got a dream, right? That's kind of the point of this competition as well. Over here at Game Changers, we want to empower these women in gaming. We want to tell everyone, out there that if you've got gaming dreams, go ahead and pursue them. Every dream matters, just we want to be able to play to the best of your ability and just give everyone a safe space where they can grow and they can become the best version of themselves here in the Valorant scene. And Deviant Topaz, right? You were talking about Toffee Waffy. It's just blows my mind how she joined this team 2 weeks ago, instantly became co-IGL as well, and just so many stats from this team also, right? That Yu-Chen, she's only 16. She was subbing in for Open 3 for Balding Kneecaps, because Balding Kneecaps unfortunately has been feeling a bit sick the last couple of days. Instantly got MVP against GE Phoenix yesterday, and I don't know, just everything about this team is just coming up roses. But we do have the map select over on your screen. means right now it is going to be map number 1, Lotus, to start things off, map 2, Pearl, and if it does go to that all-important deciding map number 3, it will be on Fracture. Zach, how do we feel about this map pick?
I'm very interested to see Topaz picking up that Lotus because it's a map that they have a lot of experience playing. They didn't do too well against SMG in that first matchup, but apart from that, they've had a pretty successful win rate over the course of that Swiss stage this year. So that's definitely a map that they feel very comfortable on. The same could also be said for RRQ, however. They've also played this map a decent amount. Sure, every time they face Full Sun Sapphire, it doesn't go too well for them. But aside from that, you know, they've been looking very good on that map as well. So it should be pretty interesting. Both teams kind of comfortable on that map. So map number 2, Pearl, of course, kind of RRQ's home ground, map that they've traditionally been able to excel at. So it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle for the side of Topaz. And Fracture, of course, I think that's a map that at this point, it's like the New Haven. Almost every team, they're pretty comfortable playing it. It comes up often in that decider slot, if you've noticed these days.
Yeah, and I think for RRQ Kaguya as well, Fracture is also one of their most comfortable maps on. Actually, I think that they have like a 100% win rate on Fracture when you don't count the team that is Full Sun Sapphire. They've got that 100% win rate as long
Except
as
Full Suns.
Exactly. Except for Full Suns, they're good. They're great. They're more than great on this map. So yeah, it will be interesting to see. I think that what we've been noticing from the last few days of the playoffs is that most of these teams are opting to go for agent compositions that are more normal, that are very comfortable for them. Do we think we're going to keep seeing that for today, or do you think that maybe this team's got something different cooked up? How do we feel?
I always hope for something different, you know, like a Yoru or Emmy's Phoenix. I know that Phoenix is sometimes played on Pearl, but yesterday in particular, I was having fun watching Emmy play Phoenix. It looked, well, I don't think her opponents were having fun, but that's a separate topic. But it was very fun to watch. You know, it's always nice to see the Harbor Viper on Pearl, the Jet coming out as your star duelist most of the time, but a little bit of variation, it at least adds a bit of spice to the game. But you know, talking about these maps in particular, I don't think we're gonna see too much of a change-up coming up from either of these teams because, like we talked about, these are maps that these teams have history on. They're very comfortable in their current agent constant, and I don't think we're gonna be seeing much of a change. At least for Lotus, from the side of RRQ, we might see a bit of a swap over in that Sentinel kind of role because we did see the double duelist comp coming up from them historically. So the last time they played it, they were running that Killjoy instead of that Cypher. So that kind of swap around might be happening. But again, this is a team that tends to be very flexible around this map. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much of a change on Lotus coming out of Deviant. However, they've played this map with the same comp the last 6 times and they won 5 out of 6 times. So it's a map that's pretty much a comfort pick for them.
Yep, I mean, don't break what ain't broken, right? Don't try and fix that. And
Exactly.
It seems that what they've got has been definitely working out for them. I would love to see RRQ just run it back, bring back the neon on Fracture, but I don't know, man. We're getting ahead of ourselves. That would be map 3, and that would be like, that would be like for Christmas. That would be my Christmas present this year if I see that neon come. Yeah, exactly. But I think we got some stats as well because, you know, the thing about Deviant Topaz is that some of their members, you know, live near me, you know. Well, they live in the same country
The
as
Singapore
me.
privilege.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Woo, because we're a small country, you know. You could live on the opposite side of Singapore. It's still like within an hour's drive, you know. So we managed to like get a couple of comments and talk a bit to some members of the team. So they did give us some of their stats. I believe Toffee Waffy wanted to tell us that she has 690 hours played on Killjoy, and she's got 560 hours played on Sova. So, you know, I saw these stats and I was like, girl, because she joined this team 2 weeks ago and we were like, what were you doing before then? Oh, that's what you were doing. You were hard grinding that KJ, that Sova. So yeah, we kind of, you know, see why this works with their composition and how they've gotten that 5 out of 6 wins so far.
I'm truly a Toffee Waffy fan after this particular tournament. I would kill for an autograph. Just her name alone, just the way she plays Killjoy, because I personally am very biased towards a Killjoy pick. I love Killjoy as an agent. I just find her to be the best Sentinel. Like, I don't care, thank God Chamber got nerfed. I was kind of sick of seeing his face every day. But now my girl back in the meta, she's popping off. Like, okay, even when Chamber was kind of a must pick, she was there on a sense, but now it's just Killjoy supremacy. Even with her, especially with those buffs coming in at the beginning of the year, no more pesky breach aftershock to break my beautiful ult. It's Killjoy's been getting some love, so it's always nice to see a really good Killjoy player take pride in themselves. So go Toppy Waffy, I'm cheering for you. But of course, for Reirachu's side, right? Again, this is a team which we talked about their consistency in the past. We talked about how impressive they were. This is the roster that most of us thought for 2 years that would end up representing APAC at Game Changers, and well, it didn't play out that way. They still have the wealth of experience that comes with them. So of course, if you're talking about their individual players, Ayumi and Aluka in particular, really impact fraggers that are available for the team. The problem is that, at least for the course of this Open 3, we haven't been seeing the usual kind of utility usage that we see coming out of their flex players. And this Asian comp, Reirachu, we got my girl Toppy Waffy on Killjoy, let's go!
Yeah, I heard you giving Killjoy all that love, and I was like, girl, you must love Baby TZ. She's like at 4 out of 4 for MVPs on that Killjoy.
She's my queen.
For day 1 and 2. I mean, honestly, like, she's everyone's queen, right? She's our mother at this point. Like, what else can we say about her? But the Asian composition for this time around is going to be kind of what we predicted, right? It's going to be pretty standard across the board. Reirachu, Kaguya just going for Ayumi on that jet, of course, versus I think it is the Breach, for Puda, but otherwise the remaining 4 agents on both sides are going to be the same. How do we think this is going to affect the map at all, especially considering Reirachu, they're starting on defense, Deviant and Topaz starting on the attack?
I think that for Reirachu, because of how we've seen them play this map before, as well as their Asian comp, we're gonna see a lot of aggression coming out early. Ayumi and Aluka, they don't like to sit still. They're like, are we on a defense? Are we on attack? It doesn't matter. We're just gonna push anyway. And so often it catches their opponents by surprise. So definitely Reirachu, that aggressive playstyle is gonna be something that Deviant Topaz have to be careful about. The thing is, that Deviant Topaz also has the tools to kind of deal with it. With that double initiator coming in, it can really set Tub up for those entries. But more than that, it's just a lot of denial and deterrent push potential available for them on this attacking side once that spike goes down. Because sure, let's say the spike goes out on C, right? You have 2 areas that you can try to retake from. You're gonna have Sky Flashes, Breach Stuns, Breach Flashes, Pain Shells, Paranoias. There's just so much utility in the pockets of Deviant Topaz compared to Kaguya. And I think that particular thing might be their saving grace against the aggression coming out of Ayumi and Aluka.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Because the Omen as well, like Yu-chan has shown that she's so good at being able to use that utility, and that she has just that absolute like game sense. You can just plug and play her into this roster. I think the roster also, they've, as you said, they've only been playing together as a 5-6 person court for about 2 to 3 weeks, but the entire team have been playing for only like just over a month as well. Unit and Tub, however, I think they have great synergy. They've been together for I think 6 months or so, which is why you kind of see that it's always like one duelist and then one sort of like Inni or util sort of pairing. This time around, it's going to be that Raze as well as the Sky. And I just love how Deviant and Topaz have been playing as a 5-man. Like, you would watch this team play and just never in a million years imagine that they just came together, and like they just came together at Open 2. So they ended 9th to 23rd place, didn't make playoffs then, but have made playoffs now. And in today's elimination game, I gotta say it's gonna be anyone's game, but of course here to bring you guys all that sweet action for that map number 1. Guys, we've got B&D. Gentlemen, over to you.
Look, there's a new duo on the desk, and now she gives us a new name? Okay, Jenny, I see you. But Blackenblue, look, the elite field has been all but set, and only one deviation can happen by this point, and you are looking at it. Deviant Topaz facing off the old queens, as the panels mentioned, Reirachu, Kaguya, and such a big test, especially for Deviant Topaz. If they want to make it through elite, they need to prove it through the lower brackets.
Yeah, what's funny about this matchup is that they're both in very similar situations in terms of where they are, right? Lower bracket, and nobody expected these two teams to be in this position, but for very different reasons. You look at Deviant Topaz, and I think it's safe to say they absolutely impressed on their 2-0 win versus Global yesterday, and I hit my mic while doing that. And you look at how as well they were able to really take a hit here, but also be able to recover when they were down versus, you know, in the lower brackets yesterday. They're still able to come back. But then you look at Reirachu, Kaguya, and they're the type of team that we also did not expect to be here, but because we expected more from them. We expected that they would be fighting still in the upper bracket at this stage, but we're gonna see if they can finally rectify those mistakes and gain what is really really true and promised from a squad as historical as these guys. Girls.
And hasn't that been the story, really? The history of Reirachu Kaguya. Every single open, we have lofty expectations for this roster, but they barely grasp at what they used to have along the way. It's
right.
a
Cameras
difficult
off,
year.
I guess.
Yeah, honestly. It's like, camera off,
Full
all
focus.
performance here. And Reirachu Kaguya, you know their story already. You know how great they can be, but they haven't reached the heights that they had when they were especially that alter ego Celeste score. And you know, of course, Neri's not here anymore. It's still Yumi and Alaka ready to lead that charge. They're on the double duelist right now, but the potential is there, and they need to prove it yet again through the lower bracket. Deviant Topaz, on the other hand, as we're on the technical pause, remember, Yu-chan came in to this roster just yesterday after taking a bit of a break from that matchup against Team SMG, and she absolutely performed. There needs to be those step-up moments from Deviant Topaz yet again if they want to find that win versus RRQ.
Yeah, it came in very exhilarating ways, but one point we typically bring up in those cases is that, is it really the most sustainable, especially against an arguably much better opponent here in Reirachu Kaguya, and that's no shade to the previous matchups versus Global. It just simply is the case that, if the team isn't as ready to punish those type of individual plays, then it simply is a lot more effective in being pulled off. But luckily for Yuna here, she's actually got her name, like, proper. Yesterday she had some other moniker going on, but this gives us a bit of time to talk about here, really. I think expectations of what both teams are. I touched upon it a while ago, in the lead up to this matchup, where nobody would have expected Deviant Topaz to get here. But there now is information. People have seen how they play. RRQ knows what their weaknesses might be, and that's potentially why, for our veto here, they picked Pearl, because it looked like a map that, at least previously in some of the matches they played, especially against SMG, they might have seen something they can maybe, abuse there, or maybe try and exploit, and then you see the match versus Global where they were able to win that, but there has to be a reason why RRQ let that on in. It's also one of their better maps, so that makes sense for them, one of their strongest, and they were one of the best teams on Pearl in the first place, but it's Lotus we start on, and this is a really good map, I think, for Deviant Topaz to start on, considering this has been one of the more larger liabilities we've seen from RRQ recently.
Yeah, especially against Full Send Sapphire, right? And that's what I've noticed for Deviant Topaz. Their map pool itself hasn't been as set compared to some of the other teams, some of the usual faces we get here in the playoffs, but they look to go for the map pick that they know have shown struggles from the opposition. Same case against Global Esports. They pick Pearl, and you can see the discomfort for GE for a long time, especially during the first half. Right now, they're banking on that previous history from RRQ. And speaking of previous history, you see the swap on out. Something you would like, Blackenblue. They go back to that Cypher. Navsky perhaps can have a lot more staying power with that agent instead.
Cypher? Me? A fan? No, who would ever thought?
No,
Who would have thought?
Blackenblue loving Cypher?
The Instalock?
What a surprise.
And ranked?
You can't even do it anymore. They got rid of that app, right? Or something.
Well, I mean, sounds like a skill issue if you can't click it fast enough. I've got my mouse
words.
hovered on
No,
the
dude,
Cypher
2 words.
spot.
Install SSD. There you go.
That is the truth of it. Load in faster. Get your priority pick. I mean, for the meantime, well, we got all this time to talk about.
All the time in the world.
Tech pauses.
What
You
do you
know what's funny is that I don't think we even had one during like the first day at all.
Yeah, we didn't.
And it's usually
then-
the first day that we have these type of problems, but I guess it was a blessing. Oh, clock is moving. Maybe good sign.
You know, it was also interesting
Yay.
yesterday. There was a point I noticed.
Yeah.
So Sapphire won on the second stream that we were on, and then Topaz won on the second stream also. Jewelry is the answer, Blackenblue.
Ah,
diamonds,
I see what you're talking about here.
Yeah.
Diamonds in the
see?
rough, for sure. This Deviant Topaz squad is. Well, full sense, you can't really say that, as all eyes on them and all eyes on this opening match of day number 3.
Yeah, well, it's time to see what will be shining, shimmering, and splendid as we move now into the first round. Tech pause is gone. We get into the action. In Reirachu Kaguya, they have learned a few lessons versus Full Send Sapphire. They might be willing to play towards that rubble more so compared to before. And Top Waffy, eyes on her, and there you go. She doesn't disappoint. Ayumi goes down, and first blood drawn here by Deviant Topaz.
Big pick off here from Toffee Waffy, and she was, aside from a player like Yu-chan or maybe Tub, such an exemplary player. We saw how many clutches from a player like her. Huge moments where they'd be clutch plays, not necessarily 1vx, but just big moments in general.
Lurks too, and here comes Aluka. Too many targets to deal with. Eventually, she will fall. 4v3 though, as we get Deviant Topaz now moving towards the site. And Namsky trying to play towards Waterfall. Deviant Topaz looking for the clear, and here they come. They're willing to push the issue anyway. The paranoia is there. The swing comes on in, but Namsky still gets one for her troubles. Advantage still here for Topaz. Tub now versus Iceberg. Iceberg wins that down. Paranoia primed, and there's a flag possible too. Pinch now here for RRQ. Best on the board. Yuna fights back. 1v1 now. Best versus Yuna. The Battle of the Skies. Who can breach that limit first? It's time for the tap. She can actually go for a half defuse here safely. Maybe even go for the full if ever. She can stick. She does so. And this round goes to RRQ.
Wow, Bess getting the better of Yuna here. The best of what they've got. Just an absolute brawl it became on the site. Everybody just going for haymakers, swinging wide and landing true. RRQ, way to open up with a pistol here. And Aluka, it's funny that she just fronts this defense with a classic and still gets the one. A lot of times you try and see them play a bit more, I guess, conservatively, but not RRQ here. They mean business to start off this opening map.
And not only that, it seems like they've studied their opponent. They know that Deviant Topaz is a squad that likes to push. If they can get a strong flank going, especially on a 3-site map like Lotus, then they're gonna be very active on these rotations. They're gonna have more opportunities to get value on the off angle. And Aluka, she was sharp before. Can she be so yet again? Alongside Best now, holding down the C side. Deviant Topaz swinging, trying to do it in triplicate. Yu-Chan actually with the takedown. And we mentioned it yesterday. Eco Warriors Deviant Topaz always a threat despite the gun disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that within like what, 15 rounds they're able to win 3 ecos. Big moments there for Deviant Topaz, and it's looking to be one more if they can get this pick off here. An Iceberg, which he does. A double, a triple for Yu-Chan.
So early on, and she's ready yet again. Deviant Topaz, marksman at their finest, and it's all left to Ayumi. RRQ Kaguya didn't expect this kind of caliber of firepower coming in from Deviant Topaz, as Yuna now scouts out with the Trailblazer, doesn't spot the waterfall position as of yet. These martial shots need to ring through. No armor on Deviant Topaz though, so Ayumi does still stand a chance. Creeping on forward, gets that takedown, dash on in. But Yu-Chan will just be unrelenting on the chase. 4 for Yu-Chan and a win here for Deviant Topaz.
We talked about Deviant Topaz being one of those better eco teams, and look at how they deliver. Yu-Chan especially, she has been such an exemplary player in that matchup versus Global yesterday, and we were wondering, can they do it against a much more experienced team here in RRQ Kaguya, one of the most storied ones, and they're looking to deliver, Daks. Let's not forget, yesterday on, especially for, the entire series, Yu-Chan top frag the entire both sides. And she's an Omen and Astra as well sometimes. A controller to do all that, that's impressive.
A reliable midline and one of the stronger anchors we saw. I still won't forget about that moment on Pro where she got the 2K so quickly and went for a 4K overall. Those moments from Deviant Topaz, they're proving that they are a worthy contender to the Open 3 crown. And in all honesty, they have everything to gain here in the lower bracket. Even if they lose and get eliminated, they're going to be one of the biggest threats coming into LCQ. But if they can do the improbable, if they can make that run and get this championship, then they book their own ticket to Elite.
I mean, it's safe to say that with their performances lately, Deviant Topaz has certainly gained themselves new fans and new supporters. Just, you love to see that underdog story of a team completely unknown relatively and still just perform and get these great results. They're moving forward in a bracket that nobody thought they would, and here they are right now with a really possible advantage of taking the lead here.
They're facing the known though. They're facing off against such a storied roster like RRQ, but they also know that the gun advantage is in their favor, and Tub already with the entry. Namsky falls, a blast back to hop on the box, and Tub will just make all of them tumble down. 3 for Tub, Aluka into the corner too, and Deviant Topaz looking clean so far. Aluka though, stellar shot, Aftershock Tub putting her in trouble, but she still has a blast back to get the hell out of there. It's 3v2 now, Paranoia into play, and there's a peek from Puda, but Aluka is also as sharp here. Heal now to try and fight on back. Aluka giving RRQ Kaguya a chance in this round. Toffee Waffy and Yu-Chan stellar fraggers in their own right, getting ready for the push. Best might be leading this charge. Trying to go for the tap, bait out. Aluka now picking up a rifle. 4 for Aluka. Can she get the ace? The Painchels are there, but Toffee Waffy is truly ready. Deviant Topaz still win it.
Yeah, I mean, RQ, they put up a great fight there, especially Aluka. Finding those 4, getting herself going, and now they got the showstopper because of that to, really try and tie this game on up. And for an eco Daks, it came super close. It was almost going to be another eco round win, but this time in retaliation, in return. Great effort from Aluka. Obviously, the round still goes to Deviant Topaz, but that's a decent cut in their economy.
And not only that, showstoppers ready, rifles are there too. Perhaps the only concern, light armor into play, but we've seen from Kaguya, they are enjoyers of the Fnatic brand. You can see that they see Vandals on the other side, might as well play the lights instead and save a bit of money. Paint shells, a one-way setup, and a contest immediately towards Mound. Kaguya, they want to fight Deviant Topaz as soon as possible. Swing comes on in. There's confidence here from Ayumi and Aluka, and because of it, they get 2. Stellar speed from Ayumi, and it seems like Kaguya ramping up the action now.
You can tell that every bit of confidence is flowing right now for Ayumi. When she gets those peaks going, gets a double out of it as well. An Iceberg aware here of the possibility of Deviant Topaz coming their way. So Deviant Topaz, we've seen them come back from rounds like these where they might not have the advantage, but somehow turn it around, and it's like a re-hit of the C-site is what they're going to be attempting. It's only best to make that contact.
Yeah, Best might get the find, but Kaguya overall doing a great job to prevent the talkie-walkie lurk from happening. Bit of intel, but Best jumps a little too far off, and Yuna still gets the takedown anyway. Reinforcements needed now towards the C-site, and Ayumi will be there to call that action. The flash gets a connection. Now they know someone's here. Ayumi might get spotted inside the smoke. Toffee Waffy with a push. But here comes the showstopper! Somehow Toffee Waffy survives, but the 2 behind her fall instead. Here comes the rest of RRQ. Toffee Waffy makes it difficult, but Nabsky will nab that win still.
In an alternate universe, with that showstopper not getting 2, I think that would have been Deviant's round. They were feeling it that round. They got the pick off on the Best, who was jump peeking, by the way, in a 3v5, almost turned it around, and Toffee Waffy still gets a kill here. Anyways, on Aluka and the Yumi, and then gets Iceberg. Dude, these gals are super impressive. Just the way that they're able to deal with this situation. Showstopper turned things around, but it came super close, and it definitely could have come the other way.
Deviant Topaz has no fear, and if you're able to stare at the showstopper coming at you and still be that sharp, then you already know they don't blink, they're just ready. Deviant Topaz ready to fight yet again. Kaguya, they have the blades though, and they at least got, again, another angle to work with. Another push from the last round. Ayumi here, blades at hand, expecting the push, and the Rolling Thunder is there. Disengaged now with a Cloudburst. Showstopper looking for the chase, but Top can't find anyone so far. RRQ wisely backing on away and ceding control of the site.
That buys the space they need, but Ayumi here in the boundary doesn't connect, and those are all the blades expanded. Nabsky able to get a double from that waterfall, letting it rain, letting it pour. A triple in Nabsky's name. It's all on the Toffee Waffy to try and get something done from the behind, from the back line. Only good for 1. It's all on Yu-Chan.
Yeah, Yu-Chan all alone, and it seems like that's unexpected here, even more so that Ayumi re-peaks the whole position and takes the rifle along the way. Kaguya, they throw a wrench in the plans of Deviant Topaz. Deviant Topaz did not expect RQ to fight them in the lockdown.
Yeah, that's really great kind of off-pacing here from Kaguya, who, as of, the most part, they've been kind of respecting the space that Deviant Topaz buy, and then they suddenly hit them when they least expected. So really nicely done, as you said, that lockdown giving Deviant Topaz kind of a false sense of security, and the first time out of this series forced out for RQ to be building upon, an early lead here, especially on the defensive first half. It's a great sign for them being activated the way that we know they can be.
Yeah, and Deviant Topaz, this timeout makes so much sense. Like, Global Esports Phoenix, they're a consistent team making it to the playoffs, yes. But on the other hand, Kaguya is a champion team, right? They had this history as Alter Ego Celeste. They won out these opens way before the time of Deviant Topaz. And now, Deviant Topaz is understanding that they need to be ready at any given moment against a team that has been here, done that, and gone the distance before.
RQ, the former Alter Ego squad, we know what they've achieved, but we also know how they faltered in the past, where they were looking so spectacular all the way through Elite, and then at the final moment, Kryptonite is what finds them, and they're looking to try and rectify those mistakes. Even bigger challenges this time around, lots more threats than there otherwise might have even been in the previous years, and then obviously roster changes. It makes you really want to root for this team, RQ, to be able to prove that they can still do it, that they still got what it takes. But then the opposition is also a team that you look at and you're like, the underdog story is something you can't deny is a great one to tell.
Yeah, they've been shown mortal, and Kaguya, you can feel it's relatable here. It's an uphill climb now to get back to the peak. But Deviant Topaz also on the same journey, and pretty much their first time early here. So a quick little tech pause yet again. 3-2 standing, and if you guys are just tuning on in, it's already looking to be quite a banger. Just these two teams have made these rounds neck and neck. If Deviant Topaz has a disadvantage, they still fight back. Same case for RRQ. Moments there from Alka, moments there from Nabsky. You already know you're in for a treat if you're checking out this lower bracket.
Look at the two players we specifically mentioned, like within the first 2 rounds of the game, Yu-Chan and Toffee Waffy from Deviant Topaz, and how we saw them just be such an absolute game changer. Versus Global. Pardon the pun. Intended, of course. You may cringe if you want.
I already am. I thought you were gonna say there'll be challengers turned into masters, but okay, whatever.
Well,
Go
maybe
for
one
it.
day they'll be champions as well.
Oh no. I went with it just to make you happy.
Hey, you started
and
it.
You started it, you doubled down on it, and I'm just like, okay,
Yeah, but
I'm here
my
for the
joke
ride.
was derivative of yours, so who's to blame, Daks? Who's to blame?
I didn't mean it to be that way, man.
This is what happens when you have a tech pause.
Yeah, of course. But well, what do we see here? RQ Kaguya right now, they have 3 ultimates ready. I would love to see what else Nabsky can do with this Cypher. She proved that she can be very stealthy, right, in that last round. And not only that, since they're running a Cypher versus a Killjoy that they know will lurk, these tripwires from across the map, it'll still work. It'll still give the right info to RRQ if ever.
You're very right, just the amount of global influence, wrong team, but not pun intended.
I'm gonna laugh at it this time because I ignored it yesterday.
Okay, thank you. The amount of global influence a Cypher will give you, not just obviously neural theft, and as you said, you know, the trips, but you can lurk anywhere on the map and still have your utility be active. You can just create so much presence by merely feigning that, like you throw a cage out here, pop it late into the round, and then now they think, oh, is somebody crossing to rubble, right? Those type of things are what can really kind of define the incredible individual skill that RQ almost certainly have. But if they're expecting this skill diff, this team that might have less experience in them, they're going to be surprised, because we were surprised at just how much they do not deviate from what is normally structured play here, Deviant Topaz. They've been looking pretty sharp, not just obviously mechanically, but as a team, communication-wise and collectively.
Yeah, honestly, they look like an absolute unit. Just the time between Open 2 and Open 3 was enough for them to coalesce, to gel just like this. And now, Deviant Topaz on the eco as we're back into the game. Lobby here being contested. The teleport out by Yu-Chan, and the Deviant Topaz roster looking to reinforce with Alaka through the smoke. Even top falls. Default Deviant Topaz not working the way that they would like, as RRQ take command instead.
Yeah, it's a good opening pick here for RRQ. Able to shut them down. Almost could have gotten Yu-Chan, but she was also very prepared for that. She knew the possibility, anticipated that they could clear her out, so you can tell that she had the buffered in her head to come a TP out, but the Yumi simply shredding them down, and not the mere fight Deviant Topaz can even put up.
Yeah, Yumi at the ready, and here comes a Yumi yet again. A 4K for her, and this is why she has been the flag bearer of RQ for quite a while. Stellar frontline here for RQ, assisted well by the midline. And of course, a recipe of success. This push towards lobby means that Deviant Topaz needs to be ready, right? Kaguya will not be resting on their laurels. When they can take that map control, they will do so.
She was blind too, and fortune for sure favored the bold there. She's very, very headstrong. You look at now ultimates, as we're starting to build up that economy here, midway through the opening half, starting to get to that Act 2 of the first And they got that neural theft we talked about, but more importantly, Seekers on either side. You get an opening pick, that Seekers becomes even more potent because you get more information. Aluka, timing.
She's dipping out, she's dipping out, she's getting ready instead, and the lower angle, surprising tough actually. The takedown's there, here comes Toffee Waffy with the trade, but Aluka, a parting gift, martyrdom, as Ayumi and Bess also bring out the mobs and clean up nicely. Poon is the only one left, 1v4, and suddenly Kaguya looking sharper than ever. Speed kills, Kaguya at the ready. There's intel too, Navsky knows exactly where she is. And hook, line, and sinker, it's spotted, it's found, and it's around.
You can see the amount of respect that RQ have here, though, right? Aluka, she gets the opening pick, but doesn't dip for more. Tries to fall back into a more defendable position, chucks her nade just so they don't push her, and then even in the 4v2, they pop the neural theft. Obviously, it's one of the faster ultimates to build up, but even with the advantage, they just do not want to let things go to the wayside. They do not want to take that risk of having another comeback performance from Deviant Topaz when they have lesser players. So RQ, the fact that they respect their opposition here is going to be one of their biggest, strongest points, because they should by all means be the favorites of the series.
No, I like that point, because if you let Deviant Topaz reset, they look sharper than ever. It's dangerous to let the likes of Yu-Chan and Toffee Waffy have a breath to recompose themselves and get ready along the way. Ayumi, though, prepared alongside Bess. There's the smoke to make it even more difficult for Deviant Topaz to cross. And Tub, wary now. It's dangerous here for Deviant Topaz. They're on an eco state yet again. And while they have been incredible eco warriors, it's the other side of the coin. They're usually put more so in an eco state compared to the other teams we've seen so far. But Toffee Waffy doesn't disappoint again. There's the shot, and there goes Aluka.
Dude, Deviant Topaz have been one of the best teams at landing those sheriff shots all throughout. Toffee Waffy especially, but also Yu-Chan. We saw her come in big yesterday, especially on a map like Haven, where just so many moments, and you'd think the rifle would be superior, but a quick shot, a quick draw is all they need.
Very happy to Yumi instead. At least fighting back. Toffee Waffy has finally been felled. 4v4 as Deviant Topaz decide to go for the cross, but the Yumi's prepared yet again. No one can cross the tall of a Yumi. It's a blood sacrifice needed here by Deviant Topaz. They have to back on away immediately towards Mound. And this time RQ playing with the timer. 20 seconds left. It's going to be a difficult retake, or rotate rather, here for Deviant Topaz if ever. They're moving towards B out of desperation. It's their only chance right now to make their way towards the site. And Yuna leading the charge, but look who's ready. Navsky and the Tripwire. I choose you, and there you go. The takedown's there. And the disadvantage is clear here for Deviant Topaz. They cross the line, and they will be found. The fight back from Yu-Chan, but it's not enough. RQ make it 6.
Decent attempt, but even better here from RQ. Tub was actually really close to getting that trade-off on Ayumi. Luckily, though, Ayumi, sharp as ever, landing the shots that they needed and keeps them going. It's Aluka, actually, who pulls out an operator here. And this is an RQ timeout, if anything.
Well, the one thing they need to be careful of is, of course, those eco frags coming out of nowhere. Luckily for them, or honestly, it's such a good rotation how they played from C to B. They played out the timer well. They slowed down Deviant Topaz as much as possible. It all started with Iceberg and her smokes. That already made it very difficult for Tub to actually play the entry towards C, and those kind of utility plays have been helping out RQ Kaguya mitigate the roam potential of Deviant Topaz.
Potential. That's a key word here for Deviant Topaz, because they have, with even dire odds, turned those type of rounds around, and that's why we've been talking about how RQ fully respect the clutch potential that this squad has. Deviant Topaz, surprising as ever, they're the ones who have just been able to take a difficult situation and shoot themselves out of it.
Yeah, think about it though. This isn't even the full picture that we've seen from Deviant Topaz, and it's thanks to RRQ how they're limiting the options of DV as a whole. Where are the Toffee Waffy lurks? It's not happening because of the presence of Navsky. Can we get the Yu-Chan off angles? Not as much as Deviant Topaz would like. And just right now, making it even more difficult. The operator is out with a stellar flash to allow the opening here for Topaz. They're moving in now to get rubble control. A chance to pivot towards B if ever, but the door being open, the Seeker's gonna be there as well. And it does seem like it's from the side of Yuna. So Deviant Topaz to clear towards the side. Ayumi though spotted, has to back on away because he can't see anything. Trailblazer there too, just to sniff out anyone on site. But Navsky already finding one. Yu-Chan though punishing Best, who drops down. Yuna's there too, and Deviant Topaz get the advantage. Here comes Tub, and she's ready to play aggressive. Does RQ expect this? I don't think so. Smoke dissipates, and Tub gets one. It's 3v2 now. The blades are all Ayumi can back on, and there you have it, reliable still. 2v2, trying to find the frag, but Yuna answers back. It's now 1v1, and Iceberg stands tall and proud. RRQ, they make the retake work.
Huge clutch here from Iceberg in the end. Phantom winning out, but more importantly, RQ with a disadvantage, making things happen. That pick that Ayumi was able to find, the first one with her blades, that was huge. A Tub, she did her job here, get the one and done, but it's really finding Yu-Chan that gave him the advantage in this case. Able to overrun the rest of the remaining post plant, and that's the type of round that if you're Deviant Topaz, you have to secure against a team like RQ.
Yeah, swing potential, right? As soon as Ayumi got there towards the site, she was still a threat, and from that point on, Iceberg also having a relatively quiet game in terms of the takedowns, in terms of the kills, but she's been so essential at just blocking some incredible sightlines that Deviant Topaz would have loved to utilize for themselves. Another round though, and another awkward scenario here for Deviant Topaz. They have rifle money, yes, but two of them are bulldogs. Navsky getting ready, tripwire already triggered, knows exactly where Deviant Topaz will come from.
Oh, if Iceberg was just a bit earlier in the rotation there, she could have got the spam on the tripwire. Yumi has information.
Oh, no.
She's completely aware of the pivot here towards that B-Link. Does get one off only.
So one more, and still one at the ready. Alaka's there too to make the kills happen. But Yu-Chan trades it effectively. Best though on the board. And Best, of course, she's ready to do it better. Into the smoke, and down goes Yuna. 8-2 now. RQ commanding in this map.
Yeah, great stuff here from RQ. The run so far going unchallenged. Deviant Topaz only able to start off the half strong, but they haven't really seen that transition into the latter stages of this opening half. And RQ just to be so aware of what's happening, that is really what's setting them apart now from this Deviant Topaz squad who, you can tell there, they just weren't ready for that B main hold to come on in. They weren't anticipating the operator to be there. Albeit it is difficult to try and get information and just anticipate that, but still, it's the difference in information gathering and activity RQ have got over them.
Yeah, the activity itself, right? The protocols that Deviant Topaz are so accustomed to on a map-per-map basis, we're not getting it right now because of what RRQ has been able to limit them at in the first place. Here we go again. Mound now, being contested. Always aggression on one side, and the anchor position for Navsky on the other. Let's buy even here for Deviant Topaz from the lobby now. They want to push towards A. The tripwires are there, so despite the smoke, it can still be Navsky finding opportunity. Tub has to be very careful right now in the cross. She makes her way towards the site. Camera still online and available, but this will be Deviant Topaz putting that clutch down.
Smart here to throw those paint shells towards the stairs because she knows there's a tripwire. She gets tagged. She could get spammed, but the flank from Best is even bigger. They're all within the site. It's going to be difficult for Deviant Topaz to hold on here.
Yeah, Black Fortune has always been on the side of Kaguya. Tub, does she know where they're gonna be? It's Ayumi and Alaka, surprising many. Here comes RRQ, and out of the shadows and into the light. Kaguya yet again, from any angle, they will work it, and this will be another win for them.
Quick and clean round, all things considered here for RRQ. And it's just unfortunate for Deviant Topaz that, you know, Tub wasn't able to check out where Alaka was towards that drop. Could have otherwise been a moment where they somehow secure advantage, take heaven control, and then grab an extra rifle as well with it. But who knows, Daks? If you're superstitious, this might just be all according to plan.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz needs to win this round, Blackenblue. 9-3 curse must happen, but honestly, 8 rounds already. The streak here from RRQ, they are absolutely feeling it. They're ready to push the limit yet again. And one more time, the setup is flipped. A, the aggression, C, the anchor.
Moving on forward here now. Deviant Topaz, Rolling Thunder available, but the counter showstopper could be big from RQ if they can get in rotation in time. Sight, it's theirs. RQ not wanting to hold on. They can play the retake instead. They've got utility for it.
Yeah, and the trip bar now gets even more information, preventing the push from happening. Toffee Waffy getting ready in the back though, and perfect now. That's exactly what Deviant Topaz needs. Remove those angles from this equation. Yu-Chan also finding Yumi, and finally we see the sharpness of Deviant Topaz bearing fruit yet again. Rolling Thunder, the answer to Natsuki now gonna get stunned on up. Here comes the rest of Deviant Topaz. Yu-Chan with the find even, and this is just all Deviant Topaz right now. Such a convincing round so far. Getting ready to go back in position. Iceberg here, playing towards Waterfall of 5v3. Seems like it's dangerous. Iceberg can't even see what's coming her way. And it's all up to Alaka and Natsuki now. Already stalled by the Nano Swarm. RRQ, can they even find the clutch in them to make this happen? The angles are ready here for Deviant Topaz, and they will come to collect the round. 9-3 is a possibility. Happens here.
Switching sides.
Well, that's a great way to start to mount a comeback. It's taking the final round of the first half. We've seen many teams come back from this type of scoreline. Not just 9-3, but in general, when they've been losing most of the first half, and then they win the last round of that first half before the halftime and continue the momentum on forward. But, I mean, for the meantime, shut up, Blackenblue, because Jenny and Zach have got something to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. 9-3, of course. We know that superstition, that old 9-3 curse. But how do we think? Do we think that they've shown enough, you know, to try and make a comeback in the second half of the game?
I mean, like BNB pointed out, it's always nice to have that last round under your belt for a bit of additional momentum, but, you know, while we've seen individual moments of prowess coming out of these players on DV's side, of course, that round from Yu-Chan, the anti-eco that you were talking about, and in general, just the awareness out of Toffee Waffy and those entries that she and Tub are able to find, it just doesn't seem to be enough when you measure it against the team play that's coming out of RRQ's side. Overall, as a team, they've just looked a little bit more consistent. Their positioning is better, their spacing is cleaner, and because of that, they're able to like set themselves up for more of these chain kills. And the rounds that RRQ have won, they have won very convincingly.
Yeah, and DV also, I mean, they had that classic round 2, that force, and then that little win to get them that round. Do we think that maybe if they do that again, if they pick up a couple of sneaky ecos here and there in the second half, that they might make it happen? How do we feel?
I mean, it's always a possibility. That round, they were able to take RRQ by surprise. They really weren't expecting Yu-Chan and her Bulldog to just blaze through all of that opposition provided. But again, that was the element of surprise, and DV were fully able to utilize it to their benefit. What we need more from DV is the kind of play that we saw in that last round, where they were not just proactive, but also really, really good at working off the back of that utility. Like, you saw how Yu-Chan was once again able to just push up, find the timing and those kills, and that's because of how the teammates utility really sets them up. So far, I think timing-wise, it's just been a little bit of a better show coming out of RRQ Kaguya, but it's 9-3. Anything could happen, Jenny. It's 9-3. We know this.
Exactly. We tell us all the time. We've seen this happen before, right? I mean, but RRQ just so good at playing as 5. DV, we thought that was their strength yesterday, but we're gonna see if they can pull these things back somehow in the second half of the game. B&D, back over to you guys.
Look, our colleagues probably pretty superstitious. The curse, a possible kind of outlook to look forward to. But Deviant Topaz, they'll have a lot of work to do, Blackenblue. They need to recover. They need to find the footing that brought them here in the first place, especially what they did against GE Phoenix, how they're able to just frag out, find those angles. We're looking at Yu-Chan, we're looking at Toffee Waffy. What else can Deviant Topaz bring to the table?
I mean, we've seen them come back from more dire situations in the past, but against a team like this, who knows how things will go. It's going to be difficult, for sure, but one that I'm sure these gals will not shy away from. The challenge, a mere test of endurance and skill. I don't think that these gals falter or lack that, but it's about RIQ right now. It's theirs to lose this match. If they don't perform the way that we expect, then that's where you can see Deviant Topaz come back, but by all means, this should be where they start to close things out in the favorable half.
Yeah, spotlight is on RQ right now, and all eyes also on Ayumi and Alaka. Ayumi having such a monster game so far. Alaka, I'd say the same case. She's usually the first one who's felled, but the rest of RQ able to make those trades out of the value that Alaka gets along the way. Tubdo willing to contest early on. Deviant Topaz already getting that rubble control, and they have both of the flash utility agents ready to help out. Tub at the moment's notice. Paranoia Lob to make that space happen for RRQ. They're pushing towards Rumble. Yuna the one trying to go for the hold. Alaka sprays her down and takes her down. Ayumi on the board. And here comes Napsky too. It's all RRQ now. They clear out this A side pretty well.
You can see here RRQ making sure that the attempt to take away that rubble on the defense is not going to be as successful as Deviant Topaz were hoping for. Able to isolate those fights as Alaka does isolate Yu-Chan's head. And Toffee Waffy responds, but still a 1v3. You've seen her come in big. This has to be one of those moments.
Yeah, but RRQ's so ready for this. The pain shells to flush her out, and Toffee Waffy, that's way too many to eke out from. Iceberg on the board, and it's 10 now here for RRQ. A pistol win yet again. Only concern, they just have to be careful of the potential eco possibilities that Deviant Topaz can do here.
Great shots, though, connecting here. We talked about the eco, but does it always have to come to an eco state win? Does it always have to come to a thrifty round converted when you really want to start building upon a streak here? Just Deviant Topaz haven't been able to get the chance to do so just yet. Only barely few rounds they were able to secure. And they had a nice attempt there of holding that rubble down, but it seemed almost half measured in the attempt, where they didn't have enough presence, but they also just might have been too far away to actually help in the fight. You saw their Yu-Chan forward, the rest of the two back. They need to commit a bit more if that's the idea. The timing not working out for them for sure.
Yeah, well, half measures do meet half armor, because already a Phantom and a Vandal picked up here by RRQ. They're bringing out the firepower and gonna try to move as a unit to protect one another, especially from the likes of Deviant Topaz. Moving over to that A site, Navs getting ready with the tripwires also, but it's already Alaka on the entry, clearing out the site, and down goes Yuna. Gotta be careful of the drop position. Tub takes advantage, and it's 4v4 for now. These guns, though, not in the best positions to be picked up. RRQ keeping tabs of every casualty that they get along the way. Navsky on the board, and well, this is all RRQ now. Clean as a whistle from this point on. It's 11-3 the scoreline.
Nicely done there from Nabsky to shut out the push attempt coming from the stairs. Could have certainly thrown him for a loop if nobody kept that in check, but the fact that they kind of got tagged by the cage, they touched upon it. I'll let her know that you have to be aware of it and anticipate the push. So she did, expected it fully. Final timeout of the regulation side, the regulation portion of the game here from Deviant Topaz. This is their second timeout already, and it's one that they really need to utilize to convert. What can they change? Where can they differ? On the defensive side, it can be an even bigger question, because sometimes you might have a plan to, okay, let's do the setup towards A, but then the opposition here goes towards the opposite side of the map, and whatever plans you might have, they might not necessarily be wrong, but they also weren't the most opportune one for what happened.
Look, the plan just looks so much more sound here for RRQ, and I still go back to the point that they went back to this Cypher. Nabsky looks so comfortable playing the Cypher, that extra bit of smoke screens basically with the cyber cages, helping out RRQ Kaguya get the entries that they would like, and it really was kind of weird to me that they swapped over to that Killjoy composition versus Full Send Sapphire in the upper bracket, when it was the Cypher comp that they've been running throughout their history, throughout Open 2 especially. So them going back to this one, getting back into this comfort zone, is really helping out Kaguya make a big case for themselves on this first map.
Well, the only case to be made for Deviant Topaz here is one that they have to write themselves. Can they read the script, or does it follow on through and through? Alka, she's pushed up completely here towards this B link, and it's gonna be a problem to flush her out to this judge.
And even more so, Iceberg already getting the first one onto Toffee Waffy. Potentially an ultimate round here as Ayumi swings and Yuna is felled. Here comes Buddha, but Alaka with the judge still. Close encounters of the judge kind. You gotta be careful, especially towards that B side. Tub now fighting Iceberg. The pain shells make it difficult for her to make that swing work. Napsky's at the ready, and RRQ is more so prepared. Match point now on the opposition's map pick.
Isn't that the thing, Daks? They're prepared. They're prepared for whatever Deviant Topaz throws at them. And Nabsky being at the ready, how many times have we seen that from her this series, this matchup alone, this map number 1 alone, and the few rounds we've seen played? She's always anticipating where they're going to come, the most, proper opportune angle to get the punish, to get the shutdown. And look at this. whatever bark these gals might have, their bite has to be even more ferocious, because Bulldogs is all they bring to the table, and maybe a single cut.
Yeah, maybe a chance here for Deviant Topaz, but you can see everything has fallen apart for the defense. Kaguya just one round, one step away from taking this first map win. It's up. She needs to come up big if she needs to find those angles against RRQ. Cross happens already. It's a B-side take here for Kaguya. Ayumi looking to span down upper alongside the rest of her team. A one-way setup too, keeping Puda at bay. She stays along the corner now as the plant comes down. Puda getting ready with the flashes too to help out Yu-chan in the pinch. And we hear the showstopper tub looking to let it rip. Kaguya already evacuating towards the corner. There you go with a rocket, but it doesn't get the takedown. It's Best instead with the kill. Here comes the flash. Best in trouble, but she's still fighting on back. Toppy Woppy on the board, and Best does it better again. Iceberg's there too, and Kaguya, this is their standard, and this is what they expect from them. 30-3, the dominance is at the ready.
What a round here from RRQ Kaguya, especially Best there. The transfer from that B-Link and the counter flash as well, knowing that she was blind to keep them in check, and the showstopper just not connecting as well, coming on in for Topaz. It was the one crucial moment. If they were able to get that pick and flush out the B-Link, then they would only have to focus on B main, but because they weren't able to really clear it out effectively in time or at all, it just left them so much more problems to deal with, and RQ are great at giving them multiple issues to have to think about.
I mean, this is the RRQ Kaguya that we expected, right? When they limit the opposition from any options that they can do against other opponents, when they can just outclass and outfrag that front line. And as soon as they felt the pressure in those early rounds, they realized, okay guys, we can't actually give them a break. But it's break time for us. We'll throw it over to the panel to break down that first map.
Thanks, gentlemen. If y'all thought the first half was smooth sailing for RRQ, well, things don't get much smoother than that perfect second half. Not even letting Deviant Topaz pick up one round at all. And I gotta say, just a lot of the strengths that we saw in DV's matchup versus GE Phoenix yesterday, right? A lot of the advantages like eco round wins, utility usage, playing as a unit, all of that just doesn't quite seem to match up versus RRQ pound for pound, and 5v5 RRQ just seem like the better team.
I mean, it makes sense in a lot of ways because this is a roster that has stuck together for the better part of 2 years, if not longer. They have that experience playing together, and even with Aluka, she's been around since last year, so it's not like the team is starting from scratch or anything. So I think because of that being a factor, there is going to be a little bit more synergy coming out on that RRQ side. And the points that you brought up, right, TV, they were able to put together things in those eco rounds, but overall they just didn't have the kind of consistency you'd expect to see from a team like RRQ. MVP for GV side is going to be Toppy Waffy. Of course, we saw her hit some pretty cracked shots, both her and Yu-chan able to put up those numbers, but they just don't have the same kind of consistent chain killing potential that RRQ squad carries. Like, we talked about it before we headed into the game, right, about attack and defense, and RRQ on defense they were attacking, on attack they were attacking. It was just attack central.
Oh yeah, kind of a callback, right, to the aggressive even on defense Celeste playstyle from like 2 to 3 years ago that we've come to know and love from this squad. It's kind of unfortunate that Deviant Topaz are going up against RRQ. It feels like the RRQ playstyle seems to be like the kryptonite to Deviant Topaz, just with how aggressive RRQ are at pushing out on defense. Deviant just can't seem to match up with their pace, and I like how, you know, we saw the official Deviant Esports account commenting in Twitch chat, also saying "get waffied." I think that's going to be, you know, their hope for map 2 if they want to
like that
into that
tagline.
series, right?
Yo, BNB and Daks, you should use that one. Get toffee waffied, or just waffied, whatever.
Get
Toffee does something
toffied, get
insane.
waffied.
It depends on which side she does it from, but anyway, MVP for this game, it's gonna be Aluka, of course, expected on that raise. We saw kind of show-stopping potential that she literally had. 2.0 KDA, very, very nice coming out of her, but throwing your attention back to the previous graphic we saw, right? One more thing I'd like to highlight for both of these teams is that post plants. Now, RQ, they only played 4 attacking rounds. They won 4, all 4 of them, and the post plant was 4 out of 4. So that was really good for them. But for the side of DB, they got the plant 7 times out of the 12 rounds that they played, and they only won 3 of those rounds. So it's just this kind of setup that they have in the post plant. It's been very unfortunate. A lot of these rounds, RQ, they found that early advantage and they were able to stick with it. But even with the numbers course, they were on even footing. RRQ was just really, really good at using their utility to make those retakes really work out. And the spacing that we talked about coming out of Deviant's side, it could have been a little bit better in that post plant in particular. So kudos to them, of course. They did a pretty good job today, but all things considered, they have to pull out a lot more if they want to take that map 2 away from RRQ on their own home ground.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Alika and Ayumi just coming out of the gates is so hot, and we love to see that, right? Because sometimes when you watch the RRQ squad play, you're like, oh, the first map, sometimes it takes a bit longer for them to get their hands going, to like get that little warm-up game out of the way. But today, I mean, they don't need no warm-up. They probably weren't up in the range for like 2 to 3 hours before this, because they came out of the gates so strong. But yeah, we're gonna go for a really short break, guys, before we find out if Deviant and Topaz will be able to take this elimination game to that all-important map 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a bit.
last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back to map 2 of series 1 of the day between RRQ and Deviant Topaz. RRQ finally showing us what we've all been hoping they were capable of. Zach, I think the big question coming into map 2 is going to be, are we feeling a 2-0 or a 2-1?
Personally, statistically, everything seems to point to a 2-0 here. This is Pearl, of course, a map that RRQ is very comfortable on. And just as a benchmark, right? Both of these teams, they played against GE Phoenix on this particular map during the Swiss stage. I think that RRQ played them and they found a 13-1 victory. I think that over the course of, I think it was yesterday, yes, when Deviant played GE Phoenix, they found a 13-7 victory. So this is a map that both of these teams are comfortable on. However, RRQ, they have way more playtime on this particular one. They're really, really good at it, and I think that this being their map pick, they just have a little bit of an advantage, especially coming in off of that fresh and spicy victory on Lotus 13-3. The momentum, it's definitely pushing them forward.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really tall order from Deviant Topaz. They want to try to bring this one back, and we were saying, you know, this is, they haven't really been playing together for all that long, and I think that the amount of time that you've spent like together as a team, that cohesion, that trust that you build, I think when it comes down to crunch time, right, because you just lost 13-3 to RRQ on day 3 of the Game Changers playoffs. You've only got like 3 minutes to turn your mentality around before you've got to hop straight into that map number 2. And this sort of experience, like, this is the time when that experience really like kicks in, where you can like calm down, take a step back and be like, oh, like it doesn't matter what happened just now. Right now we just got to do our best. And I don't know, we haven't really seen Deviant Topaz in this type of position before.
Yeah, the pressure's definitely got to be hitting them because, like you mentioned, they're a team that's relatively new on the block, first time in playoffs, first time facing off against all of these familiar faces, and kudos to them that they managed to make it this far already. But it's gonna be a very, very uphill battle on Pearl. Of course, it's a map that they're not too bad at, which is their saving grace. But what we saw on map number 1, right, the cohesion that the entire RRQ squad had, and of course the raw firepower coming out of almost every single member, but in particular Ayumi and Aluka, it just seemed like it was very difficult for Deviant Topaz to really find answers to that kind of thing. When you saw RRQ play, especially during their defensive side on the map of Lotus, they were very controlled. They were happy to leave one part of the map open, but only after they took control and information on 2 other lanes. So because of that, there was just no potential for Deviant Bell to even like try to rotate, or find some other kind of advantage, because RRQ, they start things off right just like that. They find the information, they often get that first pick thanks to Aluka's antics. And on Pearl, which is a map that might necessitate even more control despite it only having 2 sites, especially with focusing on that mid, it's going to be very important for Topaz to step in and figure out what went wrong on Lotus that they can fix right now immediately.
Yeah, Pearl, also that big map, as you're talking about mid control, I think, or just figuring out mid is going to be a very important point for both these teams to get at the Asian composition. We do have Fade for Puda for the side of Deviant Topaz, if you're speaking to what worked out for them yesterday, and then KO for Aluka as well. So I think RQ Kaguya, they're very good at playing around with the flash from KO on the initiation, and that's how they actually did a lot of other very good early picks. But what do we think?
I completely agree with you. I really like watching Aluka on KO in particular. Of course, her initiation kit, it really, really helps to set up Ayumi for going in for those fast, heavy entries. But even aside from that, I really like RQ Kaguya's comp in general. They really use that KO Sova combination well to just pincer out information across the site, across both of the openings. For example, if they want to go into that A site, they manage to take control of both art as well as backside so often before getting that spike down. So really info heavy comp that they excel at running. However, for Deviant, like you mentioned, we did see them play this comp against GE Phoenix yesterday, and they were pretty successful by all measures. In particular, Puda, very, very impactful with that fade, really useful for breaking up that post-plant setup that you so often see coming in. Those prowlers can be insane at mitigating those crossfires, and I think that if they could use this initiation utility in conjunction with Tub to set Tub up for those kind of kills, it might be what they need.
Yeah, I know we talk a lot about how Deviant Topaz are very good at getting advantages in those eco rounds, but another thing that they've shown that they're very good at is being able to play those retakes very well in general. Like, their retakes are always executed like very cohesively as a unit, and they're also pretty smart at playing those fast retakes. So with this type of Asian composition and the fact that they're starting out on defense, I think, you know, they've got a couple of tools in their kit, but I think it's really going to come down to the wire if they can perform. How do we feel, especially, you know, RQ Kaguya starting on attack? I mean, that's what they're known for.
It's what they're known for, and I know there's only one duelist, but let's be honest. Let's be very honest. Aluka on a KO is basically a secondary duelist. There you go. I said it. That's the facts. You can fight me over it, but I stand by what I said. But it's gonna be very difficult for the rest of the squad to really contend with the sheer aggression that RRQ have made their trademark on this particular map with the agent comp that they're running. I think that's my take on it. So it's gonna be a lot of work.
Alright guys, well that's it for the panel, and here once more, of course, to bring you guys all the action for this decider for what could be the last map of series number 1. Of course, it's D&D. Guys, take it away.
She flipped it this time.
Yeah.
Huh? She flipped it.
D&D.
You heard that, right?
Dungeons.
Wow.
Dungeons and Blackenblue.
You're always there, my friend. But hey, we'll never fight Zahk. You heard what Zahk said. The KO is a duelist. I wholeheartedly agree. Come on. Zahk is the master of APAC game changers, EMEA game changers, you know, maybe NA hit the rock to also cast there.
Mrs. Worldwide.
This Miss Worldwide indeed. But I'm thinking about it, right? This is such a difficult situation right now for Deviant Topaz. This is gonna be RQ Kaguya's map pick. They're down a map, but they won this map before versus GE Phoenix. Can they do so yet again here now versus RQ Kaguya and force out a decider? It's looking to be exciting. And one thing we noticed from the compositions here, Blackenblue, different initiators for each side.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I mean, even putting that aside, I think the biggest difference here is just historically how both of these teams have performed on a map like Pearl. And if you're a fan of Deviant Topaz right now, you have to be worried about where we're going to be setting on for map number 2. Pearl hasn't necessarily been the most shining example of what we've seen in the past from Deviant Topaz, and it has been one of the better stages for RRQ to try and win these type of series, and they've closed out many a series here on Pearl, and this could be one of them. They have one of the better statistical, storylines and stats and just histories here coming on Pearl, and it's going to be, I think, a very difficult thing. When you talked about the initiator change, what they've got on one side compared to the other, and that KO, that could really be a big lynch point that just shuts down any plans the opposition has.
Exactly. Deviant Topaz, they need to be careful. Ayumi and Alaka still gonna be a duo threat as per usual. The thing is, RRQ Kaguya, they've been very consistent at getting dubs here on Pearl. Their only kryptonites have been, of course, Team SMG and Full Sense Sapphire along the way. Every other contender, it's a win here for RRQ Kaguya. Can they continue on that statistic, or will Deviant Topaz do it again and force out the third map? All eyes yet again on Tub versus Ayumi. Tub can play a strong entry. Ayumi can do so as well, fight on back. And we've seen from RRQ Kaguya, now that they're on the attacking side, they will set the pace of where to engage.
Let's see how things will really differ here. Fade versus Sky, different idea compared to the KO here, and that Sova. As we go on in, round number 1 of the second map commences as early mid-control trying to be fought over here by Deviant Topaz.
Yeah, it's pretty much intel versus clear potential, right? RRQ Kaguya, they want to know where Deviant Topaz will be stationed. Deviant Topaz, any committed corner, they can contest with the Flash, with the Prowler from the Sky, and the Fade, respectively. We do creep on over towards that B side where it's Yu-Chan awaiting. Stellar versus GE Phoenix on this angle before. Can she bring up the same kind of performance this time versus RRQ? Ayumi already priming the dash. The dart is there. The smoke getting... Oh, it's Yu-Chan even through the smoke. Realizes where Ayumi can come from. Gets that takedown to start things off. And at least that's one down that Deviant Topaz can work with.
A lovely shot here from Yu-Chan. Suppressed just to burn even more time off of them and keep him at bay just momentarily. But the push here now to come in from Deviant Topaz's retake. They have the player advantage for sure. No backhaul presence by RRQ. They all want to play long, which is a big risk knowing that Yu-Chan's still alive and can smoke off their angles.
Well, with the KO and the Sova, you'd think they have utility. Go for the lineups. Iceberg trying to go for the Aldrone now. The fragment is there for the stall as well. Alaka gets one Yuna with a trade, and it's still difficult here for Deviant Topaz to actually touch that spike, that utility, and that pressure. It's RRQ keeping tabs on the objective, and here comes the fire rage. And as soon as Deviant Topaz peek out, they are felled by RRQ.
Yeah, they all just congregate on the spike itself, which leaves no real chance for RRQ to miss or not connect on their shots. And then, as you talked about, they just have lots of utility for that post plant. I mean, actually, if you think about it here, they have so much more to throw in those post plants, right? They got the nano swarms, the one fragment, the gravity well, and then the shock darts. It's going to make it such a nightmare on the defensive side here for Deviant Topaz to try and get these retakes going. So if they can try and minimize how many post plant situations they find themselves in, then Deviant Topaz have a real chance here. They have to start getting themselves going early, though, and maybe even get first bloods most of the time.
Yeah, it's a quick realization, right? As soon as they see, oh, this composition is for that post plant, they now have to find these kills as soon as possible to help them out later on if ever that spike does get planted. It is a neutral state here for Deviant Topaz. They push and triplicate from A main, but Napsy's at the ready. And RRQ keeping tabs yet again of any angle of opportunity. There's the heal, but it's not enough to keep Chubb alive. Napsky right now taking, stealing, and just finding those kills along the way. 3 down and A side's clear.
Very clean here from RRQ so far. You can see here Deviant Topaz wanting to put the fight to him, bring the fight to him rather, towards that A main, but simply do not have the firepower to stand toe-to-toe. Nabsky nabs a fourth.
He wants it.
The ace.
He wants it.
She's on pace.
Maybe. If Bess can find Puda right now, they're looking for her. And RRQ so confident in how they look. Compared to when they face up against Sapphire, this is just what RRQ is all about. The ace comes for Nabsky. See, in the night, well, in broad daylight, she just takes those lives.
The ace for Nabsky.
Nabsky.
Nicely done. And in quick fashion too as well. And the way that she just absolutely beats into it here towards that A main. Simply taking off of any kind of idea that Deviant Topaz wanted to try and commit to. A good way to get her started, and as well builds that lockdown early for this early part of the half. Deviant Topaz, will they try to be active once more, or
Find you.
do they bunker down? Seems like the former is their option.
And to no surprise, Kaguya swiftly taking that A main position. I don't think they're gonna wait to give the orb to Navsky right now. They're holding that position along the way. Spike in the clutches of Iceberg instead. So actually, Navsky gets the orb. Navsky's 2 away from the lockdown, something we've been looking forward so far. But RRQ watching the main angle and the flank potential from Deviant Topaz. Many angles here, many opportunities for Topaz, but not the numbers they would like. Puda on the board, sure, but Iceberg with a quick trade. 3v3 now. The aggression from Ayumi is unexpected. The Toffee Waffy will be found. The Aldro now scouting out the opponents, knows exactly where they are. The tag is there, and Yu-chan will be found. Ayumi on the board again. She's just so quick on these aggressive angles. And Ayumi getting ready. The rest of RRQ are there to reinforce, and Alaka's the one to deal that final blow. A bonus one by RRQ, looking just so pristine so far.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from RRQ, right? They know they have lesser weapons. Let's push the envelope. Let's try and break those boundaries and be ready for the trades if it ever does come. You see there, like with that contact, Alaka just at the ready as well to swing if ever it does come towards Art. And RRQ looking more confident than ever is a real thing. You can tell that from that round number 2 where they're trying to fish for the ace for Nabsky. But as of the moment, it's Deviant Topaz who have been biting hook, line, and sinker to every idea that RRQ throws in the pond.
Yeah, just expect what's coming their way. They've really scouted out Deviant Topaz well. And not only that, with the extra intel that they can provide with the KO and the Sova, it's even easier for them to find these small angles Deviant Topaz is working from and catch those solo players in the act. It's that split approach that Deviant Topaz loves to try and run for different opportunities and just rely on their frag potential from that point on. A split instead here from RQ, mostly coming in from the arc position. Toffee Waffy playing dugout. It's a pistol round here for Deviant Topaz, and you can know that Yu-chan is still a threat. Toffee Waffy, the same kind of face. Eco Warriors yet again looking sharp and ready, but Alaka fighting back. Mid now contested, but Tub so quick! And that's Alaka down. 4v2. Guns being picked up here by Deviant Topaz. A chance with the position still on site. They even have Secret right now to work with. And it's up to Iceberg to be that big surprise. Creeping now, moving into Link. This is dangerous for Deviant Topaz, and Iceberg takes advantage. There's the first spell. 2v3 for now. Lockdown there too, and Nabsky Blade Protector. It's all Nabsky now holding down the line, forcing Toffee Waffy off site. And RRQ, they always have that plan B. They always have that second option at the ready. They're keeping tabs of Deviant Topaz again and again, putting the pressure, and it's just Toffee Waffy fights back, can't get the transfer going. 4-0 here for RRQ.
That has got to be a heartbreaker. In a 4v2, they turn it around. And now to you, RRQ, say they're looking to run away with this game and this series. Off a momentum like that, it's undoubted that these girls are just in such a more confident position than Deviant Topaz are. They've got a buy coming on in here, but you see as soon as Iceberg just gets a 1 kill, finds Yuna, everything just crumbles at the seams. They're pressured to push because of the lockdown, and Nabsky waiting in place. She just sinks him down to the bottom of the sea.
And it's just a desperation move now here for Deviant Topaz. Toffee Waffy on the operator. They have the guns to fight on back, but what we've seen so far, not just on this map alone, but this whole series, RRQ looking like the RRQ Kaguya that we know and love. Sharp yet again, Best gets the first. He's now pushing towards main. Maybe heard even Yu-chan picking up the orb. The flash is there, but no contest. Deviant Topaz retreats.
4v5. All hope is not lost. The beauty of the operator is that it's one of the best weapons in finding a pick-off here and go untraded. Try and equalize things back up into player count. But is that opportunity even going to present itself? They are looking to pivot here towards B, possibly, and that's where the op is stationed, and that's where Toffee Waffy could maybe do her damage, but they do smoke her off. It's going to be difficult to try and even get an angle here, so Deviant Topaz, another difficult spot. The plant should go down unguarded.
Yeah, Best again on point with the smokes. Always this top smoke helping out RRQ with the plant that they would like. Uda though gets a find. Yu-chan also winning versus Navsky. So the fight back is there, but Alaka will silence that immediately. Link held by Alaka. Toffee Waffy might peek things out. Watching the angle. There's the swing. It's wide, and Alaka still gets the hit anyway. Precision truly. And Best, is this gonna be it? The knife is out, and condolences to you. Best again and again. Brilliance from her with the angles, and it's 5 now for RRQ.
Yeah, it really broke down when Alaka was able to get that kill. from both of the kills actually from B-Link, and they did a good job initially of with the haunt here, kill the diffuser, rather kill the planter, and then also get the follow-up on the flank coming from B-Link, but ultimately enough, Alaka just stepping up, one of the, I think, most also storied kind of younger prodigies that we've seen for years now in the APAC FPS scene, and this is why she's always been one to look out for.
Yeah, a prodigy with this much experience by this point. Sign me up for the RRQ Kaguya experience. Toffee Waffy gonna get suppressed yet again. RRQ knows exactly where Deviant Topaz is stationed. And just the amount of intel making it difficult for Deviant Topaz to play rat positions that they would like. Case in point, Toffee Waffy already exterminated. It's RRQ doing the same kind of setup towards his B site. Now they plant a little bit further for the longer position. Nightfall though is the answer. Can Deviant Topaz capitalize? Tub gets one, but it's not gonna be enough yet. Ayumi with the catch, with the trade. It's all RRQ yet again. 4v2, difficult for the Bucky and the Stinger to get even close by this point. The angle's taken by RRQ. Playing keep away, playing smart. The smoke is gone, and Yu-chan will be found too. It's all RRQ here, and just such a case-in-point scenario of what RRQ can be here in the Game Changer scene.
Puda, it's all on her, but this round is done. You talked about this is the kind of look that we've been waiting for from a team like RRQ. What they can be, what they should be, is a real darn thing. They're finally looking like it. We haven't seen this type of performance throughout this entire tournament. Even in some of their wins that we've seen in the lower bracket. Against Anomaly, yes, they did take it 2-0, but one would argue that even though like those games went 13-6, 13-4, you can see a very different air of confidence under this squad right now that just wasn't present there. Maybe shaky moments where they turned rounds around that they were starting to lose and come back into, but this is just an RRQ show all the way through.
Yeah, shaky moments, you'd say that. I dare say it was a shaky year here for RRQ. And right now, this is the confidence boost that can really rejuvenate their run moving forward. If they can seal the deal on this map, it'll be even better for what comes next year for RRQ. Deviant Topaz, though, we're not seeing the usual flair that we expect from them. We know the potential is there. We know that they're good at getting the catch onto RRQ, especially if they get the right spam angles. But many a time, we've seen from Deviant Topaz, they're forced to back on away because of Iceberg, because of Alaka's presence, because of Bess, especially with her smoke setting things up for RRQ. And the utility, the composition RRQ has right now is throwing such a big wrench in the plans of Deviant Topaz that they can't find the footing that we've seen from them.
How do you even find your footing when the very floor you step on, the very foundations you're trying to build upon are already pretty slippery and difficult to mend to your own needs? Deviant Topaz, this is not the best battleground for them. This is not their favored stage. They picked map number 1 to go their way, Lotus, but could not do not much. And Ayumi, oh, sees catches her here, but there's nobody really ready for the punish. They give up the site instead.
Yeah, Deviant Topaz is afraid right now to swing it out, even with the catch. The flash is there, but Puna doesn't take advantage. Suddenly she gets one. RQ with a quick trade along the way. Yu-chan, Smoke Criminal one more time. Dissipates to get that takedown, and it's Ray for the time being. Equalize odds. Iceberg, though, in ground zero. She's trying to fight. Gets a bit of intel with the Aldro. The Cosmic Divide is there too, and does Deviant Topaz dare swing it. The Nova Pulse gets a connection, but Alka and Bess already holding down the lanes. Well done by RQ to protect the Spike Planter. They back on away as soon as the objective is there. And Toffee Waffy in a 1v3, so difficult to silence. Absolutely deafening here, Blackenblue. The operator in hand too. Might be a save. There's the parting gift with a kill onto Bess. But that's all she'll get by this point. A re-peek into Flower. Does she even consider going back to the site? Seems like that's not the case. It's RRQ making it 7-0 right now.
He's been incredible throughout this run so far, but individuality just not being enough to shine here against this RRQ squad who know how to play in the dirt, know how to get rough and tough. In a scramble like that where Deviant Topaz could have maybe come out with a round. It's Toffee Waffle. She's being hunted right now, but she should be safe here up in the heavens. It's going to be her only saving grace. A momentary bit of respite as right now there's very little bite in their game.
Yeah, don't worry. Tomato, tomato. Pronounce it the way you'd like,
Potato,
my friend.
potato.
Oh, true. Onion rings.
Onion
I like
rings.
it better. Yeah,
I like onion rings. I'm an onion
I
ring
know.
over fries guy.
I know. I like hash browns more, but I would love to see Deviant Topaz find this recovery. I think the biggest concern right now is if Deviant Topaz played anti-GE last time around, Araki's kind of playing anti-Deviant Topaz, not just in this map, but also in the first map along the way. As of right now, we're not getting the pillars, the foundations that Deviant Topaz was able to rely on in their first lower bracket matchup. And instead, Araku sets the tempo and sets the angles where they play from. Iceberg leading the push though towards doors. Breaks the turret, has a shock dart to go for the clear as well. Corner being held here by Toffee Waffy. She has the judge in hand and it's perfect now in this angle. 2 down for Toffee Waffy. It's Napsky though with the find, with the trade. And it's a 2 casualty marker for both sides towards Link. A push towards B instead. This is dangerous. Yoon is the one holding it down. Maybe that backhaul position can be a big surprise here towards RRQ. But the suppress gives the intel. The swing is forced on out. Yuna now gonna get hunted down and taken down. It's RRQ yet again. Just getting kill after kill. The answer back though for Puda. The trades, courtesy of Deviant Topaz, making this round winnable. Possibility from the high ground. Tub is there too with the operator. And it's all left to Navsky now. Close encounter, but Tub still wins it with a classic. Deviant Topaz, they needed the win and they get it here.
Finally a round that they're able to respond to. Started off as well with Toffee Waffy holding down that B link with the judge getting to. Great recovery by RRQ here though. Aluka starting things off there, and then the follow-up as well of Iceberg, rather Bess, to get the kill, bring it to a 3v3, but when it came to the site itself, you can see just a player like Tub finally shining the way that we know she can. Bright like a topaz.
You've been waiting to say that one, haven't you?
Nah, it's off the fly. Don't be hating on my puns.
I thought you wrote that down and put it a sticky note and say, I'd say this when Deviant
Look,
Topaz wins
I
a
don't
round.
have a bank of jokes like Asarai might, but
Okay,
it comes out
okay.
every
Well,
now and then. Ayumi though.
Well,
Comes out with
well,
one.
well, of course, that's a Yumi for you. The updraft too, they know Toffee Walk's there. And the wall bags even to flush her and find her out. Goodbye to 2. It's a chance now for RRQ. They move towards a flower being held by Yuna, but yet again, Best with the setup. The Nebula in position to allow RRQ to cross accordingly. That hesitation right now, Deviant Topaz wondering who did their push, because RRQ always keeping tab of any lane that Deviant Topaz can work from. The suppress yet again, gets value, gets intel. Deviant Topaz has to hang back and slowly crawl their way towards the site. The operator's there, and look at Bess go. She's on the lurk at the ready. You also have Iceberg in position to hunt his fury if ever. RQ setting up so many win conditions right now in this round. Yu Chan though fights back. Aluka found now. Tub with the tap. But the Nano Swarm as well as the Gravity Well are there. Utility being used. Iceberg is there's peak. And Deviant Topaz actually getting the kills. Bit by bit, dismantling RQ. But Ayumi still there to stand and fight. That's enough, Deviant Topaz says. They back away, save some guns, because this is RQ yet again with a win.
They get some kills, but ultimately the round still goes to RQ, who just looks so much more clean right now. Yeah, they lost some players in that post plant, but it didn't really amount to much because they just had a much better position to secure the round anyways. And Ayumi, she is super stellar right now. And for a lot of these teams who just don't have the same experience against playing at this level of play, at the caliber that they're, playing against, they just struggle to really find a way to shut her incredible mechanics down. It's only really been Full Sense who have been able to put a stop to it in some sort of fashion, and everyone else, Anomaly, and now here Deviant Topaz, falling prey, falling victim to one of the most hot-handed players we've got in the entire scene for APAC.
Yeah, hot hands and the richest history, right? Championship caliber team, Kaguya, it cannot be understated. But while we have time in a technical pause, I think really that's the biggest concern for Deviant Topaz right now, that in the experience is showing up here compared to their last matchup versus GE Phoenix. When they're facing off against a team like Kaguya, it's one of the biggest, baddest, strongest opponents that they've had here in their whole open run. Even if you look at the Swiss stage, the competition that they had isn't the teams that we have here right now in the playoffs. And yes, better late than never, right? it's great to see Deviant Topaz here perform well, make it now to the next round of the lower bracket and fight versus Reirachu Kaguya. But getting this experience at the very tail end of the open circuit, you can use it perhaps for LCQ, but as of right now, Reirachu is taking advantage of every single moment that they can.
I'm sure. I mean, Reirachu, not gonna even go through LCQ at this point. I think they're already pretty secure.
They're in.
Yeah, they're in. There's only one slot left remaining, right, for Elite, at least in terms
And-
of this tournament.
Yep.
Am I mistaken?
It's for Deviant Topaz if ever they make that run. If not, it's GE Phoenix instead. So if you are a GE fan, you're probably cheering on RQ to just eliminate Deviant Topaz by this point. Everyone else is set. So we have SMG, we have Orangutan, we have RQ, we have Sapphire, of course,
Yes.
and now we have
SCHYTE.
SCHYTE. So that's 5. I think I kind of misordered some of them in the middle,
Yeah.
but yeah. So we have those 5. We're probably gonna get a 6th after this series unless Deviant Topaz makes that incredible comeback a possibility. So it's an interesting landscape, right? We've seen so much consistency from the teams that we're gonna get into Elite from the open stages. They're always there, showing up when they need to the most. They're always there to perform, especially on stream. And as of right now, RQ, a shining example of one of those teams.
Really?
No way.
You wouldn't
You know
say
what,
so. With an 8-1
you wouldn't say it.
scoreline?
Yeah, and you know, a team that dominated the early parts of the Game Changers APAC scene, even before it was Game Changers. You know,
Ooh.
what a surprise, right?
Wow. I mean, RQ, we know what they've done, but isn't it a curious thing that Deviant Topaz, if they don't win the series, even if they beat GE, you'd still be taking the slot over them?
It's again better
It
late
is.
than never kind of
Yeah,
situation.
like-
They finally made it in Open 3. I am honestly a little surprised that they got points from Open 1 as their, what was it, like Clark Phoenix or whatever?
Yeah.
I forgot the team name from before, but this squad, Deviant Topaz, they really formed up in Open 2. They did good in the Swiss stage, not enough to make it to Open 2. They did better now, and they look better than ever compared to before. But this
Yep.
is
this
is a juggernaut facing off against them, so you can see the struggles here.
It's like RIQ, their win here would just... It's almost funny how it benefit another team, but there's a reason why they call some of the best the Avengers and not the Defenders. So in that case,
So what is that? What's that supposed to mean? Okay, Captain America.
it's like they're not defending their slot, or defending global, but they are avenging them in the end.
In the end, okay, I see.
I get that
I really
reference.
love.
I could do it all day.
Okay. Go
Okay.
ahead. Okay.
They got ults though,
What?
Deviant Topaz, if we're gonna get back to the game.
No, we're not yet.
Not
Don't worry
yet?
about
Okay,
it.
we move on.
Not yet. So,
So,
I think you agree with me on this.
yeah, no.
Toffee Waffy, best name
Yeah.
of all the players so far. Number one. Number one. No question.
I mean, we've seen Toffee, Waffy, some clutches a while. Yesterday. Just it hasn't come today. It's one of the more creative and for sure, I'm not sure if entertaining is the word, but endearing names. I think would be
I love
more
it.
appropriate.
That's it.
Yep.
Like whenever I'd see a multi-kill from Toffee Waffy, you see the kill feed right at the side and just like, you just got slain by Toffee Waffy. That's a brand. That's a mark that you'll remember forever. That's a name that you'll remember. And even Topaz, if they want to be memorable here and more so, this is the pivot point that they need to work on. But I guess if you talk about how Team Topaz has been playing, I think the biggest concern they have as a team is they're put in these eco states a lot more compared to other squads. And I mentioned it yesterday. I think I mentioned it in the map prior as well. And it's just because that they're so strong with shares, so strong with pistols, that they're able to kind of cover that up. But when it comes to the rifles, it does become a bit more chaotic and a lot more unsafe to their liking in the long run. And teams like RRQ are taking advantage of that fact.
Well, isn't that the whole thing about RRQ? You just have so much more experience and intuition about how these games have gone, where they played multiple different scenarios in the past that they know what works against what, especially against a team who hasn't had that experience. And we keep on harping back to the experience because it's really the big defining factor of all the best teams we have right now in the circuit. Arguably,
it is.
it's SMG and RRQ and Sapphire, and those are the 3 most experienced teams who have been here since the beginning of the Game Changers APAC scene in general, and you can really see how they have separated themselves from the pack. It's those 3, and then the rest of everybody else trying to play catch up. One could argue Orangutan are also in that conversation, but longevity is a different thing.
Yeah, exactly. They're in the caliber of play, yes, but Orangutan X is a bit more different because it's some of the stories of other players coming together, right?
Yeah.
Because that roster has been very much so modified, even in between Open 1 and Open 2 with the addition of Emmy along the way. But we're done with story time, and we're back into the game. RQ Kaguya quickly from the tech boss, already taking command of the round. Ayumi all confident and all in on the inside of the museum. Moving towards CT even. Yu-chan might have something to say about this, but she's backing away. 2 hero rifles in the hands of Deviant Topaz. The struggles right now for Deviant to actually move forward. They have a pinch potential from main. There's the clash, and Nabsky will be found. Yu-chan on the board. Can she get more, though, along the way? Ayumi still popping the heads. Alika's there, too. And when Ayumi's around, you know Alika will come in, also blitzing with the action. Alika with another one. It just never ends. Alika, Ayumi, it's all about the connection between them. And there you go. They get all the kills in that round. The duo dynamic, and another win here for RRQ.
Well, maybe another 9-3 half for Deviant Topaz, but one that they can actually convert.
Maybe.
Maybe.
It's possible because they move over to the attacking side, and I feel like from what we've seen on their Pearl, that can suit them better. Toffee Waffy looking for that mid control, Yu-chan playing the lurk, Bob playing the entry. That's something that Deviant Topaz can build on in the future. But presently, they're in trouble, Blackenblue. They have a Stinger, they have a Bulldog, a few rifles to work with. And as of right now, they're stacking mid, trying to see where the contest will come from. But because of this, RRQ immediately going for the site, absolutely confident that they can clear out these ankles with the intel, and Ayumi dashing in yet again. Yu-chan, is she ready? Hopping around like a bunny and hunted down along the way. RRQ with the first kill on the board. Deviant Topaz has to back off for now. Oh,
whoa. Okay, denying the plant here. I thought they would have made it. Lockdown to try and buy them space. Lockdown for lockdown here, Daks.
Here we have it yet again, a Ven's Iron set on up, and RRQ needs to respect this. The Null Commando is the play. Ayumi critical HP, and Yuna will take advantage of that fact. Space made here for Deviant Topaz, but Nabsky still the long ankle to get the job done. 3v3 for now. We've seen this before from RRQ. They're stalled a bit though by the Detain. Getting ready with the lineups. This is perfect for RRQ. They're safely away from Deviant Topaz, and it's DP who has to push. The Seekers are there though. Intel also from the Haunt. Can they capitalize with that knowledge? Cover though is perfect here for RRQ, and left and right, Bob and Weave and Alika yet again, looking to be the champion of the world in the fight. Punches left, right, and center. The jabs are perfect. The shots are even better. It's RRQ now moving to double digits.
Puda just, it's so insurmountable, the odds that she's placed there in the 1vx, 1v3 in this case. They're looking good for the meantime. The lockdown for lockdown though. A lot of times when you're the first one to budge, when you're the first one to blink, it's kind of like a staring match. You lose. You place your lockdown first. If they have their lockdown as well, and they're in a good position to nullify that, they, you know, just wait a few seconds, maybe 3, 4, 5. That's more than enough to kind of nullify the amount of space that your lockdown would give you, because you can't really push in. They got a lockdown of their own. And Deviant Topaz here, just, they're facing an opposition that they just have never come across, aside from maybe SMG. And we saw how that went. You can see just the amount of complexity that RRQ have in their game is really becoming a problem for the more one-dimensional Deviant Topaz play right now here in Pearl.
Yeah, it's just, again, inexperience hurting Deviant Topaz in the long run. They've faced off against Orangutan X once in Split 2 Swiss stage. You mentioned it, SMG. Now we get RRQ, and they haven't found the same kind of success we've seen so far from them. Maybe a chance, though, in the last round of the first half. The Bladestorm at the ready. Tub. Can she go dynamic and find those kills along the way? A beat push though, the protocol yet again from RRQ, slower this time because they're holding on to the operator. Gonna spread out defense to boots. Iceberg now creeping closer and closer. Does RRQ play the timing of the smoke instead? The gravity wall's there. Ayumi with the dash on in. Sub into the corner, flashed up, and Bess Brilliance yet again. 2 down, but Yuna's still alive. Over onto the corner. Ayumi with the clear, but Yuna still standing tall and still standing strong. 3 for Yuna. The fight back is there here from Deviant Topaz. But
30
Navsky
seconds
has
left.
another plan. Ready now. They just
they
get
don't know.
in the middle. Do they realize the Trailblazer is broken so quickly, and Navsky takes advantage of the situation? Well executed here by RRQ, but a better shot from Puda now. 1v1, Navsky versus Puda. Knows exactly where she is, but the timing! She went for the Nano Swarm, but Puda does it better with a swing. The clutch comes in a second round for Deviant Topaz to end the half.
It works out for Deviant Topaz. Once again, after losing most of the half, they come back with a final round of the half, but is it gonna be too little too late? Stall. It's a tall, steep hill to climb here for sure. And one that, on your way up, ascending, you can definitely stall out if you don't have enough to keep your pace going. For the meantime, though, I'm gonna stop going, because the ones who continue the conversation will be our panel. How you guys doing?
Hey there, Black and Blue and Daks. We're doing fine. I think y'all said it best. RRQ just dictating the pace of this entire half. Zach, break it down for us.
Pretty much so, exactly what you said. They are controlling the speed of the game, start to finish. They decide what seems to happen when, and because of that, Deviant, they've been forced into this very reactive position where they kind of struggle, they lose their numbers, and they're not able to like really bounce back into it. If you do look at how they did win 2 of the rounds that they did, the last one, of course, that we just saw came down to a 1v1, but the one before that, they were able to set Toffee Waffy up in that aggressive position with the judge to kind of find those crucial kills, and the rotation from Tub to be able to come around and be in the right place at the right time to get those final 2 kills. Really nice positioning coming out of them. A bit proactive, more proactive than we saw from them over the course of the rest of the game, which is what they need more of desperately.
10-2. We've seen Fnatic come back from worse. What else can DV pull out? What are we thinking?
It was technically 11-3.
I didn't mean to bring back past trauma, you know, but yeah, 15 seconds. What can DV do?
They gotta start by winning this pistol. That's the easiest thing I can say. But with that side switch coming in on attack, they gotta play for more map control. And Tub, you saw the impact that she was able to have in that previous map, but she's gotta wake up more on that duelist role, especially with that double initiator comp. They gotta set her up for success, and she gotta go hunt. She gotta go find those RRQ players. It's not just Aluka and Ayumi. It has to be Tub too. You can do it, Tub. We believe in you.
All right, well, we're gonna find out if Toffee can serve up that waffy. Daks and Black and Blue, back to you.
Such an encouraging panel there, but truth be told, that's exactly what Deviant Topaz needs to do right now. Win the pistol and shine brilliantly from that point on. It's a long road ahead of them, and RRQ just a short distance to the finish line instead. Will we see the comeback, or will we see the completion courtesy of RRQ? We'll find out soon. 2-10 scoreline though, Black and Blue. So much room for error here for RRQ, honestly, to play a macro-oriented half along the way.
The pressure, I mean, I get that, but that's kind of the thing that we were talking about, right, during Lotus, that it's RRQs to lose at this point. All they have to do is play how they've been, and they should be able to, with disparity in terms of skill, kind of, and just as well experience, overwhelm here what Deviant Topaz have going to be trying. So, here Deviant Topaz, I think pressure is on them, because elimination at the cusp within 2 rounds.
Lower bracket, this is elimination time, and the first one to get that elimination along the way will be Tub. Panel shouted her out. Can she perform to the caliber we expect? Fortunately for her, Ayumi will get her catching, or rather crossing towards the side. Bess is here yet again, and Bess has just been so good at holding down the line here for RRQ. Many a time through the smoke, many a time behind it too. 2v2 now though, in the situation. Yu-Chan, Toffee Waffy, trying to pivot, moving towards that A site perhaps, but already Navsky aware of what may come her way.
Has to be careful here. You can see that in 2v2s like this, it's getting caught unawares could be your biggest problem, but Navsky cannot connect the shot. Lets Deviant Topaz know where they're coming from, and still being aware though, they know where Navsky is. They're still looking for Iceberg. Tap the spike, looking for a reaction. They now know both of them are coming coming from the flower, but the only one to bloom is going to be Toffee. She does find the 1v1 as Iceberg taken down low.
Yeah, 10 HP, a single bullet will be enough. Deviant Topaz, still a bit of time to work with Toffee Waffy. Is she waiting for the call tap? And the turret that can win it! But no, it's broken quickly. She gets the intel though. Still Iceberg, a dart to work with. Toffee Waffy moving into flower now.
Doesn't know.
Change up in the location. Does she know? That's the question. Iceberg trying to clear out these angles, but Toffee Waffy in a better position along the way. Gets the spot though! The timing could have worked out there for Iceberg. 44 HP left. Iceberg just sticking it. She knows she can get away with it perhaps. And there you go. Halfway done here for completion. RRQ lay down a bed of roses towards Deviant Topaz instead. What a way to win.
That hurts to watch. Would be a problem here right now for Deviant Topaz. A round that could have been theirs. Toffee Waffy gets that kill in the 2v2, but just kind of awkward positioning and timing here, putting herself in a difficult spot that just could not be turned around. And obviously Iceberg, so much more composed in those situations due to her experience.
So different when you're facing off a team that has been there, done that, has gone the distance, have went to championship after championship, and we're seeing right now as RRQ set the standard like they used to from before. Nowski now on the retreat, knowing that she has to see that link control, but look who's at the ready instead. Iceberg here by dugout, the rest of RRQ playing over at flower. Toffee gets one, the overrun looking possible here because the Deviant Topaz. The full send though is not enough because Aluka will bite back. The Guardian Gaming does guard the sites, but it's not enough. As Ayumi instead is the only one still standing. Toffee Waffy low HP. Puda, she has armor to work with here, Blackenblue, so the Marshall isn't gonna get that insta-kib if it isn't a headshot. Spike planted now towards the backside. She knows though, Ayumi spotting out the jumping along the way. The Prowler's out, and Puda with a wide swing to get the hell out of there. The tag is there, and now she can pick up an automatic gun. The Stinger out and about, ready to go for closer contact. Flappers into play. There's the tag, and there's the spray down. They line up for her, and it's all Ayumi here. 12-2 as RRQ are on match point.
Anything and everything that could go wrong for Deviant Topaz. Absolutely turning the wayside and being shut down. So unfortunate in these 2v1s, so could not close it out. And how do you even regain the heart to come back in this? 10 rounds separate them. 10 rounds that they have to play perfectly. And 10 rounds is a daunting task to come back against this team.
And just pristine instead from RRQ. Alaka always threat. Ayumi, the same kind of case. And RRQ again and again surprising Deviant Topaz with the swiftness of their execution. Whether it's on the attack or the defense, Blackenblue, it's always RRQ who sets the tempo versus Deviant Topaz. And DV, they're forced to follow along the way and just react accordingly.
I mean, what other choice do you have? You try and establish the pace of the game, but RQ simply will not budge. They simply will not follow. They refuse to lose in these type of situations, 1v1s, 2v1s, and they're finding the proper solution to whatever problem is proposed. And Deviant Topaz just, whatever run they have here, I hope they don't feel like it's been invalidated, because they've certainly been impressive, but you can see that there really is levels to teams like RRQ, teams like Sapphire, SMG, and as we talked about, Orangutan starting to be in a conversation where they have so much more experience in separating themselves from the rest of the pack. Deviant Topaz, as valiant as they can fight, it isn't over till it's over.
It isn't, but you can see already the writing on the wall if RRQ can keep on going. Confidence abound, and Ayumi strikes first. Tub is gone. It's difficult here for Deviant Topaz to play the speed that they would like. And here we have it now. 4 of them sticking around towards B still, waiting for opportunity behind the smoke, but RRQ just commanding in their presence right now.
Initiated.
Well, they have no choice but to simply obey every single command of RRQ right now. To get the opening pick, oh, that's going to destroy it as well. Nothing they can do about it. Stun? Okay, that connects. They knew that's where the fallback would be due to the lockdown not reaching that place, but as they try and push on in, you can see they can feel the threat of RRQ looming and holding down the angle.
And this is what RQ is all about. Just the pressure. Absolutely unrelenting. This map looking more and more claustrophobic as Deviant Topaz, their hand has been forced to go towards its B side, and Ayumi striking absolutely as hard as she can. Ice Cold Killer already finding 3. The rotate now from Deviant Topaz as time is running on out. And look who's already active around the map. Best pushing towards main and waiting for the push. Alucado is so ready for this. Yet again, same angle, but not gonna be the same result compared to Ayumi. Ayumi with 4 and the ace to end it. Over the moon with that performance, and to the moon and to the next round here for RRQ. They bury Deviant Topaz with a commanding 2-0.
The Ayumi ace here today to close things out, and what a way to do so. Just spectacular in the way that they play, unrelenting in the pressure that they bring to the table, and absolutely impressive. It's about darn time that we get these type of performances from RRQ, and from them kind of showing the lower bracket that this is what they're made of. This is what we've been expecting for quite a while, and any team coming up their way, they might have just found new wind.
Yeah, this is a strong baseline right now from RRQ, and they just did everything correct here in this series. The shutdown of every single antic that Deviant Topaz could have relied on in a pinch. Yes, they were getting hit by share of shots, but that's pretty much the only saving grace we saw from Deviant Topaz. You mentioned it, Blackenblue, a stellar effort from Deviant Topaz to make it here in the first place, but they're gonna have to go through the LCQ. Our elite field is set from this point on, and of course, to break down that series, we'll throw it over to the panel to show how RQ won it all.
That's the RRQ we know and love. You love to see it. Nature is healing, and Mother RRQ is mothering with this win. RRQ overcome. They're open to 5th to 6th place curse. Hey, come on. Am I wrong or am I wrong, Zach? Look.
You're always right. You're always right. It was just really funny the way you said it. But yes, Mother Nature healing in its truest form. Ayumi just slicing and dicing people apart with those knives at the end. An ace, 2 aces in fact for RRQ over the series. And if you think about it, right, they had a very dominant first half and an even more dominant second half, because it was 9-3 and then 13-3. Now 10-2 and then 13-2. So extremely dominant showing coming out of RRQ. Kind of what you want to see, the position you kind of want to see them in. You know, of course, their individual players on the previous map was Aluka and that MVP position. Now it's Ayumi. And with both of them being able to put up these kind of huge numbers, it's just very impressive as a whole how RRQ played this particular map. We talked about the control and the pacing of the game, but more than that, I really liked how they were always putting pressure onto Deviant. Time and time again, round and round again, their positioning and the kind of way they were trying to take these sites on attack were such that Deviant, they were just constantly caught in really awkward positions, and it was really unfavorable fights around the board.
Yeah, I want to give props to Yu Chen as well too. This is, I think, her 3rd MVP across 4 games from yesterday as well as today. I mean, just doing her absolute best, right, in a series that didn't quite go their team's way. But taking a look at some more stats, post plant 10 out of 10 for RQ. That perfect score.
I mean, the map score is 13-2. It's pretty much what you can expect. Of course, the couple of rounds where they went down, DV they put up a fight. They were really fighting for those sites. The one where you saw Toffee pop off with the judge, and of course the one that came down to a 1v1 the last round of the half, if I'm not wrong. So situations where RRQ couldn't get the spike down. Of course, DV it seemed like they had a chance, but RRQ, their executes were very pristine, very well prepared about it, and they didn't really need to deviate too much from the plan that was there. Even in that first pistol round that we saw, right? It was a 4v3 advantage towards Deviant, but RRQ, they just got the hell out of there. They went back towards that B-long, and they played for those aim fights. And so far, at least today, I gotta say, aim fights, RRQ, they're winning 90 out of 100.
Yeah, Ayumi just
At
straight
least.
fire this entire series. Back at the MVP this time around on the Jet, 30.8 headshot percentage, KTA 3.4, and that whopping 353 ACS. 230 damage per round, really?
It's kind of low for Ayumi. No, I'm kidding. It's the
Whoa, whoa. Look, that's only because we're comparing Ayumi to herself, right? That's only because
Exactly.
we're comparing her with like the best version of herself. Like comparing her to like
This is usual for Ayumi. It's just another day at the office. It's like nothing new. She's just like, yeah, okay, been here, done this. All good.
that's, you know what? I think you're right. She's probably looking at her own stats and being like, oh god, 230 really? Like I need to step it up, man. And her team's like, yeah, you know what? You need to step it up. Like we need to like go through this lower bracket run. I think that they do guarantee themselves the top 4 finish this time around, but they'll have to get through either SCHYTE or Orangutan tomorrow, whoever wins in the series coming up right after this, for a chance of getting that full sense revenge match. So definitely, you know, they've still got a pretty long journey ahead of them. I think crunch time is really going to come down to tomorrow when we've got 3 series for the day. But definitely, we're seeing a lot of very promising things from RRQ. Of course, DV, you know, for a team who came into Open number 3 saying that they actually have no expectations except that they wanted to have fun, they wanted to improve. They said that they actually didn't expect to like win many games in Open 3, but then they somehow made it to playoffs, and I was like, whoa, yeah, dream big, man. I mean, it's getting y'all somewhere. Hopefully, we will see more of this team at LCQ, because if they can get this together in 3 weeks,
2 weeks,
who knows how freaking good they're going to be by next month. Sky's the absolute limit. But guys, that's it for our series number 1 here today on day number 3. We've got another series coming up later on. It's going to be SCHYTE NWJ versus Orangutan X. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 ba it up. Goddamn, up, back, back, up. Goddamn, up, back, back. Goddamn, up, back, back, up. Goddamn, up, back, back. Goddamn, up, back, back, up. Goddamn, up, back, back. Goddamn, up, back, back, up.
welcome back to the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open 3 Series number 2. For today, we've had to hop in a game, but not before we take a closer look at the two teams that will be battling for that top 4 finish. SCHYTE NWJ and Orangutan X. Zach, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Personally, I'm just a little bit of a fangirl. I don't know if people have noticed it before of Orangutan. Okay, I'm a huge fangirl, okay? You gotta be honest about them. I really like that team. I think that they're one of the most resilient examples of what can really happen in Valorant. Of course, last year during overtime, I think all of us still remember that Ascent game where they made that comeback from 1-11 to win in overtime. It still haunts, well, I'm sure it haunts everybody who was an Orangutan fans at this point. So really, really good game coming out of them. But in general, they have been one of the most dynamic teams that I've seen. I love the concept that they have for their roster of players from like 4 different countries coming together. And they only improved it since last Open because they didn't go through that roster shuffle that we were talking about. And in particular, I have been very impressed with how Emmy has been stepping up to the plate. Kind of that new side you see, a bit of love from that land down under. Australia talent stepping in big and stepping in huge.
Yeah, and like Orangutan X, right? We used to love them. Well, we still love them, but we used to love them in the past because they used to be known as the comeback team, just always able to clutch things out when it counted in OT, even if it did toy with all of our hearts and just give us that heart attack every single freaking game that we watched them. And then we had a couple of, okay, we're gonna take a look at SCHYTE right now with quick switcheroo. SCHYTE NWJ on your screens, Crescent, Yamori, Marche, Orphelia, as well as Sky Elise. Orphelia and Yamori, I think, are going to be the big names that we want to look out for and highlight for this series going forward. Of course, this 5-woman roster has been playing together for a really long time, been kind of trying to crack the top 4 consistently. They did do it back in Open 1, but then very disappointingly, Open 2 had that 7th to 8th place finish, were the first team to get knocked out last month. Last year as well, they did play in overtime and then LCQ, where they also ended 7th to 8th and eventually did not make it into Elite. So a lot of history, a lot of expectations, I think, going to be on their shoulders this time around because they definitely don't want to have that repeat of Open 2's performance or that repeat of 2022 happening again this time.
For sure. And again, like you mentioned, this is a team that's been around since the beginning of Game Changers. In particular, this particular tournament, I've been very impressed by Marche's performance. Orphelia, of course, coming in from that Alter Ego roster, joined Orangutan last year, now on site, and really able to put up those numbers. But talking about Orangutan, of course, we talked a little bit about their new players, Emmy and Aruma. Emmy, in particular, on that duelist role, looking very impressive. But we also do have to highlight 2 of these players on these teams who have been around since the very beginning, Casper and Japeeps. Just the most dependable duo. And usually, you know, like you talked about in that previous game, you expect the combination to be kind of like a duelist and an initiator most of the time, but it's gonna be Smokes and the initiator. Casper, of course, on that Astra, one of my favorite players to watch, and Japeeps with that utility, especially Silva on Ascent. She's one of the best players that I've seen bring it down. And to top this all off, they have Twirly. Now, anybody who watched VCT Game Changers last year was a fan of this team, of Red Vectors for sure, and Twirly was a key factor in that 6-woman roster.
Yeah, and not just as an individual. I think day 1 was when we were seeing this absolutely insane martial plays from Twirly, just shooting from the hip, but somehow with that 100% accuracy as well, just straight down B long on Pearl. And whew, boy, I mean, OGX, both of these teams, you know, OGX ended their qualifiers 5-1. They 2-0'd all of their wins. Their only loss was versus Team SMG that they did get 0-2. You know, just SMG things. But then for SCHYTE NWJ, interestingly enough, this is going to be the revenge match for them versus Orangutan X because they also ended qualifiers 5-1, but then lost 0-2 to OGX. I think it was a 13-3. It was a 3-13 on Pearl, and then they got 9-13 on Fracture. So they did drop that best of 3 series 0-2 as well, and that was on the 23rd. So it was just 5 days ago during this qualifier stage, and I don't know how much they've managed to change up in the last 5 days, but looking at the map picks though, lucky for them, it's not going to be Pearl or Fracture, at least until map number 3.
I really like how they just banned the
Yeah, they're like, no.
They want nothing to do with that. We're taking this out of the pool here. Also, the Lotus ban makes sense because it's for all of SCHYTE's strengths. They're a team that has a little bit of a less deep map pool than Orangutan in my opinion anyway, especially with their new agents. So they've gone for some stuff that's been more comfortable to because I'm sure the Pearl didn't exactly go their way the last time they played, but if it does come to the decider, they still have some stuff to learn off of and do it. But map number 1, right, Vine, that's going to be the pick coming out of OG, and we saw how incredible they looked on that particular map over the course of this particular tournament. Vine, a map that, with the changes coming in, makes rotations a little bit more easy. Orangutan, they are more than ready to take full advantage of that kind of situation.
Yep, I absolutely agree. I mean, if history says anything, then I think OGX have that slight little advantage going into today. I mean, you know, from playoffs to now, I'm really just not all that sure if SCHYTE can really try and crack their way into the top 4. I know it's definitely one of the things that they've been trying to do, right, is to make it to that top 4 consistently, whereas Orangutan X, I think for them, it's pretty much the top 3 slots that they're aiming for, right? Open 1, they came in 2nd place. Open 2, they came in 3rd. I think anything less than that is probably going to be a bit of a disappointment for them. You know, we had our doubts, right, when they had all those roster shuffles before Open 2, but then they came back and they still made it to that 3rd place. So they have settled in, I think, quite comfortably with this roster, and also settled in quite comfortably to these agent compositions. It looks like it's just going to be familiarity and comfort across the board for both these teams.
Very much so, and honestly, seeing the size that these teams are starting out on, it makes perfect sense. Orangutan, of course, on attack, they have that double duelist combination. Emmy on that jet, we saw her plays, I think it was just yesterday, so very, very incredible player to watch out for. But Swirly in particular, I love how she is on this race. Really manages to play off of Japanese utility well, incredible at space taking, and overall, Orangutan, they just have really, really good playstyle when it comes to utility. For the side of SCHYTE, of course, starting off on this defense, having that Viper, Astra, Sage combination, it's a lot of stalling power. The only front where I say they're a little bit less accomplished on than Orangutan is kind of being able to find that early information. We have seen them improve on that drastically over the course of this Open, but with that extremely defensive team comp they're running, right, they're gonna have to be careful to not let Orangutan take up too much space for free. They're gonna have to Viper every inch, and if they can do that successfully, they might be able to kind of steal this map away.
Yeah, and I mean, it's one of the strengths. I think both of these teams actually playing to their strengths there, because you've got the Sage over on the defensive side right there, and that's the side that they are starting out on, and then you've also got the Jet coming into play. And I think that for Orangutan X, right, you try to enter inside, you see the stage wall, and you're like, okay, we're just noping the frick out of here, we're gonna rotate. And it also plays to OGX's strengths, right, because they're a team that is very good at playing as 5, they're very good at going for those rotations as well on the map. So I don't know, I think both these teams really playing to their strengths here. If we had to choose, I know we haven't done predictions the whole day just yet, Zach, but if we had to name a number, what's it gonna be? 2-0, 2-1, which way, how are we feeling?
I would say 2-0, but in overtime.
Oh, wow. Really? Not even a 2-1? I was not expecting that.
It could be. No. It could be.
That.
It could be a 2-1. I just think that on a sense, it could go either way. That's why I said overtime. I think that we have a likely possibility of overtime on that Ascent map. But I don't know, Orangutan, especially after watching them yesterday, I just think that they're looking incredibly strong. They finally found that synergy over the course of these last few days. And if Emmy and Turley can keep putting up that show that they've been doing since yesterday, it might be what they need to like really push forward and come to that top 3 or top 4 finish that we were talking about.
Alright guys, well, you heard it here first, but here to find out if our predictions will come true or not. It's Daks and Blackenblue. Guys, back to you.
Bold statements from our panel. They're already trying to figure out the lay of the land. But my friend, this matchup, familiar faces, familiar matchup. Both teams are going to Elite, but both teams are also gunning for redemption here in Open 3. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Daks and Blackenblue still together here for you. And Orangutan X versus SCHYTE. If you look at their history, my friend, this has been an Orangutan X matchup through and blue all throughout the year, even under Big SCHYTE, even under SCHYTE NWJ. It's been Orangutan X getting win after win after win against it.
Well, Orangutan X, they're the team that has already kind of established themselves as one of the best to look out for. When on the flip side, when you do look at, SCHYTE here, they're the ones who are trying to put themselves in that conversation the same way Orangutan have already done throughout their performances here. We know that they've come together as a team with many different backgrounds, many different former teams, to all culminate as one super team to make it happen. Could not complete it during the last Open. They came very close. But this is another shot at that redemption. So we go in a bind to start things off here. And for Orangutan to pick this, you have to know they got something up their sleeves.
Yeah, exactly right. I've been wondering why would Orangutan X go for bind a map where NWJ have beaten them before, I believe back in Open 2. But you mentioned it. There's already that confidence with the front line between Emmy and Twirly. Emmy given time to acclimate to this roster here in Open 3. Things looking so much more sound. And especially in their win versus Anomaly No Charms, there's a lot of confidence right now for Orangutan X. I do wonder though, them banning Haven, one of their better maps in their map pool, in their deep map pool even, will it hurt? Especially given that this is a lower bracket matchup. The wall is up to Sky Elise, and as we do get the Rumatron chip on the way, it's already kills from Sky Elise and Oriophila, ready for the shower take, 2 down on the other side of the map.
That's great support and help here coming from Oriophila. Not to let at least be alone in that bout. Marche good for the one. Twirly shut down, and OGX, every plan they're looking to try and attempt here just going and being decimated at every attempt.
Yeah, and SCHYTE's happy to play bind. They haven't lost a bind map pick in the open circuit this year. And they're just so confident with this Sage and Astra setup. So many ways to go for the stall. Oriophila having an incredible day versus SMG, especially on Haven yesterday. The OGX, you look at Casper. She also stepped up to the plate in their last matchup. And right now to find that kill, and Sky Elise is the first target, second even. That's what Casper's all about. The friendly ghost though has been felled, and Oriophila will answer back. A pistol 1 here by the defense.
Well, the way to start things off here, if you're a Scythe, it's a good path. It's a good start to being on the right path, rather, of trying to finally exact revenge against this Orangutan squad who have been playing no games. And for sure, with the way that, you know, OGX have picked this, it's something that we keep on coming back to, because Scythe 1-0 in the past split here, in the past Open versus Kizuna. Not the same could be said for a bit of a shaky map for OGX. They don't change up their agent composition, so you have to wonder what else will differ here on the table.
Well, the map did change a little bit, and again, having Emmy now more so in that lineup with, of course, the departure of Chloe, then it really goes to show OGX is all in with this Jet Raze situation. But Emmy has to deal with the Trailblazer, Snakebite's there too, and the double controller of NWJ still very much so applying a lot of pressure. They even take shower right now. Casper has to retreat and take back her stars. OGX trying to cut noise and regroup towards Hookah instead.
With Casper trying to be the sole phantom here towards the A side, just making sure that she can keep him haunted. You're gonna look her way, keep the defense there. Dash on in towards the B site. It's towards really the garden that they're putting importance into holding here. But just the firepower, okay, not working out as much as I thought it would.
Yeah, not too shabby here from the side of OGX, right? They get the kills that they need. They pick up a few guns along the way. Spectres in hand. And Yomori can have difficulty here to actually bridge that gap with the Bucky. Instead, we look at Sky Elise and Oriophila. What can they do from the Hookah? Already the Octagon taken here by OGX, trying to play from B-Long instead. Japips waiting for that flash to come on back, but Oriophila takes matters in their own hands. Sky Elise is there too. And yet again, the tandem system working for NWJ to clear out these angles.
I'm surprised that it wasn't actually Yamori who they had send up further up with a shotgun, because imagine if Sky Elise and Yamori went down. She'd have to have a fight at long range with that shotty. Especially since I don't think she was able to pick something else up. But I mean, for the meantime, they hold on to the rounds that they need to against the eco there. OGX finding a few of their own, but not enough. Vandals, rifles out of bound now for OGX.
I have to say, honestly, we're seeing from Oriophila so much confidence here in this Open 3 run. She's found her form, especially on this roster. We were seeing her try to at least find even more leadership there in Open 1, Open 2, but as of right now, SCHYTE prepared as a unit, stuck together despite losing the big brand behind them. And OGX instead, they go for the short push, rifles at the ready. Yamori still, Bucky in hand, watching out for the lamps. Oriophila is prepared also for this wall to drop on down, but Twirly faster on the trigger finger. Stellar shot, Stellar spray down. Now, boom bots do clash too. Battle bots on the inside, but Emmy has another plan. Up top the APC, get a bit of intel. Trailblazers there too. And OGX looking for the close quarter clear. They find Crescents now. It's all OGX so far, taking a partition of the site. They have to be careful, those Sky Elises towards showers. Angel's there. Yamori making noise with Bucky and March and Sky
Okay.
Elise fight on back. Sky Elise, we said it before and we'll say it again. A threat from the shower is now looming here for OGX. A struggle for Casper and Twirly as they look to find any kind of safe haven. Maybe a retreat, a teleport to B site might be the answer.
30 seconds left.
Wow, incredible stuff for Elise. The sky's the limit. And she's looking like a complete hazard right now, not just a threat here for OGX. You got 2 rifles still, but so do NWJ, who have picked up the last remaining ones on the opposing side. 3v2. Advantage in every sort of sense of the word, in every sort of way, but they don't have information gathering tools left remaining. Cooldown off the guiding light, and this can allow Casper to have a really cheeky position here. Twirly opens up.
And here comes Casper now, and maybe forever. Sky Elise with 3, but the timing! Casper avoiding the flash a while ago while she was in elbow. Marchando on the defuse, and NWJ, can they stick this? No, it's gonna be a swing and the hit from Casper instead. You can rely on this gal to come out with these incredible situations and get those dubs. There you go, OGX with 1.
Well done here. Coming in from them, the way that they were able to, as well, kind of
Last player standing.
turn around the round that really shouldn't have been theirs on the bonus. It's impressive. They aren't able to necessarily win it, yes, but ultimately enough. Does it matter? They've done damage. They've gotten themselves a bit more economy to play up with. They farmed a bit of ults. They got that res online, and more importantly for Sky Elise. And that can continue to keep him soaring.
Yeah, this is perfect for NWJ. They have the rifles now, and they can go for a trade if ever, and just resurrect whoever plays that first contact. A chance here for SCHYTE to take advantage yet again. But OGX, they have something else in their toolbox at Blackenblue. Casper's ready with the Astra ult. Cosmic Divide can be used to just silence the intentions of the offense.
Well, for the meantime here, that Cosmic Divide could be what really buys them the space they need, because they've been struggling to really secure that space against this NWJ defense. I've been hounding at them. Look at how open Oreophilia is here, though. Luckily enough, she's able to back off as the brunt of the push looks to maybe walk its way into B.
Slowly but surely moving towards B long instead. But already, Marcha at the ready. Jiggling to find a bit of that intel. Gets tagged for her troubles, but she has the Seekers and the utility to hold them off if ever. Sky Elise, same kind of situation. Slow orbs right now, perfect for a map like this. It's so difficult to wade through, especially on how narrow these entryways are. And Casper is the target instead. Twirly, though, finding Marcha. Oreophilia on the other side, preventing the lurk. So instead, Twirly has to force the issue. Showstopper now, letting it fly. And Sky Elise will be denied. It's 3v3 as we get OGX on site.
Great job here to equalize.
Spike planted.
Oreophilia almost had the angle as well. They got the Cosmic Divide. But you can see that OGX know that. They realize that, so they're going to play within the site. They do not want to give up the site itself, because then they could be isolated by that ult.
Flash is there, Yamori into cover, but here comes SCHYTE, moving towards elbow. Oreophilia on the board yet again. And this is trouble unless Twirly can actually get those kills. 3 already down. Twirly still fighting alongside the peeps. The double up though, courtesy of NWJ. 3 for Oreophilia as well. The tap is there. Isolated fight, but Crescent is there to get the catch. 3-1 now as SCHYTE get it again.
Unfortunate there for Twirly, because after that third kill she found, she got the nade back, but because she was still unaware of where exactly in the moment NWJ were, the last 2 remaining members, she threw that nade towards that CT, towards that defensive sided spawn entrance, just to try and buy them some space. But little did she know, both of the last remaining players here, Crescent as well as Oreophilia, were coming from elbow already. And if she otherwise was able to hold on to that, she could have denied and made sure she didn't have to swing on the defuse, because that's really what pulled her out of position. Hearing the tap, knowing one could stick and the other could cover, and that's why she became a bit too hasty on the swing. So OGX, they had the right idea though to play within the site, but it didn't even come down to Oreophilia having ult.
No, exactly, as we're in the tech boss, right? If you look at that last round, so many opportunistic angles for NWJ. It started with Sky Elise watching the hook and surprising Casper, and then from that point on, you mentioned that Oreophilia, as well as Sky Elise, or rather Crescent, getting in position, just doubling up to get those kills, and really NWJ looking so prime and ready for Orangutan X. It's such a good sign here for SCHYTE, because they've been losing versus Orangutan all throughout the year. In all honesty, I feel like this is the matchup SCHYTE is the most prepared for, given their history versus Orangutan X. And now that we get Bind as the Orangutan X map pick, it's the best situation that SCHYTE can work with, that they're accustomed to this map pick by the opposition. They move into Ascent later on, where they've had many clutch situations work out in their favor. And from what we've seen so far at the start, it's a comfy situation for SCHYTE.
Well, as of the moment, comfortability is not something we could necessarily say for
Why,
OGX
you don't have a
right
blanket?
now.
You don't have a pillow?
No, for OGX.
I thought
Stop
you weren't.
mucking with my point, Daks.
Okay. They did pick this map, though. I'm gonna already answer you immediately. They're the ones who picked this map. They're the ones who chose to ban Haven to begin with. And as of right now, I think the problem for Orangutan X is they just don't expect the possibilities of stalls and opportunities from SCHYTE compared to perhaps any other opponent they've had so far.
I mean, Scythe, we know they used to be called Big Scythe.
Yeah, now there's SCHYTE NWJ.
Funnily enough, some of the maps here, they got some small sites. And it's going to be very difficult to win, I think, in Ascent, when the sites are kind of small.
Please stop. You've been like this all day. What is going on? What happened to you?
Oh no, it's an illness. It's overcome me.
It's overcome you. The influence is creeping, but OGX, their influence isn't going to be as strong as they'd like because they're only on the pistol so far. They picked up the orb though. Emmy ready with the blades. Do or die. It's up to Emmy to bring that destiny for OGX with March denying Twirly already on the entry. Emmy in there though, looking for the catch. There we have the blades with March still survives. Sky Elise is there too. And SCHYTE yet again, reaping what they sow. They're at the ready and they just come to collect. Fourth one now.
Fortunately for Emmy there, the dance just did not work out. Fingerworks not connecting. OGX, as of the moment, coming into this round, we still haven't seen much creativity that we were expecting. It didn't come in the form of the hand, the deck they bring to the table, right? Not any change, if anything, in the composition of what they choose to play here on Bind. So we'd expect that they have something else in store, and you have to wonder what was the idea. You look at Scythe on Bind, at least as of very recent, they've only played it once, but we've seen them on the Big Scythe squad that it's not necessarily a shabby map for them.
Yeah, to
And
win.
OGX, what's the plan here? There has to be some underlying idea. Is it something they haven't pulled out yet? Is it an execute we haven't really seen them try? Or is it something they're really more prepared for on the defensive side?
I mean, studying some of the games from Orangutan X. Wow, that's studying, right? I feel like with the double duels and the double control, the plan is pretty sound. You make so much space with Emmy and Twirly. You make the right side lands courtesy of Aruma and Casper, and from that point on, you win those fights. But what does SCHYTE always have? They have the Sage, they have the Astra, and the stall potential is just bothering the flow of OGX. They're clogging the stream that OGX wants to run through, and it's been the biggest success point right now for SCHYTE, especially that they're on the defense to begin this map.
They also have the sight being on the defensive side.
Yes, please stop.
And they also have the last bout here on Bind the last time around, 13-7, the upper quarters. So OGX historically not favoring them, but this fight does. Emmy, they got the pincer on March Shave. Presence fighting for her life, but I don't think it's going to be for long as they're taken down.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't swing that even earlier. And at the very least, Crescent gets one before she's found out and taken down. But this is exactly what OGX wants to do. Get that space and go for those pinch plays. It's 3v4, Sky Elise leading the charge. Difficult kill for the Resurrection. Those bodies are so far on away. And add one to that tally. Twirly with the find. Yamori fights on back. Pain chills down to dislodge the opposition. Gives a chance for Yamori to play even deeper into elbow and move towards the side. Ophelia also looking for timing right now. There's a little hookah being taken here by Aruma. A chance perhaps to play with the smokes if ever. The Cloudburst though isn't enough to keep Emmy alive. 2v2. There's the pull from Casper. She's inside the smoke, waiting for the moment. The blast back, keeping her at bay. There's the tap right now, and Yamori holding it down. Can Yamori get away with it? Half defuse, finds the timing. Ophelia twisting expectations and dunking on the opposition. This is sights to take, and she had 0.07 time was off the essence, but NWJ still gets it done.
A 700th of a second there. Just barely. Just scrape by with a round. And it came so close. Defuse being stuck. They're very fortunate none of those spams are connecting though to try and stop the spike. They didn't have utility left, I believe. Yeah, no more pulls, no snake bites especially to keep him off the spike. Otherwise, it could have been very difficult. She just got back on the defuse in the nick of time, and she had to trust that Oreophilia would keep her safe, and that she was right in.
In Oreophilia, you know the history of this lady. Alter Ego Celeste from back then, and just an incredible player on the side roster. A dash and go from Emmy, looking to provide the entry. Twirly also second in, flying high all the way towards backside, but look at Emmy go, only with the stinger. She has no fear. Casper's there too. And yes, it's an equal state here for OGX, but with a lesser buy, they cannot be denied. Cosmic Divide gonna be into play. Twirly running out of bullets versus the Boom Bot. But luckily for her, there's the heal potential. Showstopper though, stopping Casper dead to rights. A chance now here for NWJ. Yet again, the elbow position, a power point to work with. And here comes the Reds too. Now the advantage towards SCHYTE. 4v3 after the resurrection. Aruma tried to play towards the garden. She's gonna push, but there's the shot onto Yamori. Sky Elise with a quick trade. Twirly still hanging on around. Time ticking. Someone needs to defuse, but Twirly, can she find the moment to transfer? Two with a single clip with a stinger. And now Twirly picking up Spectre along the way. Oreophilia versus Twirly, and Oreophilia will get the takedown. But is there enough time? It's gonna be close yet again.
Nope.
But SCHYTE, they will get it. At the nick of time, 0.65 this time. Always less than a second here, Blackenblue.
She's got so many rounds right now, back to back, where her being active in it just barely scrapes by with the closest of margins. They committed a lot to this, and the fact that Twirly kept alive there, that could have been it, that should have been it, is a real thing. Didn't necessarily have to peek there. All she had to do was stay alive, but obviously a quick trigger from Oreophilia, who's been sharp all day. Secures the bag, secures the win, at least for that round. But OGX, they're putting up a fight. It's about closing out those fights, though, and coming out on top that's been eluding them.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row. Absolutely clutch from Oreophilia, as well as the rest of SCHYTE. And here we go yet again. Another hit towards B. Another chance for Emmy. Sky Elise. This corner has been very effective for her so far. To watch out for Hookah. A dash on in. A showstopper too. Sky Elise being hounded, and Swirly will just smush her there with the showstopper. Not only that, Aruma also on the lurk, finally finding the timing. OGX, they have options right now. Do they still plant for B? The Seekers, though, from SCHYTE, as they're trying to go for the pinch. That Velo control allows Oreophilia instead to get the angle, to get the moment. Emmy running around out in the open, but she resets, recoups, and will fire back. OGX finally get this B take to work.
Finally is a key word there. I mean, Oreophilia has been a consistent thorn in their side, but as pesky as it might be, seems to have pulled her out of the foot. OGX right now, they got that Viper's Pit to utilize later in the post plant, which we have been seeing become a problem for them. It's about holding on to the post plant that has become a continuous issue that they have yet to really rectify. They get the plant down, but it's about closing out those rounds, as we said. Finally, they do, though, after the 4-round streak of NWJ. But you look at how NWJ have been playing here. They lose 1 round, and they're already in a questionable economic state after winning 4. And it goes to it just tells you just how close these rounds have been, even if they've been closing it out.
Like how scrappy it has been right at the very end. How it always led to the clutch courtesy of Oreophilia for the side of SCHYTE. And perhaps this is where OGX then start ramping up their victories along the way. If they can get the kills earlier on, their weaknesses on the post plant wouldn't be as big of a problem. And you always look at Emmy and Twirly and what they can do. Twirly has done an exceptional job, honestly, being that second fragger. There have been times, though, that SCHYTE desyncs the 2, and that's what gives the defense a chance. If Emmy and Twirly can play with the entry alongside one another, there's that bigger opportunity that they can work with, and a bigger chance to get these dubs.
Get out of my way!
Chances are only really anything if they can convert those opportunities, but OGX, they've had a few windows left wide open, and yet they close it on themselves. Moving on forward,
out.
though. Yes?
They have the split. They have the split, man. What are you waiting for? The Sheriff is out too, and you can see NWJ half by situation. The Stinger, Bulldog, Spectre. That's all they got to work with. Emmy right now looking for a target, and Sky Elise is in prime position. Emmy gets 2 already, set up by Casper and knocked down by Emily. It's just all these dominoes falling now as OGX are just an absolute machine on the take. They have the motions, they have the angles, and now they have the sight. The flash is there. It's so difficult for Sight to even get close.
So difficult now for Sight to take back the site. There's a problem. On March 8, she's gonna march her way up into heaven, and Emmy's just gonna be a complete problem. Oh, they do finally take her down, but I mean the round is done at this point. It's only for consolation. Twirly keeping spinning around, but it's Casper who takes a soul out of him. 3-6. Finally, OGX stringing rounds together when they've looked lost earlier on. They seem to have found their way.
I mean, that was the pivot point, the round prior to the last one, right? Now that OGX has the money to work with, now that they have the guns, they can keep on with this kind of momentum, and it's Sight who need to rally instead. Orangutan, though, if they get Casper's utility to be absolutely on point, Twirly and Emmy, they just don't disappoint with the space made. They're always happy to allow that midline to get the attention of the opposition. And then from that point on, they're in such an aggressive angle to just collapse on their opponent. Paint Shell's there as Emmy and Twirly yet again, the dynamic duo looking to go for the push. But Crescents, a stellar punish onto Twirly, who fails to retreat in time. The teleport's there too as well. Emmy in such a bad spot. The swing comes on in, and Sight just come to collect. That's 4 people getting involved in that single takedown. Here goes the Viper's Pit, though. So Orangutan, they get to the site and they make a safety net for themselves.
Yeah, meanwhile, the plant does get placed down here. Casper pushing forward. She knows somebody has to be rotating through that CT, but you see Sky Elise is also being aware. Oh, the timing! Looks away in the most inopportune moment. They have the advantage here. They've had great punishes a while ago, but how do they initiate?
Yeah, Chance slips through her fingers, but here we go again. Orangutan X, at least they're on site, at least they're already in a post-match scenario, and it's Sight who needs to look for them. NWJ pushing forward. Here comes Presence, and now she falls. Spartan with a quick trade. The Viper Spit will go down, and the rest of Orangutan will follow suit. The double duelist provided the distraction, but it's still Sight with the victory nonetheless.
At least they're able to, reel it back. OGX, they were starting to build up momentum, but you can see here Scythe do not want to let that build up too much speed, too much energy. As we've seen that OGX can definitely run it down and keep the train running like a locomotive if nobody stops in their way or diverts their path. NWJ though, Cosmic Divide still available for Aureophilia here. She has yet to really utilize that the way we were expecting them to here, but it's OGX right now who need to find something different, find something new. Their attempts at going active have just been shut down by NWJ, who are always ready with some sort of piece of utility to throw in the plans of OGX.
Yeah, and honestly, OGX have been looking to be a bit more one-dimensional compared to their other outings on other maps. Their 2 stratagems so far, there's 2 protocols, send out the double duelists, maybe go for the lurk on the other side of the map. Here we go yet again, Twirly and Emmy always together and always willing to go for the fight. The smoke drops, the wall's done. Speaking of the wall, it's already sealing showers, and that's one of the difficulties that OGX needs to face. Options are limited, and Sight still sticking around towards the site. Stall even here from Crescents, making it even worse right now for OGX. Emmy looking for any kind of opportunity to work with, and there's a Cloudburst. If she primes that dash, it's time to go, but OGX backing away instead.
Oh, look at this though. Look at where Aureophilia has placed herself. Difficult spot. Twirly finds her the Seekers, aiding their pursuit. And Happiness they find with the opening pick. But Emmy's down deep. She's forward. She gets one. Another here for OGX. The shutdown from Sky Elise. They got the res up online. The orbs as well to try and slow the pace down a bit.
But it's so difficult to find a resurrection though. And Sky Elise from the high ground yet again. Different look this time from Orangutan, giving them a bit of success, but can they capitalize for a round win? Twirly flashbacks into play. There's the flash too, and just dips at Twirly taking advantage. Sky Elise though still fighting on back. What are we seeing here from Sky Elise? The rest is there, but Casper is easy pickings as Marche is just defenseless in that situation. OGX, they take the site, they take the round.
You hate to see it. It happens to the best of us. You pop the res, and that's when they peak from where you least expect. NWJ, though, I mean, nice effort from Sky Elise, but the fact that they sent her to rotate towards the B site, it became a problem ultimately because in that case, you'd want the Rays to be one of the first ones to rotate. They had 3 on A, 2 on that B, and the reason why you leave that stage to still be on the site is that if they do pivot, if they do TP towards A in showers like that, especially now that they've changed the TP position, you want that stage to be there to throw those slow orbs and stop him from just rushing on in after the quick rotate. So small mistakes, huge implications and consequences here for NWJ.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned it was difficult to find a resurrection, and especially how OGX plays so actively. You should honestly expect the push to come from another angle when Twirly and Japips were making so much space on the right side of the site. Well done by Casper, well done by OGX as we're now in the last round of the first half. Ophelia only with a sheriff, but she still has the Caustic Divide at the very least. Twirly and Emmy, paired here by Hoka, looking to make some noise, and especially that with the kill onto Marche. A chance now for OGX to move towards A while all of this is happening. Ophelia inside the showers. You have Yamori the backside as well. The silence though deafening yet again as OGX master intentions.
Well, there's a 5v4 here, Cosmic Divide. They've got one of their own for the retake. They've used the attacking offensive one. Amy, good catch there. That nullifies that Cosmic Divide from being used in this round specifically.
They haven't
the
planted yet.
advantage, but yeah, the time it's being dwindled here.
But here comes Crescent, taking advantage of the situation.
One
Amy
enemy
go with
remaining.
3! And it's a whole lefty Yamori now, playing by lamps, looking for a little light to work with. But the spike's planted, and the countdown to destruction instead initiated. 1v3 situation with 30 HP. OGX all over the place right now, but the showstopper might signal a sign here for NWJ. A good kill by Yamori. Can she go for more? Tries to clear out the corner with a showstopper. Amy still sticking around by Cubby. And Orangutan, they're setting themselves up for success. They have the angles, they have the double up, and they have the round 2.
Shot there by Casper. Being pretty dangerous though, not gonna lie. 25 seconds left, and then you're gonna try and plant, especially against an eagle like that. Things could go wrong very, very quick. Luckily for OGX though, they're able to still convert in that type of situation, even with the Cosmic Divide already not, you know, there anymore. The fact that they were able to get the kill was big. Off the flank here from Emmy. What is even bigger are the brains and the hearts of our panel.
Aw, thanks, guys. NWJ ending that first half 7-5, winning the pistol. I think we're seeing a lot of good things coming out from this squad. Where fantastic play coming out from Sky Elise in particular. Zach, you wanna tell us more?
Look, Sky Elise, she's been good throughout the tournament, but today I want to know what she had for breakfast or lunch or whatever time it is, because she has just been popping off. That one round in particular where she almost pulls off that 1v4, puts the resident Casper, clutches it up, yes, but really, really good positioning and awareness coming out of her in general. She's also been incredible on getting these rotates, and sometimes, like Blackenblue said, you wonder, should my stage really be the player rotating? But hey, with Sky Elise doing it, it was working. She was able to get those frags, and overall, I think that just the trust and the unity that has come out of SCHYTE over the course of this match has been very impressive. Like Ophelia in particular, that one round where she got the defuse with the, what was it, 0.007? Like James Bond numbers coming in, getting the defuse at that time. It's just really nice because she was able to trust Marcia to watch out for her, and overall, the entire team, they've been able to just play together and just off of each other and set themselves up for success in that way. Orangutan, they haven't had the same level of unity throughout their game. That's what I really noticed.
What do you think OG can do in the second half? Daks mentioned that Twirly and Emmy, for example, would be a lot more impactful if they play together.
Of course, for sure, but on defense, I think that Orangutan, they could do a little bit better because they do have that double controller play coming up. They might not have the additional barrier of the stage, but with Emmy and Twirly, like you mentioned, being proactive along with their Sky, that kind of 3-person push we've seen it before from these teams, especially towards that short area. Early kind of aggression and control, that's what I would like to see from Orangutan to bring it back and retake the lead here, because I'm still betting on them.
All right, well, 7-5. I mean, we could be betting on either side right now. We still got a lot to play for at DNB. Back over to you guys.
Look, well, for the second half, I feel like we need to put on our workout clothes because there's going to be a lot of running around this map, a lot of sprinting, and a lot of action, especially as OGX is now on the defense. Twirly and Emmy have played together for pretty much that first half, providing that entry. Maybe now, when you're playing that double duelist, right, you want to be a bit more active, and you want to remove any kind of chance for rotation. And maybe that's what Orangutan's going to do here, as we have a 7-5 standing to go again with.
The clock is still stuck.
Yeah, it's a tech pause. I already expect it. Don't
Maybe
worry
it's
about
still a
it.
halftime break, Dax.
Back to the
knows?
panel. Never mind.
Oh, there we
It's us
go.
again. Okay, there you
All
go.
right. So you talked about... Yeah?
What? No, I was gonna say we're ready. Don't worry.
We're ready. I was saying you were talking about, you know, this being kind of a sprint around and running around on this map, but I think SCHYTE, they might take a different option here. They know that that is potentially what OGX could expect, and they might try and crawl this down to a very snail's pace that might even be uncomfortable for OGX.
Yeah, I think honestly OGX, they just have to be wary if SCHYTE set up some strong trap plays, honestly, while they're on the attack. If they play the defaults, if they wait instead for anyone from OGX who does overextend, that can be their chance to get an advantage early on. But here comes SCHYTE instead, providing presence towards B Long. And not only that, you have that stage. You want to feed her some of those orbs to get the res online as soon as possible. Sky Elise has been strong all throughout the map, but SCHYTE for now having a weaker presence. They back away and look to rotate towards A.
I mean, by taking that orb, the defense will still be interested in what might be happening, but the guiding light tops towards B-Long confirms no one's there. You can start to tell they're going to rotate now, and Emmy's, she's biding her time, biding her moment. Once she hears that spike soon to be planted, you can bet she's going to try and pop her dash, but the wall keeps him safe for the meantime. Oh,
Let's go. Frenzy clip rip, but the wall, of course, very sturdy, especially on the pistol round. Emmy now looking for opportunity. Japips alongside Twirly on the flank as well. And SCHYTE, they just need to be careful not to be too trapped here. No one's noticed. It's already Japips on the board. OGX looking for the fight, but right behind the veil, it's Oriophilia taking advantage. The screen goes down, and two will fall with it. Casper fighting on back, but Oriophilia with the 3K. Moments made and well done by SCHYTE. They were just ready for it.
my goodness. NWJ here. And especially Oriophilia. She's so sharp with those shots, and will also be able to find timing. She was hiding behind the toxic screen, so they didn't know where she was, and she came and struck at the right time, completely catching OGX off guard. And that's what I was kind of wondering, you know, potentially here, with NWJ kind of slowing things down to a snail's pace where OGX might almost be uncomfortable, second doubting themselves on what's going to happen.
But look at SCHYTE, right? They were so prepared anyway. Even if they lost Sky Elise already, or Euphilia, utilizing the double control setup that they have to provide an angle of opportunity. Just that bit of creativity here from SCHYTE, so effective right now. As Yamori goes for the clear crescent, though, with a takedown onto Emmy. It seems like the encounter from Casper that goes awry instead. Casper still in lamp so far. There's the plant already. SCHYTE trying at the very least to get more of the backside control, but Twirly fights on back. Oriophilia March. There's the fight back here. Casper still alive and kicking. 2v2 for now. The pistols providing enough damage so far. Can they pick up some rifles along the way? Can they pick up some guns? Seems like that's exactly what Casper does. Crescents is the target, but Marsha is there for the swing and the hits. NWJ survived for the anti-eco, but great damage done by OGX nonetheless.
Yeah, especially, and both of these Astras have been very sharp. Top fragging the server 17 and 16 respectively here for Oriophilia and Casper. But you talked about these pistols. They know how to play off the contact of one another. Swing when their opposition is busy dealing with any member here from OGX's defense. But that's also to, you know, SCHYTE's fault, where they find themselves isolated in these fights. Should never really happen that way. Sheriffs abound here for NWJ. All they really got to fight with, aside from the Soul Bulldog saved up.
We'll see now. Maybe a bit of fight from SCHYTE. The Crescents can find those targets, but OGX putting themselves in a very good situation to recover after the first two rounds of the second half. Trailblazers there, though. Scouts out that fountain presence we've seen from SCHYTE. They love to play initial default. Wait instead for a bit of I'd say, assessment, right, of who's staying on what site, and then they pick up that spike and rotate accordingly.
Right there.
Let's see how OGX closes round out. They can do it quickly enough and without taking too much damage, and
Recovering.
increases their chances of coming back into a round like this. Casper still got her star placed to try and pull the plant away. Maybe burn some time. That's actually a stun as Emmy finds that pick here on OGX's defense.
Yeah, there's so much purpose right now for OGX. When they give up a partition of the map, there's a reason why. They're watching the angles and looking to find more opportunities from that point on. The wall, really, the only saving grace there for NWJ, but Sky at least still fighting back, twirling with a trade, and now they want to go for the push towards Slaps. Orophilia with the kill, yes, making it 3v3. Crescents with the Bulldog still providing a bit of range to work with, and the OGX, they still have to be careful. Casper now looking for the defuse. Marsha gets that takedown along the way. 2v2 for now. Rifle still at the ready. Almost lining one up, but Jafips runs out of bullets. But Twirly already with the defuse and the kill to end it. OGX, this is their round win.
They get the round 9-6 now, but not too shabby at all here for NWJ. The SCHYTE squad have been continuously hounding on this defensive side. Like, even that post plant, pull them in. Sheriff shots connect as they're vulnerable and open and exposed to the shot, to whatever they throw upon them, and simply create this firing line that OGX, you'd think with the better weaponry they can circumvent it, but no. NWJ always formidable, and they've got a good position here to regain some rounds.
Yeah, despite the disadvantage, they were still ready to compete. Here we have the rifles now, and NWJ looking for a bit more of that shower presence so far. Judge, though, in the hands of Emmy. She's waiting for anyone who dares cross that line. When we see it again, SCHYTE, they gather that initial intel by providing a lot of presence. Since they only have the single Sky to work with, right? They're not going to be able to gather intel as safely as they would like. And instead, they look for the punish potential along the way. Emmy inside the smoke. Yamori waiting to see if anyone will challenge her. But SCHYTE, one more time and one more go. They rotate towards B this time.
Got the Res, Cosmic Divide, Seekers, all the tools needed here for Big SCHYTE's attack to work out, but how you use those tools for the situation, that's going to be the important thing. They can hear the jump peaks coming from Aruma. Doesn't spot anything just yet. Doing a good job of mitigating what she actually can gather from those hops.
Yeah. A few jump peaks here and there. The top screen is up as
got
well.
your trail.
30
Orangutan
seconds left.
looking to make a safety net for themselves. Sky Elise throwing out the slow orb. Initial utility here from NWJ, and OGX responds in kind. Swirly though on the retreat. Time running out. The Seekers are there, but Emmy is found first and foremost. Marcha also, and the rest of SCHYTE follow on suit. Twirly though with a fight back, and here comes the showstopper. Struggling though to find a way in. Here comes Twirly, but down she falls. And as soon as it all settles, it's SCHYTE with the dub here.
It ends as quick as it starts. Really, they're pushing on up in NWJ. As I said, the fact that on the defense here, OGX just had no idea the hit was going to come from Aruma to the last possible second. It made it so much more difficult for them to be ready for that fight. And when they did push on in, you can tell, like, even with a wall, toxic screen going up, NWJ simply waited, and the rotation wasn't quick enough to aid them on the push to hold out on the anchor. And now NWJ, great position to take an 11th round here.
Yeah, they're in a good spot so far. Still have to be careful though. OGX have been consistently a threat, and especially if Casper can find those targets. Yamori flies high, and Casper will catch her as she lands. But NWJ has already gotten the entry they needed. It's 4v3, and well, they're on site and ready for any kind of possibility. Twirly coming in from CT side to courtesy of the market. But the gun disparity is so huge right now. Orophilia looking to mark her targets if ever. Waiting for the cross to come her way. Timing perhaps the tower to provide a distraction. And that's what the paint shells are all about. Twirly lobbing utility, but Orophilia is just so ready for it anyway. A nice kill by Twirly. Aruma also fighting back. It's 2v2, a chance here for OGX perhaps. But Crescent over onto the corner, and goodbye to Aruma as well. Slow orb now, making it a snail's pace for Twirly. No escape, and no chance. 11-6 here.
They still got the res too. This is a crucial turning point for OGX. If they don't twist this around somehow, then This could be map number 1, just completely going the way of NWJ, of SCHYTE.
Enemy.
Ascent is obviously something a bit more, I guess, prosperous for OGX, but this is their pick. What was the plan here? What was the idea that they had in mind? And why did they want to run this against a team they know they've lost to in the past on this specific map?
Yeah, it's the biggest question I have right now. Orangutan X, they've been very wise on their decisions. We've seen them adjust their playstyle accordingly to fit their roster right now. But I still go back to the first ban and the first pick phase. What is going on? Why Orangutan X is avoiding to play Haven? And now, them picking Bind, as you mentioned, versus SCHYTE, who has such a composition that can force you to turtle up, that can force you to slow down and figure out how to sync up yet again. It's just the antithesis of what OGX wants to do, and honestly right now, it's an advantage of composition and the clutch factor of Oreophilia. Look at her stats right now, Blackenblue. 21 kills, 17 assists. No matter what, she's playing her hand in every single clash that can happen across the map.
Well, those fights are continuously going in NWJ's favor. You have to wonder here for OGX, like, will this operator be finally what defers them, that makes a change into what's been happening so far, that changes the current path and trajectory they're on? But currently, right now, that op is poised towards B site, where, to be fair, most of the brunt of the defense here on A. I've got some setup to try and anchor this down, but the problem has been holding it down, even with them at the ready.
Yeah. I think for SCHYTE, they want to be as meticulous as possible. You notice they sprayed even from the shower walls just to clear out the closer corners. But while this happens, Crescent's on the lurk, spotted by Japips, but neither can hit their targets truly. A bit of damage done. Japips now retreating towards B along. Emmy, the timing! She wasn't as ready as she would like. Let's rip the shot that the operator is now known. The flash is there. The star utilized as well. A repick now from Emmy, and this time she doesn't disappoint. Yamori, the first to fall. Can anyone from SCHYTE look for revenge? The res is there though instead. Recompense right now to bring it back to a 5v5. The Viper's been also providing a safety zone here, courtesy of Crescent. The space made here by SCHYTE. Can they get there in the first place? Showstopper coming her way! And this time Yamori gets her revenge. Both are down though along the way. Japips trying to stay on site, but no chance as March is there. It's 4v3, and SCHYTE get the plan.
But the flank is coming in here from OGX, and lets him secure this garden. Casper, good for the one.
Oh.
Will she track the shed? Marche, she's been found out now. Element of surprise given up.
Well, what a dodge there from Casper. Now they know the corner needs to be cleared. Casper with a second one. Twirling with the patience due to provide pressure. Here comes the Cosmic Divide, but Skylee's fighting so bad. Casper with the 3 already. She's been so consistent so far. An absolute threat on that roster of OGX. It's 2v1, but Crescent gets them both! What a way to win, and what a clutch anyway! She made the space, and she made it happen! It's match point for SCHYTE!
The crescent moon looms over OGX right now. A SCHYTE are looking to call it a night early here. Emmy gets the opening pick, yes, but the res, you see that becoming big. They knew getting her back up to the fight meant they would have the showstopper, and that's what they popped. Crescents as well. Due to the decay, it makes it way too easy to shred and transfer off the spray, taking him all down. It's a heartbreaker of a round here for OGX in the 2v1. And now you can see desperate buy for a desperate team.
This is a last hurrah right now from OGX. A Hail Mary play, and it works out for them. Their prayers answered by Emmy. It's Orly. Oreophilia still fighting on back. The teleport's there, and Oreophilia is ready anyway. Goes into cover. Now on the inside, she's the one who can set the tone when the door opens. Maybe providing that contact. There you go with the smoke. Seems like she picked something up, but Casper,
Down A.
out of nowhere, the spray is perfect versus Oreophilia. That spike dropped yet again. Crescent's now towards the corner, looking to find at least a bit of safety on the retreat. But this push from OGX, it works out for them. Distraction with Toxic Screen. 3v2 for now, and SCHYTE trying at the very least to find that space to work with as Orangutan regroup instead.
Ruma still all the way towards B with that shoddy Bucky in hand, but it's the A site that now SCHYTE are looking to try and crawl their way up on, and you can see here playing very far back Amy is. Like Casper, all she has to worry about is that front part of the map. It's being angled down here. Amy's
30
watching
seconds
her
left.
flank. Obviously, triple, they can go wide and still evade Amy, but chances of that are a bit slimmer. The peek here, she gets a dink. She knows now where Presence is. Yamori, 1v1 on the site itself. And Casper, no problem at all closing it out. So OGX hold on when they need to the most.
Yeah, they're still alive, they're still fighting, and of course Casper is the one to watch out for in those kind of situations. Not only does she reinforce the shower push effectively and catch out Oriophilia, but then again, she's the one who spotted out that contact towards shower first while holding on to the site, helping out Emmy at a moment's notice and trading effectively too. OGX, you know the fight is in them. Both Oriophilia and Casper absolutely in prime form from what we've seen so far, especially in their previous bouts so far in this tournament. But it's SCHYTE and WJ still in the driver's seat, still at the match point scenario. Good thing for OGX though, the gun disparity is clear and eco right now for the offense.
Well, I mean, they have rounds to give anyway, so they don't mind having to go on an eco in this type of position. We've seen them turn these around, but the judge on Twirly, this is going to be massive.
This is so many targets, but Skyly so quick to go for the trade. A sharp shot onto one, and now it leads to a 4v4 set. Crescent's picking up the judge. But in this regard, it's still difficult for SCHYTE to work with their arsenal. They teleport now towards B side. They look for the wraparound, but no dice, no chance. It's not just Japips, but unexpectedly, Emmy's there too. The double up looking strong. The tandem yet again here from OGX. When they send one, there's always another along the way. Crescent's now chasing after Casper. Doesn't realize that she's lurking behind her. But it's so difficult. 1v3, whatever the gun there, she doesn't pick up the frenzy instead. She's right behind her.
She's trailing them.
Oh,
They have no idea.
absolutely.
They have no
Tracking
idea at
even.
all.
Oh, Casper,
30
no.
seconds left.
Unfortunate for Casper. A fighting chance right now for Crescent. Looks for the pre-fire, but no one's there. Zakal hook home. Instead, SCHYTE has a chance to pick up that spike, but 20 seconds left, Blackenblue. She needs to go back to B. Doesn't really have the time to rotate towards A instead. Can Aruma and Emmy be prepared for this? Already the operator sitting pretty. The shot rings, but it doesn't get the hit. Crescent's now on the inside for cover. Fakes it! Makes the shot!
Do you have time?
Has time, perhaps?
I don't think so.
It's gonna be very, very close.
Oh, she does.
And she gets the plant going! At the nick of time,
Barely.
Crescent is there yet again! And now, as Moonlight shines, Crescent is there too!
Oh!
Can she get the clutch? Yes, she does! What a way to win! And what a take of the opponent's map pick! Thank you, next, says SCHYTE! Thank you for letting them play Bind! And a 13-7 victory! Chills! After Crescent just hounds the opposition and gets the win through tracking and true stealth.
Back-to-back clutches in a 1v2 once more. That was a 1v3 actually at the end there for Crescent, and I said they're looking to call this an early night. The moon shines bright and Crescent's even brighter. A great way to come back in an eco round, as we've seen them continuously just be such a problem for OGX, who they might have shot themselves in their own foot by picking this map number one, I have to say.
Yeah, same thoughts here, my friend. You can see the plan for OGX. You can see the trust in the system, but SCHYTE is just naturally prepared for it with their setup and with just how they play so actively on the map. Well done by SCHYTE and WJ, but of course, you know who's gonna do even better? Our panelists to break down what just happened in that first map.
NWJ, I mean, whatever they ate before this game, they had it again at halftime, because I thought that this was going to be the closest map that we see all day based off of that first half, but NWJ just straight pedal to the metal, all systems go after the switch. Crescent's winning that 1v2 at 12-6, and the 1v3 at 13-7. Zach, I think you got a new nickname for her. You want to share for class?
Just Clutchins, yeah. I know it's pretty cliche, but she deserves it after this time. Shining down indeed, Crescent's not gonna be that MVP, but in my heart at least she is the MVP for this particular game. Clutch after clutch, but for OGX, just to start with them, they do have Casper as that MVP. In fact, this seems to have been a battle of the Astros, both of them with a very, very similar scoreline. It's just that for the side of NWJ, I think the rest of the support players were just a little bit stronger. In particular, of course, Oriofilia that MVP, but Sky Elise and Crescents. We talked about Crescents as clutches, but my god, that first half from Sky Elise, she was just fragging, man. Kill after kill after kill. Absolutely insane. In fact, you know, you look at the scoreboard and you might think that there's something wrong with it. Yamori, she might not be up on that kill feed, but that's more because all the rest of her teammates were killing everybody else. Yamori was just like, leave some for me, guys. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I too appreciate it when my controllers go over 300 ACS. We've got the Astra 310 ACS, Sage 265 with Skylise, and Viper also like 250, 255. I mean, just what a role reversal in this map. But yeah, we're talking as the game was going on, right, about how it looks to be the controllers that are shining in this map. Number 1, post plans 6-7 for Scythe, 5 out of 10 for OGX. OGX, though, they did get 12 very nice first kills, considering the fact that it is a 7-13 that they lost the first map. I mean, definitely a couple of things that we can look forward to for them for map number 2.
For sure. It's actually kind of interesting to see that despite OG getting that first blood advantage so many of these rounds, they just weren't really able to capitalize on it fully. And in particular, I think what I would like to highlight on their attacking side is their post plan always looked a little bit shaky. So many times you saw them splitting up into these kind of isolated fights, and it came down to that last player to win out a 1v2 clutch. And of course, Casper, she stepped up quite a few times, but you can't expect that every single round out of your last player remaining. On the contrary, yeah.
I love this photo from Oreo. She's just like looking over her shoulder,
scary.
like, yeah, right? She's like casually looking over that shoulder, like, yeah, I'm MVP. So what?
Just anyway.
I just love that energy, and I don't think we saw her entire full KDA, but like, oh yeah, she's just like, yeah, like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna just drop that casual MVP. I think she's 24-12, and I didn't catch the assist number towards the end. Yeah, I think I remember Daks was highlighting it during the cast as well. I think with around like 4 or 5 rounds left to that game, she already had that 17 assists, and I was like, man, like, Crescents, she did a really good job this time around, but I was like, yo, like, for sure, Oreo's gonna go home with that MVP.
Yeah, but for Orangutan at least, I might have jinxed them. If I have, I'm very sorry. But it's not the end. There are a couple more maps where they could possibly bring this back. But either way, huge performance coming out of Big Side. Let's see if they can keep that momentum up. But before we head into game number 2, I think we do have a little bit of a break coming in. So get some water, stay hydrated, and we'll be right back.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up
Welcome back, guys, to what could very well be our last map for today, but not if Orangutan X have anything to say about this first. I mean, 13-7, the scoreline for that map number one of the closest games that we've seen in the last 3 days of the Open 3 playoffs. Map 2, it's going to be on Ascent as well, and if memory serves me, this is going to be Scythe's map pick after Orangutan banned Haven, which actually is Scythe's and OGX's most played map. But I mean, over here on Ascent, I think there's a chance, you know, that OGX can run it back.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is the infamous 111 overtime catastrophe map that Orangutan, I think, permanently traumatized Pulse and Sapphire with. So definitely a map that I personally really like seeing them play on. Of course, they have to be reeling from that loss, you know, picking Bind and then losing it that badly. It's not the best, but hey, this is a map where they have a pretty good win percentage. They were able to take down Anomaly, No Charm, 13-9 in that Swiss stage, and throughout, the only time that they really lost this map over the course of this year has been against SMG. So a map that they definitely have their footing on, but the same could be said for SCHYTE as well, because of course this is their map pick. They looked extremely confident on 5, and this is a map where they have in the past faced some level of difficulty.
Yeah, and another thing that I'm interested to see what will happen about is that the agent composition, right, for Ascent, when we took a look at the stats, actually seems a lot more similar than you would think, because the comp that MWJ usually run on Ascent, it's Jet, KO, Killjoy, Omen, as well as Sova. The composition that OGX usually, more than 50% of the time, run on Ascent is also Jet, KO, Killjoy, Omen, and Sova. So we just might see a mirror composition coming out from these teams. I think Orangutan X, if they do want to, you know, cook up something a little more spicy, then sometimes, you know, they throw the breaching in there. Sometimes they even throw the neon in there. I think once there's that one game they play like double duelist Jet and Reyna on this map as well. So I'm not sure which way they're going to go on this one, because this is elimination for them. This is top 4 on the line for them. Are they going to go standard, or are they gonna cook up a little something in the kitchen? What do we think?
I really hope they do have something cooking, because the thing that we saw in that last map was, despite their team comp ostensibly giving them an advantage in attack, they weren't able to take full advantage of it. You know, both Emmy and Turley are incredible duelists in their own right, but they seem to just, until now, lack that synergy that you expect to see from your duelist pair. Like we talk about it, right? We see Forsaken and Jing, or well, these days, Something and Jing pop off in that VCT stage. So when you have the double duelist comp, you need that kind of synergy between your two duelists. And today, at least, it doesn't seem to be on the table for Orangutan. So perhaps that role swapping and the double initiator combo coming in instead, that might set them up for a bit more success. Of course, their support roles, they've been looking pretty good over the course of this particular game, especially of course Casper on that Astra. But I think that team-wise, they're gonna have to step it up to another level in order to deal with what SCHYTE has brought to the table. Because SCHYTE today, they've been looking incredible, and there's that mirror matchup that you were talking about.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we can find out if they're gonna run that double duelist or not. I actually think, as you mentioned, I 100% agree. I think that this is going to favor Orangutan X, in that, you know, it's kind of the fact that they're playing Ascent and they're going back to their roots in terms of agent composition. It kind of forces them off of the double duelist. I think a lot of the times, like teams, like when they think that they're doing well, it might not really be how their performance is showing, right? So I think, like, if it wasn't Ascent, maybe OGX would have been like, you know what, let's keep this up, let's try the double duelist again. But thankfully it's gonna be Ascent, and they're gonna go with what they're comfortable with.
Yeah, the most meta comp of all time for this particular map,
Oh,
and as
yeah.
it should be, right? There's a reason for
Uh-huh.
it. It really sets you up for success. And you know, we talked about the controller versus controller battle in that last map, but what I have my eyes on this time around is gonna be that jet on jet fight, Twirly versus Yamori. Of course, Yamori in that last map, we didn't see her having too much of an impact, more because she wasn't really needed compared to, because the rest of her team was doing all of the cleanup work. But I think on this map, she's gonna have to really go up hard against Twirly. Both these agents, they're gonna be who I have my eyes on. The second thing that I personally enjoy watching is Japanese on solo. We talked about it a little before. It's just really annoying, especially when she just picks up that Odin every now and then. Just devastating.
Yeah, and taking a look again at just like what is on the line for both of these two teams, right? I think coming into this matchup, Orangutan, they're sitting at I think 200 circuit points. They've got 150 from previous and then 50 minimum because of this top 6 finish. SCHYTE and WJ, they are only at 100 circuit points from open 1 and 2 and do have 50 this time as well from the 5th, 6th place finish. So this match is going to determine who has the higher seeding going into Elite. So it's definitely a series that neither of them want to lose. But of course, OGX will need to win this map first. And of course, we've got the familiar voices of Daks and Blackenblue for you guys. Gentlemen, over to you.
It's not as if we haven't been working for the whole year, right?
What do you mean? You've never
It's
heard
also
my
not.
voice?
No, of course. I don't like this. Yeah, it's not as if we've been working with Jenny especially for the past 2 days, but I'm gonna say this, Blackenblue, the stage is set perfectly for SCHYTE. This is the map that truthfully started this rivalry between SCHYTE as well as Orangutan. I remember back in Open 1, when they were still big SCHYTE, they tried playing the Astra, they tried playing the Breach, it wouldn't work versus Orangutan X. Now, it's the KO brought out here by SCHYTE, and they're the ones with the advantage. Can Orangutan X spoil the fun yet again? Or will big SCHYTE, or rather SCHYTE this time, SCHYTE NWJ, get the dub that they need over Orangutan and move on into the next round? This is looking very exciting, especially from what we saw after that first map.
I mean, SCHYTE and WJ have been looking pretty successful so far in the 2 outings as his roster, as soon as they bring out that KO, so it could be where they turn things around. History, it always could be changed, especially if you learn from those previous mistakes. It's Orangutan now in a difficult spot. Luckily for them, historically, this has been one of their better maps. It is a map, though, that, I mean, they have faltered in the past, but who doesn't at some point? I think it is a pick of NWJ. So
yeah, it is.
It's kind of like that thing where you wonder why OGX picked Bind, but then you also have to wonder, NWJ, they left a sent in for a reason.
Yeah, it's kind of like poetry in motion if SCHYTE and WJ can deliver the way that they would want. If not, we're gonna probably say the same question we said a while ago. Why did SCHYTE pick this map after what we saw there on Bide when Orangutan picked a map that their opponent was so comfortable in? Here we go, though, the mirror matchup looking very exciting. Yet again, Crescents and Orifil, yeah, probably the players to watch out for here for SCHYTE. They've been incredible so far in their Open 3 run. But on the attack, on the assault, Twirly looking to lead now from Covey. The flash comes on in. The alarm bot is there, though, to give a warning if ever. Mid taken by Orangutan as well. Smoke is out, so a chance to cross. The alarm bot broken. In sight right now. They're putting their forces towards A, being pulled well by Orangutan. Look at how Orangutan's manipulating the battlefield right now. Pushing even towards defender spawn with a spike in hand. Eyes are on Marche, and she falls first and foremost. A pivot perhaps, moving towards the site itself. A looking open thanks to Twirly. The fight back is there courtesy of Sky Elise. But here comes the numbers. Sky Elise fighting on back, looking for the push. Gets the confirmation, yes. But it's 4v3. The Nano Smart with the burn. And this is a chance for Orangutan. Woo! Yamori, where'd that come from?
What am I watching?
But at least, exactly, so many fortunate kills. But Orangutan make their way towards the site.
Well, fortune at least favoring OGX here. Although Crescents has a good spot to be able to try and dismantle this. If he gets an 8 timing right, gets the one. He does take him on down. It's all on the Yamori. She knows where both of them are remaining. Sheriff and Haji can win this opening pick. So, Shock Dart tags her up.
Shock Dart, even more so, 72 HP. Casper in a perfect spot to just get the kill with precision. Jumping there, golding the opposition. There we go with the Sheriff ringing through, but Casper just watches her opponents unleash the bullets, not get the tag she would like, and Orangutan instead with the first round.
You know, if she paused for like barely a few milliseconds there, it would have actually been, the reset would have been in time for her to actually connect that shot here on the swing. But at least in the end, OGX, they get the round that they needed to get themselves back into the groove of things here. And Casper, very fortunate, doesn't fall prey to that Sheriff, at least for the meantime. To buy it from OGX, put them in a better spot to really take these type of rounds, and I want to see if here now on the attacking side, they can start to build up a lead to really close things out in the second half.
And yeah, Orangutan, now that they're here on the scent, something we know they're more accustomed to historically, you're seeing even more dimensions of play that pull towards the spawn. Looking stellar so far. Orangutan can keep SCHYTE away from that initial contact. It's a chance for them to just take the sites here for free. And case in point, Oriofilia on such a long lurk alongside Yabori. The rest of NWJ have to just witness the spike plant by this point. They're trying to regroup at least, maybe put the pressure towards B main. Casper's the one waiting for that angle. The knife also gets confirmation. Sky Elise is the one nearby. Casper here suppressed. She's gonna have to fight her way out of this one. Decides to retreat, smoke dissipates, and Sky Elise isolated first and foremost. The pistols are out here for NWJ. They're gonna try to go for the rush down, but they're stopped immediately by Torley and Casper. Here comes Oriofilia, but she falls to the hand of Casper at the very end. OGX is so ready for the first 2 rounds.
That's the thing, they have to be though. They can't be slacking. They can't be caught unaware or unprepared for what NWJ are about to throw at them. Luckily for their sake, they're on the attacking side here, which means that they can pick and choose which fights to necessarily take a lot of time or where they want to go, but it's not like NWJ can simply plant themselves and pick which angles they want to play off of, what setups they want to really enable here. But OGX right now, it's the type of round where you want to play the long game, you want to be able to make damage early and try and take some weapons out of NWJ's hands.
Yeah, that's what the Sheriffs are about. Spectres too. And at least right now, a bit of firepower if they can get close enough to begin with. Crescents though, stalling with the fragments. This is still OGX who love to play towards mid. They're spotted now by the alarm bot though. SCHYTE have adjusted your utility accordingly. A tree stack here, waiting towards Pizza. Marcia, as well as Crescents, just looking to see if anyone do dare cross, and it's a different setup here for SCHYTE right now. A bit more passive on the defense, holding the angles instead. Maybe Sky Elise will bring the aggression, exactly that. Swings off the turret contact, puts Casper at a critical state. The rest of Orangutan playing still in mid. Such a slow play right now, looking for opportunities. Smoke's there too, and Crescents, she's waiting for that contact. Flash is there. The dart even. The triple swing leads to the demise of Crescents. She gets one for her troubles. A gun perhaps to be picked on up. No 4v4 still. As NWJ, we're watching Oriofilia. She's ready for this one. Paranoia to go for the stall. OG Nick X need to respect that.
It's a good scan there. Try and find that pick, and Paranoia just keeps him at bay for the meantime. OGX, not the best round just yet. Sky Elise should have a free kill here. Make that the double for her.
Down mid.
Casino, yep, now she does where Aruma is. The swing, not going to favor her, and she's down for the count. Third for Sky Elise, and that gets him close to the lockdown early, so nice stoppage here from NWJ.
Yeah, simple spray sweeps them away, and NWJ looking better than ever. Quick adjustments, honestly. As soon as they realize mid is a point of contention that OGX love to play from, they put a bit more value in it with the utility. You see the crossfire setup towards the defender spawn itself. And perhaps, maybe that's the game of conditioning OGX wants. If they pull away those defenses away from main as soon as possible, it will give them a better chance to go for the hard hit. Looking to be likely. B now, maybe the target. There you have utility towards Cubby instead. Aruma clashing with the dart is perfect! Well marked by Marcia, and NWJ gets that first kill.
Blocking sight.
That's a great pick for them to find here. Gonna make that backline more flank potent. Emmy, good on the one. Oh, early. Okay, maybe took time. She got the kill.
Yeah.
No reason to panic.
A kill's a kill anyway, and she finds it there. OGX, always a possible pinch if ever they entrap SCHYTE along the way. Immediately a retake now. 3v4 scenario. Casper so low on the HP. She might just be the dangling bait if ever to allow someone else to trade. Swirly perhaps. First contact by the staircase. Looking for the clear. There's the knife being thrown towards the main. Retake now knows it's all gonna be about the market. Oriofilia gets the tag and the bag. Flash up in the air. Emmy looking to buy some time to dash on in. They're looking for the clear. Casper's still alive and fighting. Defense is there too. And well done by OGX. They were ready for any angle, and they took any opportunity they could have there.
Well, I mean, it was unfair for Yamori because Emmy's got a heartbeat scanner in her gun.
Ha ha ha. Pay to win? Not gonna happen though.
Not here. Not in this
Not
game.
this game.
OGX, though, for real talk, the way that they're able to really kind of suddenly shift upon the expectations of NWJ. You saw them get that pincer working towards B main, and with NWJ, the decision making just hasn't been sound on which positions they necessarily want to claim and keep to theirs. It becomes this positional problem where inherently they're fighting in much lesser, potent positions.
Yeah, and honestly, you'd think that maybe here on the set it'll be even easier the way that they played on Bind, but as Caster makes it so difficult for Yamori, that teleport, not the best. Perhaps maybe missed it there, but beyond that, Sky Elise was ready for it. 3v4 though, a Bulldog in the clutch is Sky Elise. She's waiting by market right now, but the avenues for Orangutan, they don't even need to force the issue towards B. They can rotate across, move into A if ever. Right now, that's what they're gonna do, but here, the harder path towards Spawn, and Marcia fighting back. Still alive and kicking. 1v2 situation so far, reinforced not by Sky Elise, but now the transfer towards that A site, OGX realized the setup.
Good shots there, especially with the Sheriff connecting from range on Crescents, from Crescents rather. So 2v3, another question, they got the lockdown to utilize, but obviously the Hunter's Fury, that's something they have to make sure that they're gonna use this lockdown, they better get value out of it.
Yeah, darts there, alarm bot triggered too. Twirly now, waiting for the Aldron to get intel. Already a strong position for OGX to play from main. Rifles at the ready, not only that, the Hunter's Fury available too in a pinch. Marche, trying to see if anyone dares peek. Sky Elise has the lockdown, but not the round they're gonna use it for. They give it up, they cede it to OGX.
Yeah, this is not a round they need to continue to fight for. They know the odds are against them, and they're gonna try and save up instead, bring rifles into the next, keep that lockdown more importantly into the next, and if Japeeps uses her Hunter's Fury to try and get a punish or try and initiate, then that will be a signal here for NWJ to have a free signal to play for that retake and use a lockdown to its fullest potential, but NWJ, I'd wager if they don't take this round, a timeout is inbound.
Yeah, this is already such a good half from OGX to begin with. 4 rounds strong already out of 5. And I look at their stats, their defense is even scarier moving forward. So a buffer here by OGX, ultimates to work with as well. And a way that they're just manipulating the site rotations. The fact that they put that pressure in mid keeps site so wary and away from the main angles as much as they would like. Sky Elise, you always have to need to see her step up even more so, because there's so much responsibility to hold that angle. Crescent's having to back away. The suppress is there, and Twirly already leading this push. Cloudburst to cover up the advance, putting pressure towards market, trying to at least give that semblance of a split push. And OGX from that point on will cut noise and keep NWJ guessing.
Well, Blade's here for Twirly, which means that even if they lose this round, they still gotta buy it, and after that, she could potentially continue the train of thought, but they push on forward here to CD. We've seen this from OGX. They love to push all the way deep, past the pizza, and really keep it baking. So, NWJ, you can see they're trying to be really cautious of that possibility. They've been playing all the way back a lot of times and just making sure the run out doesn't happen. As now they're going to try and execute on the B site. Anchor is dodging the scan for the meantime. This could be big.
All the things, and it's time now to try and come and collect the Crescents. Making sure that Emmy can't find value. Same case for Twirly. The hold on Boathouse. This ship refuses to sink, and Crescent is the captain so far. She's ready for more. She's gotten 3 already. She was clutch a while ago. She's fighting back now, but Aruma giving a chance to OGX. But 1v3, it's just too many to deal with. Marcia had the angle, and this round goes to site.
Yeah, big anchor here. Coming in from Crescents and Sky Elise. They go down, but they've done their job. Sky with a 1, Crescents with a 2, and then the 3rd follow-up right on after. Great shot she's able to find here. And the fact that they were able to dodge that scan, just... they were so unaware here now, OGX. And the fact that there's also 2 of them, because a lot of times you see a solo anchor there. Kind of have to 50-50 if it's left or right, and then a coin flip can suddenly turn their chances upside down. But both of them there, they got all bases covered.
Get out of my way!
And if you notice, right, that initial kill was enough for Crescents to bring out that null command. And Oreophilia, strong start to begin with. They already expect the contest from Cubby, but it's still enough for NWJ to get ahead. Difficult even more so for OGX. Twirly's gone, the Aldron there to get the intel. And more SCHYTE getting a bit comfortable and understanding the OGX setup. They're keeping the pressure towards mid. The alarm bot still getting the intel. And as of right now, SCHYTE with some solid reads.
Okay. I mean, as you said, strong start here for NWJ and Oreophilia especially. They get the early advantage. Hunter's Fury is still available, but with Crescents being this far up close, she has to be aware that OGX have the tendency of pushing through this smoke specifically. Oh, perfect timing on the fragment. She knew the smoke came, and that was her signal to lay loose.
Yeah, strong spray even enough to get the kill. Courtesy what? A single pulse. Emmy also spotted on out. NWJ yet again. More and more figuring out how to solve this puzzle. And Sky Elise, perhaps she has the right pieces along the way. Over onto the corner. Marchand, the shock dart value! Lightning in the bottle, striking twice basically. And NWJ just now one away from tying things up.
Nicely done here, and just sublime is the way that Marche connects. Double shock dart. Electrifying comeback here coming from NWJ. Timeout forced out of OGX, I believe. As I said here, great timing as well on this. 3 kills really aided by utility there. Even though the first one was off the spam, but you can see the pulse doing enough damage to really help confirm that ultimate's being built up here. So much on either side to use and dump.
Yeah, there's so many ways to be a bother right now, and honestly for Orangutan X, it's a difficult buy situation. They have ult to try and force things out, yes. And perhaps now they can go to something a bit more stock standard, put that pressure towards Bane, change things up, because NWJ is finding more value and finding the counters towards that mid push. It's really the mix-up that OGX can rely on while they're on the attacking side. If they can just keep pulling and conditioning SCHYTE, it will give them the chance. But if they fall into the setups and to the preparedness of SCHYTE and NWJ, then that's where the defense has been absolutely, as you said, sublime.
Well, the defense here, depending on this op now from Yamori, to try and change up things. It's not the most, how do I say this, ideal weapon sometimes against an eco, because he can get overrun pretty quick when, a lot of times in an eco to try and run it down. Look at this, solo Vandal coming out from Twirly.
The rifle, because he doesn't have the blades. So instead, maybe that Hunter's Fury, that null command also want to watch out for, because it might dislodge Yamori. But never mind, Emmy has been brought to the blue screen of that. And Yamori gets such a prime target that could have been one of the biggest bothers into the round. Swirly now, looking at least for any kind of contact towards main. The Aldrone yet again scouting out mid. And Casper, she's happy to play the lurk towards A. She has the From the Shadows anyway in a pinch. But slow play here from OGX. Now there's intel courtesy of the turret. They're trying to fake this A push. Looking to at least gather and pull that rotation. But SCHYTE, do they fall for it? Not as much as OGX would like. 3 still standing here by B. Notice something. Oh, but you can't dodge the shot. All done by Twirly.
That was aided because of the fact they didn't know Twirly was there. Twirly barely able to bypass that knife. Oh, angle here by Crescents once more from that back boathouse. She's raining havoc.
She's just such a strong anchor. Despite Dink, she's happy to stand tall. Looking sturdy so far. Aruma into the corner. And just no escape whatsoever. Casper now finally rotating, but realizes everyone's gone. She's all alone on this island. And she will sink with the ship too. Marchand ties things up. NWJ looking better than ever on the defense now.
Yeah, they tied things up, equalized things now, but still not the bad half just yet at all for OGX. One more round is a lot of times all really a team would necessarily strive for in this case, just to have a lot more closer potential of, you know, closing out that second half. But they're slowly but surely building these rounds in return. Lockdown available for both, same as the Hunter's Fury, but null command, that's where they can shut things down. They can use the lockdown to initiate, and the null command to stop the Hunter's Fury from destroying it.
Yeah, they have ways at least to answer back. And here we go again with the Aldrone. Yamori though, burning the dash after the tag. At least now, There's a bit more room for Orangutan X to work with. That's exactly what Twirly and Emmy are trying to provide. Still together in the front line, despite not being on that double duelist. The Owl Drone now
Blocking sight.
looking to contest. The shots through the wall even as Marja tries to find the angle. But here we go again. Orangutan stalled so far by SCHYTE answering that mid
That
presence.
confirms the op is still there. Small angle. So smart by them not to commit to it. Keeps the defense towards here. Null command popped out now. A side is a target, and they're running it down all the way in. But NWJ, they know not to play within that site, not when the null command's active. So they play back instead. Looking to play retake. It's going to be a complete utility and ultimate shuffle here.
I'm watching out for the lockdowns. Who will put theirs down first and foremost? Spikes planted though. Yamori looking for any target of opportunity. Jump peeking now. Trying to go to anyone to peek if ever. Casper though on the inside of Hell in the perfect angle to go for the paranoia. Darky ready. The Crescent finds Emmy. A good catch right now. Even better intel here for the side of SCHYTE. But Twirly clearing out Cubby. The lockdowns are there and the hole is even better. Twirly through the smoke. Even Casper on the board. And it's all Twirly now. Causing chaos and throwing the opposition for a loop. Hands up for Casper. Can Oreo get out in time with the teleports? Yes, she does. Not detained whatsoever.
No
2v1 as time is running out. She feels the pressure and looks like Casper is going to evacuate also. This is OGX finding the timings with the ultimates. And just well done by Twirly too to hold the angle down.
And Twirly going massive there on the tree, planting herself. They're going to reap what they sow off the seeds of what she's done in that round. To continue here with the lead. Do not give it up just yet. Do not get overtaken. They were neck and neck for a while, but now they've at least started to clear some distance. And Aruma just also, with that lockdown placement of hers, kind of winning them round, buying the time afterwards to force Oreophilia out, to try and save herself instead. But once again, the big hole here really coming in from the flank on towards Tree as OGX, great effort they're able to put up when the going gets tough here in Ascent.
Yeah, Orangutan's always going to be a threat. That's the thing. We haven't really seen these rounds be that lopsided in this game. You know that there's always a player like Casper who has been very consistent. I think one of the hottest players so far in this tournament has been Twirly. Yes, there have been a bit of downtimes for her, but the peaks we've seen so far, just sometimes the stellar showings round after round, once she gets heated up like that, she's going to be an absolute threat, and we'll see now if she can work on that factor. One away from the Blade Storm, picks up a rifle still. Yamori having the operator, and that might be the answer here for SCHYTE, but B looking to be the pressure here.
The round will continue here right now. Operator out for Yamori once more. Will be the difference maker on this defensive side. Skylise has got the turret to kind of swing off of, and leaving the lurk here of Aruma. Skylise connects. Get on the one. She can tell there's much more presence here, but not entirely threatened by the idea.
Yo, she's been so consistent at that. Swing off that initial turret contact. She sets it up, knocks it down. Good bot. Good turret. And this time around, even more so across our being set. Smoke dissipates. Could have been a timing there for Presence, but the Pips gets out in time. Here comes Emmy. Same case for Casper. And Casper, noticing, you mentioned it, open out there. Found out and felled. Hunter's Fury gets the connection. And Pips is an absolute marksman. Archery at its finest. OGX right now looking for the push. Daks down, taken down. Marsha doesn't need utility, as she does get the connection. Aruma, though, timing everything, knows the upper is there, and this is gonna be perfect. Aruma! Chances like this! This is perfect, but Yamori will capitalize on the time taken. 2v2 for now. Could have been critical damage. It's still something, though, as we have OGX onto the site. Casper waiting though, sees the cross, has the angle, teleports on out into the smoke. Japips also getting back into cover. It's 1v2 now, all eyes on Yamori. Can she actually get things done? Dashing on in forward, Flapper is there before the cover. Alex in this fight versus Casper, gets that kill. It's all up to Japips right now. There's the spray down through the smoke, and she knew exactly where her opponent was. OGX wins it.
Well, luckily Japips is sharp, because unfortunately for Aruma, she could have had 2 at least, maybe 3, if she had better target prioritization. In that case, you go for the long range Omen, and then you flick on over to Yamori, and then you go back towards Sova if you can't chain them both together, because Sova on that ult will have to try and stow it away and that will take a lot of time, but let bygones be bygones. OGX still take the round. The operator here not being effective for NWJ. They should take that as a hint to not try and force it up. It hasn't been working.
Yeah, don't bother, right? Just go for the close contest instead. They've been strong in that factor. The Guardian, though, looking to play long range. Mori trying to find some tabs with Twirly. Fleet-footed, already ready to provide some footwork here. The flash is there. The scan also gets the insult. Raptors now for the position of power here for NWJ. See that Emmy's really setting things up. Twirly now dancing around these boxes, dashing now towards the wall to provide some cover, and a stellar right click there to just cut up Orophilia. A 2-for-1. The site's taken. Yamori low HP as well. Twirly looking to climb up towards the rafters and ascend here on Ascent. Spikes planted though. Shock darts also trying to provide a bit more space to work with. Aruma onto the corner, but Crescent has her number. It's 3v3 now, and maybe the pressure from Doorway can provide a reprieve here for SCHYTE. Null Command also here. Twirly now spotting at Yamori, and it's Crescent instead with the takedown. Skyali's on the board. There's the tap trying to flush out Twirly. A 2v1 and the spray down into the takedown. NWJ, they had the angles of opportunity, and they will take command because of it.
Mori was crouching and moving while spamming that Guardian, and while it might not have necessarily connected, it just pulled so much attention because she was so open, and OGX tunnel visioned on her, which allowed Crescent and Skyali's from that backline, from Tree especially, to just cause havoc and get the kills and play off the aggro that Yamori was doing. So the Duelist doing Duelist things, pulling that attention, the rest of them follow up, so they have a good chance of tying things up here. To get 5 is really the minimum that you need, but for the defensive side, it's not the best looking ideal.
See now, can SCHYTE tie things up as OGX do come in from main. Perhaps now we get a stronger contest here from SCHYTE as OGX go for the full send instead. The dart's there, the paranoia too, but Crescent eventually gets that kill. Orophilia on the board, but Twirly is good for 2 before she's found out by Orophilia. Flash now, Emmy going for the flush, but March is so quick and so precise. We are done with a half with a tied scoreline.
Lots of double kills for Marche this game, ain't it? She's been really gaining them these sudden advantages. I mean, Twirly, sharp as ever, gets that double for the back site, but there's just so much more help to come on in. Great attempt, and they should have had the site by then, but you can see just the endless onslaught and waves coming from NWJ. But endlessly, to keep us a company, it's Jenny and Zahk.
Thank you, gentlemen. OGX getting that 6-6 on attack on Ascent. Score number looks tied, but then they are switching over to defense on a defensive-sided map. Zach, what do we think that NWJ maybe slipped up in the first half of bout? I know like Daks was bringing up the operator, for example. Maybe they were forcing it a bit. What do you think?
Yeah, the operator was a good factor. They definitely, I feel like it didn't have nearly as much impact as it should have. Of course, we're playing fantastic, and the kind of dynamic that we saw shape up towards those outside, we couldn't really see that in the beginning of the game, and I think that was what really led to their kind of slow start. They were able to find that synergy. I think that I believe it was Daks brought up Marche and her affinity to chain these skills together. Marche and Yamori, both of them kind of woke up towards that end, but until that happened, it was just incredibly difficult for the side of SCHYTE to really manage that retake.
So I know you predicted that 2-0 before that map number 1. Now that that's out of the window, could still be 2-0, just maybe in a different direction. But where do we think the second half is gonna go?
I mean, it could. That's very likely. I don't know which team is gonna win. Of course, both of them have proven to be incredibly resilient. But Orangutan in this map, at least, they've had a very good start. I don't want to jinx them even further, but it's gonna take if for example SCHYTE can keep together the synergy that they've had over the last 3 rounds in the second half, especially when they're switching over to attack. A lot of that heavy lifting is gonna fall onto the shoulders of Yamori. If she can keep it up, it might be a 2-0. But I believe in the 8 gang. Hoo.
Phew, all right, well, a bit of a seesaw flip-flopping from us over here at the panel, but of course there's still the second half and map number 2 all to play for. Guys, take it away.
Okay, Zach said the tagline. Who? And my question is, who will step up now?
Were you an
as we
owl?
have? Bro, the team is called Orangutan, not Orangutan.
Yeah,
Okay?
but you keep on hooting.
You see the logo. It's very clear on the screen what kind of animal that is, my friend.
The orangutan of Wall Street. Well, OGX. Looking to make their money, Daks.
Yes, I too have watched Barbie. There you go. All smiles there, but it's a tight scoreline. It can be anyone's game, and the dance that started on Ascent all the way back in Open 1 continues now here in Open 3. Orangutan, though, having those 6 rounds already such a good sign. They're absolutely stellar on their defense. They're looking ready to still hold for that mid contest as well. And instead, SCHYTE now, they're stacking up to play towards B main, cutting noise as much as possible. As soon as OGX realize there's no presence towards mid, Casper turning around, trying to set up perhaps a few smokes along the way. Utility setup from Aruma too, gonna be crucial. There's the dart for the clear. Aruma, everyone's looking at her right now, the dash on in. There you have the suppress as well, and space made here by SCHYTE. No one lagging behind. This B main push from Orangutan can't find anyone so far.
They take the site without much of a fuss. I mean, they went for that kind of initial mid push, but nothing really came of it. Ophelia making sure the backline is checked, but Casper gets a bear of her, and now they equalize 4v4.
Just so poetic yet again, Casper ready for anyone that can come her way. Sky Elise though on the board. Advantage right now for SCHYTE as they try to play off-site. Casper, Japips fight back now. 2v2 after everything's said and done. Such a difficult corner here for Sky Elise. She's spotted, she's found, and she's taken on down. All left to Marcia. She's been good with the double kills before. Can she do so yet again? Sticking around towards the corner, looking for any kind of moment to isolate this angle. Creeping now towards the back line. Just anticipating, pushing. But the swing comes from both ends. It's OGX with the kills. It's gonna be close though in terms of the timer, and they're looking at it. It's not gonna happen. NWJ buying a second to spare.
Yeah, did the bare minimum of staying alive, burning time, and taking them down with her. NWJ here. They're doing a good job in this open especially. Nobody would expected them to be this explosive of a team. You may say open 3. I will say open 3.
I'm not gonna continue that because you know where this conversation is gonna go. You and I both know this one topic we never want to open on broadcast. But it's a
like
big boom
movies.
towards that B side. I know you love it, and I can't wait for you to watch it again. But OGX, they do want to play a bit more aggressive towards main. Still, Crescent's on that KO, and honestly, this adjustment from SCHYTE to play the same comp as OGX, it allows them more avenues to find out what's going on and just sniff out where OGX want to play earlier on into these rounds here.
They have a setup here towards B main though, and if they can play off each other's contact, they might actually be able to do a decent amount of damage to your turret. Lets them know. Good reaction from OGX to not kind of overreact to it. The drone does clear out Aruma though, and they simply dismantle that hold.
And you know what's interesting as Yamori's in, finds Emmy, gets that kill, and this should be a sweep here, courtesy of SCHYTE. If you notice that Aldrone, it technically protected Yamori. She was just hugging the Aldrone. It was blocking her from overstepping. Twirly though. Sharp shot. I like what I see, but is it going to be enough? 1v4, so difficult right now. SCHYTE though, this B main push working very well so far.
Well, isn't that why we have a robot's task to do the task? Too dangerous for any
True.
human.
90% of all jobs taken by AI. Maybe one day will be replaced the same way, but for now, SCHYTE will put themselves in a place of victory.
Imagine.
2 rounds now, get the gap.
Imagine a league where the pro players are just bots. Like, you know, like
And the
bots.
casters are
like
bots.
AI. And they're just,
Everyone's a bot.
yeah, everything's just a bot.
Yo. There are tournaments like that people sometimes watch. It's not really for FPS. I think it's for more for RTS, right? Where it's just bot versus bot
That's a
tournament.
thing.
Watch them fight. Yeah, it's a rare thing, but
I think it
happens
might be a
from
thing
time
in
to time.
racing too, but in this case, first one to the finish line, definitely going to benefit. 10WJ up in the series, and if they can close this out, that's going to be such a huge win against a team that has made it to the grand finals in the past. Oh, Okay, Twirly. Glad you're back with
Yeah,
us.
they're fine. They're good. They're good. All good in the hood. As SCHYTE do decide to retreat after baiting out a bit of utility there from OGX. Emmy, she used up the fragment, a single flash too. It seems like that's the case here for SCHYTE. How they're gonna go for the offense, pull utility as much as possible, maybe get some lurk presence from Yamori as well. But really, eyes are on Japips as well as Aruma right now. The Owl Drone scouting out the corners, very meticulous from SCHYTE, knowing exactly how OGX have been playing out this defense. The fragment breaks the turret. There's the knife as well, getting a bit of intel, but they only see one. Do they realize both Japips and Emmy are in position here? A bit of time still to rotate, and here we go again, pulling attention away.
Yeah, but look, Yamori's already set up here towards A main. The thing is, though, she can't really push her way in, not without the backup of her team. And because they've rotated away, the smoke comes in here, and they've already anticipated this push to come towards the A site. Her element of surprise otherwise could have been a lot more effective, but Twirly's still staying in, timing the fight. No more dash, gets the one. No more follow-up just yet, and everything just crumbles down here for NWJ as OGX simply have much more to throw into the pot and win the fight.
Absolutely, that's the recipe of success. And OGX, they knew that was going to be a commit. They knew by that point on that, oh, SCHYTE's gone here from B. You still have Twirly keeping an eye out, and it was just such an effective way to take that victory. This is why OGX has such a strong defense. They don't get faked out from these kind of rotations as much as any other team. They're very stabilized on their positions, and case in point, that dub there, relatively quickly done by the end of the round.
Well, they keep it close for sure. But now, gun round out for both. I'd say it's a full buy, but not really. It's a Guardian Bulldog out here for the defense, and OGX. Oriophilia shuts down Casper. And now that sends a message here to OGX not to get overzealous. NWJ keeping their heads on a swivel and keeping their eyes and aim true and sharp.
Honestly, that's such a rare situation where Casper falls first. And this is perfect for NWJ. Less smokes for OGX to work with. Visibility gonna be so clear, especially on the pushes towards the site. And the split approach now. SCHYTE taking a page out of the OGX playbook, bringing that mid presence and looking to provide value with the pressure. Japips,
Right
oh,
here.
poor turret.
What did she do? Deserve that.
She just
She just wanted to play as well.
I feel so bad for it, but
Oh.
the lockdown's there.
Yep, the ping.
And now the action, looking to pick up. They did get the dart, yes, but Aruma's here setting up the turret as well. Looking to find the cross paranoia plus the scope. Perfect cover provided by Oriophilia.
Whoa.
But Emmy already with a good catch on the Sky Elise. Japips looking for opportunity. Aruma's there with the find on margin. Twirly watching out from it as well. So many cover angles here by OGX. Japips on side and just so prepared. And as soon as NWJ thought they had a chance, OGX shut the door on them.
Yeah, they were ready for the fight. They knew, even with the lockdown in place, fragment on the choke, nano swarms just completely scattered and encapsulating that entirety of the lane. And even when, like, you saw their Oriophilia try and shadow step her way into lane, into a better position, she finds herself on top of a swarm, on top of a molly. It just creates such a precarious situation for the pushing NWJ side. That's why SCHYTE call a timeout here, see how they can cut this up and try and serve it better.
Yeah, twice now. Just different antics and different forms of what we've seen from OGX, but it still amounts to how stable they feel on the site, that they're so confident to hold these kind of angles with individual players, be able to reinforce at a moment's notice. And let's not forget, that was an initial pick from SCHYTE, so they haven't found the answer yet to dismantle this OGX defense, and some strong power positions have given Orangutan X a chance to tie things up and maybe take the lead from this point on.
Well, this round will define who does keep or take the lead here. Find themselves in pole position to close out the map, potentially. Twirly got her blades to go on for this type of round, and against an eco, it can be absolutely devastating to try and connect those shots with a jet like her. Dancing, twirling, and spinning around. Let's see how they turn this game around, though. NWJ, they went up in the series against the map pick of OGX, and OGX looking to do the same.
Yeah, different tango now here for Yamori. Blades out. Stinger for Oriophila as well, and it's very interesting because she can actually use the From the Shadows. Perhaps provide the pinch here if ever, if Orangutan isn't prepared. But you can already see Orangutan expecting the aggression to come the B lane way. The shock dart's there. Looking to pepper up the opposition. Crescent so low to begin with. 68 HP. Counter shock dart right now to clear out utility, but Aruma's so prepared instead. Yamori, there you go. That's stellar. That's a good start. The paranoia's there too. Gets the connection. Fly high Yamori because she soars on and gets that kill. Twirly now in position. Casper too! And Casper! Where did she come from? Suddenly an apparition that will haunt NWJ to come. Yamori still fighting, still kicking. She's gotten 3 so far. Needs to get the ace to clutch it out for her squad. She's stuck here by both hands. Has the spike in hand. Gives herself away. You mentioned it. The dash is primed. Goes for the fake. There's the swing. And Emmy's ready for it. No way, no chance. OGX is always at the ready on this half.
Couldn't connect there, Yamori. And Casper materializing at the nick of time to hold down that B hall, rather that back portion of the map towards the boathouse. And, well, they tried to simply sail on in. She provides a much rougher path to it. Tech pause for the meantime, but to op once again, but this time around on OGX's side. Twirly bringing it out here, and as I said, those blades will be a big problem on the eco. But now this is when NWJ, you have to try something different. You have completely 2 different deviations here. Like, do you try and slow it down once more, or you try and just simply rush your way? You have to pick the right side if you're going to do so. You can see that they were trying to take mid a while ago away. They'd smoke up that deep pizza, but it's the op that would be a problem for them. I want to see them try that once more, but maybe take a page out of OGX's book. Remember how OGX would push out all the way there towards spawn from the top of mid, rather from the bottom of mid towards that pizza. They can maybe try and do the same more and catch OGX off guard.
Please stop saying pizza. I'm already hungry.
I am hungry.
9 p.m. here. You're making me hungry. Deep pizza? What? You want to go to Chicago or you want to go to Sbarro? Pick your poison.
I prefer it Neapolitan style.
Wow. Dude, New York's good too. You know, do you
New
know?
York, but
well,
I like deep dish.
Look, we're in a tech buzz, so I'm gonna give you a fun fact right now.
What's
you know
that?
why New York pizza is so good?
It's from New
Because
York.
of- yes, I'm walking here.
I'm walking
but it's
here.
because of the water, apparently.
What?
The water that they use for the...
Is it from the bay?
Yeah, basically. Whatever water they have in New York, it's perfect for the dough and perfect to just amplify that taste.
Is that a
apparently.
cap?
So that's your fun fact of the day.
Is that for
no.
fur?
This is for fur. This is actually for fur for once.
But aren't there a lot of boats over there? Which means...
I think you can still get water, Blackenblue, even if there are boats in the way.
Yeah, but I mean like more the gas and the oil and everything polluting your water source.
Bro,
I
there
don't
are
know.
boats everywhere. Every single body of water has basically been touched by human invention, my friend. And that's what distillation is all about.
Sure.
Do you not know how water works?
What do you mean? It's wet.
No, it's not. It's not actually. Water is not wet technically. It just gives the status of wetness to other things.
Isn't that in itself wet?
No, apparently not. It's some weird semantics, I know.
It's like saying fire is not burning, but they say
Fire
the
is
fire
burning.
is burning.
Fire is burning,
See?
but water's not
The,
wet.
the lightning's electrifying. The water is wetting.
Maybe it's because it's an action. I don't know, man. I don't make the rules. We have 2 languages we can speak. Sometimes we just kind of get confused with the other one.
Yeah, sometimes it's not even the
And-
language, it's more the accent that you pull out for the point.
Hey, we're so off topic right now. Technical pause real quick. And
Oh, right
we're
on time.
done. Very good.
Yep.
I do feel though for SCHYTE, someone needs to step
Planned.
on up even more so. It seems like they're struggling to really commit the way that they would like, because as soon as they get that initial entry, it's that second wave that OGX is more prepared for that suddenly shifts the favor into the defense's advantage.
Well, they're looking to make waves here right now. Hey.
Yo, Pacific.
Uh-huh. Twirly, gone up. And she's looking to dip deep into this B main, but nobody really there to kind of play off of it. Turret will alarm them that there was some sort of active aggression here, but it's one that's a bit more kept in the pocket.
Yeah, well, let's see if this pocket play can work out here. So much utility set up yet again by Aruma. The turret already getting confirmation, and as soon as that happens, Casper with an immediate smoke, making it even more difficult for SCHYTE to look to find the cross. This knife can be a make or break moment for Crescents. Does you realize that Aruma's here hugging the corner? There's the suppress right now. There's the smoke even. Crescents now leading the charge, clearing and going for Jenny. Bringing the dart, but it still gets a scan anyway. OGX need to see this. Crescents with the find onto Casper. A good beginning yet again. Oruphilia picking up the spike that has been left behind. So it's a sure way here for SCHYTE. They decide to commit on this A side. Spikes planted. 5v4 for now.
Also makes certain that they keep him guessing on this swing. Look at that Crescent just jaywalking across the way.
Well, she can't see what's going on. Might as well. Here we go yet again. The pop left from Aruma does get a takedown. It's up 4v4. Aruma, Twirly trying to get in there. Yamori realizing where Twirly's position. And Yamori's not done. Holding still towards doorway. There we go with the reload though. But Oriophilia's watching the angle. It's all left to Japeeps at the 1v3. Exactly what SCHYTE's been looking for. A confident push towards the side. Here we go yet again. Bob and we've been dodging the bullets. Yamori gets that kill and we're tied up.
They plant themselves here towards that Jenny. And that's their flag there, Jenny, and it's color red. Seeing red right now. NWJ looking their way. And they do not blink, at least not first. On the cross, though, here. They do a good job of keeping them at bay. Obviously, the clear was really clean. Updraft of Yamori, taking that space. Dart in as well with him bypassing the utility. And now NWJ, they tie up the game with a good chance of taking the lead over.
Yeah, what a neck and neck fight. It's looking very impressive here for both OGX and SCHYTE. But SCHYTE's the one with something to prove versus OGX. His all-star map pick watching the dart right now. Broken by Sky Elise. But still, it's that mid that has been vied for so much of the time here in this map. Someone wants to have a picnic there towards courtyard. And let's see who can get that space first. Aldro now broken the turret, looking for any kind of contact. Both sides just so close to one another. With the creep up by NWJ moving towards A instead.
Well, this eco for OGX, one big point they could have is if they find an early pick off with the blades, but that's going to nullify it from being participant in this fight. A side is theirs. For the meantime, a scan will confirm only one. They don't really know how much are on there. The flank to come on in, and the thing is, because of the suppress, they can't really ask for the smoke just yet to try and turn this alarm bot off.
Yeah, just a little bit of time now. It's difficult here for Orangutan. They're on an eco state. The only one with firepower is Japips with the Guardian. A dart being primed, perhaps to get that intel. Aruma on the flank as well, but look who's ready. It's Sky Elise crouched. Perhaps, maybe dangerous in its center of mass. The blade storm's there too, and look, the overrun. Aruma with one, make that two. Main opened up here by Orangutan. Oriofilia though, holding now for the time being. And Yamori finding power towards Jenny as well. A one-way setup for Oriofilia takes advantage straight for Oreo. But here comes Aruma and Twirly yet again. Twirly now looking to tango. Yamori has to deal with two angles. And Aruma, a solid surprise. It's 4 kills, but the time is the problem here for Orangutan. Not gonna happen. NWJ, they buy enough space and time for themselves. It's still the lead here for SCHYTE.
At least they make it expensive, but now NWJ, they don't have the best buy coming into this round, which makes it a lot more possible for OGX to just respond and turn this back against them. Operator out for Twirly, timeout called, lockdown available in the Hunter's Fury, which is going to be a big problem, I think, for NWJ in this round. They have so many ultimates that are incredibly high impact. All of their most high impact ones, actually, are available for this round. And unless something crazy happens from the Hunter's Fury of Marche, it's going to be a problem. Their attacking side, too, has been, to be fair, pretty swell in taking the site. It's about necessarily holding on in the post plant that has proven to be a problem for them, even if they took that last round.
Yeah, I'm just looking at SCHYTE right now. It seems like A looking so much more comfortable for them so far. They have a bit more space to work with. They had that extra bit of elevation. And perhaps this is going to be OGX now discussing where do we put more of our forces. An op is out though for Twirly. We've seen mid vied for again and again by both of these teams. And that can be the sudden game changer here in this round. Especially in this game if Twirly can start popping off and getting kills early on into these rounds.
Wow, he's making jokes.
I'm not
He
even.
said game changer. He
Yo,
did the word.
Don't do me like this. Don't do me like this. You can see how close this game already.
It's game
Don't
changing time.
Don't break my emotion, my friend. You can't do this to me.
Yes, it is
But-
a game of changer.
Okay. You're funny.
Thank you.
You should open up a comedy bar one day.
Maybe one day.
Black and Blue Express.
It'll be my calling.
Maybe one day. Maybe true.
Well,
once you're done here in
you can
esports.
see Crescent. It's calling to her. She knows line. It's a nice sip she wants to take off. Do they clear her out though?
Yeah, perhaps. Now, maybe, at least, a bottle to celebrate on. Crescent's waiting, watching.
Oh,
Does she expect Casper to push from this? The paranoia being primed, though, that's the problem.
you practically
Same
smell
piece
him.
for Aruma. It's gonna be so close. A line is drawn, and as soon as sight crosses, you know things are gonna go to a head-to-head. Timing is everything, and Casper,
here it comes.
when does she let this rip? There's the push, and Aruma so shocked to begin with. The spray down into the takedown. It's two here. Make that three. Orangutan at the ready. Casper still consistently fighting. And Oriophilia is the only one who gets any value for sight. In a blink of an eye, sight is just gone from the round. Oriophilia, what can she do? A 1v4. She
30
needs to
seconds
clutch
left.
this with an ace just to win.
Simple but effective. Trap set in place. Sprung. It finds its mark. One of the oldest plays in the book here in Valorant ever since its inception. Works out to beautiful standards. NWJ shocked really
10
at how
seconds left.
effective that turned things around. If you're Oriophilia here, just you gotta save this gun and live to dunk another day.
Well, 10-10 is the score. I'm just gonna ignore you from this point on. And sight, you can see the problem, right? As soon as they decided to go, they cut that noise. But players like Aruma, players like Casper, they thrive in those kind of pressure situations that can win those clutch moments. Aruma, a stellar play, not just get one, right? But that second one, giving time for Casper to swing. From that point on, it was easy pickings for Orangutan, and those are the kind of setups that can suddenly surprise you if you're sight.
Well, I don't think it was necessarily a surprise, more just something you'd never really expect, but isn't that the definition of surprise anyways?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, what are you talking about it? You speak English there, good sir?
I'm trying
but
to
maybe
say
it's the timing.
it's not
It's a timing.
it's not like a surprise, it's more like surprise. Really
Yeah,
gets
they're
the one,
surprised.
but she can fall back.
She does retreat. Sky Elise, I believe, they were able to dodge it by crouching along the way. And now, the site looking to be taken here by NWJ. There's still pressure though, and Emmy reinforcing Twirly. Twirly with another one, the operator making magic happen so far. But is it gonna be enough? Advantage here for Orangutan. But NWJ, Sight have made their way towards the site. Two Sheriff in their clutches, the Euro rifle in the hands of Yamori. She needs to come up big here if ever. The paranoia is perfect though. Not only that, we hear Emmy with the null command pulsing. Emmy with the clear, now down on the ground. Marsha on the board, sure. And she's the only one still standing. Twirly though, a new gun and a new kill for her. While they reboot Emmy along the way, this will be a new beginning and a new round one by OGX.
A great comeback here from OGX. I was trying to say it's less of a surprise, more of a shock, if anything, or just, I guess, when you get startled is the right word here. Startled at the fact that something like that simple can work up against. You can tell they were looking to clear it a while ago, and same things here happen once more. Startled at the idea that OGX can just pull out the round like that. Obviously, they didn't have the best economy coming into the round, but they were hoping, I'm sure, to try and get something done, at least get more damage done. But now we're entering kind of like the final stages of this map. Every single piece of economic damage we can do from here on is going to be big. Mid push coming on in, but towards A, they're pushing. Twirly, though, keeps their heads spinning round and round. Oriophilia responds. The peeps going big. Marche answers back as well. It's a 2v3. They got the Hunter's Fury.
Strong anchor so far. Here comes the Blades 2 and Twirly. She hasn't handled to work with the uptrust also. Never. Yamori though spotted Thor speed away. Emmy will be felled. It's 2v2 now. There you go with the updraft. Exactly what I'm talking about. The elevation to the isolation. The Alatron gonna be at the play too. Gets the tag though. Knows exactly where Twirly is. But does she expect Aruma as well? Marche in cover. But there's just no way to hide from them. Orangutan put themselves on match points.
Recovery from Orangutan, just
Bomb grenade out.
gaining them round per round per round, back to back to back, and NWJ simply no response.
Match point.
10 to 12, and now broken economy at best. We've got some guns to work with, but it won't be ideal here, especially ability-wise, armor-wise.
Enemy remaining.
And Twirly just starting things off and putting one of the final nails in the coffin for the round. OGX here, looking to extend this into Pearl.
Yeah, this is looking very, very critical for SCHYTE. We've seen them, that they have this confidence to play Ascent now. But this is a team that has beaten them before when they ran different compositions. And Orangutan putting themselves in the position to do so yet again. Twirly now, up in hand, watching out for top mid. SCHYTE here, a bit more scared in their approach. They want to play it safe to contest for mid. That's what the flash is all about, but Twirly not hit. There's the swing though, but it's wide enough to keep Crescents alive. The rest of the NWJ following suit, looking to go for the contest. The scan's there, Twirly in a bit of trouble. Cloudburst to keep her safe, and it's NWJ taking mid instead.
Well, operator out here for Twirly, and you can tell they can really fear that looming threat over their heads. Lockdown here, potentially to be used. Aruma's got her own, but that's the only big ultimate they've got at all to even utilize. A main looking like a problem. Utility being trained down here towards that tree. Crescents has to be careful. Twirly connects. The shorty up close, long or
He's
far.
ready.
Doesn't matter. Twirly gets things going. Yamori gets the one. The swing though not working out. The lockdown in place. Things
down.
looking
Defenders
disastrous
spawn.
right now
30
for
seconds
the
left.
Scythe.
Yeah, it's all falling apart here for SCHYTE, and even more so with the swing. Orangutan X, history's on their side, and history repeats itself. We go for a decider as OGX steals this map pick away. Just goes to show that this map draft, it's more of a suggestion rather than a conclusion, and it was neck and neck with Orangutan pull ahead at the end.
I mean, that was exactly what we wanted to see from Orangutan, right? They cannot, choose to go down without a fight here, especially knowing that we've seen them in the past make it all the way to the grand finals, make it all the way to kind of putting their name in that conversation as one of the best teams in APAC. And if that was going to falter here right now, what a shame it would have been for a team that really came together to try and prove something wrong, prove everybody wrong, and prove something, their own ideas right. For the meantime though, we're gonna have to throw it to our panel, because as amazing as that game was, they're even more amazing. We'll see you guys after the panel.
Thanks, gentlemen. Orangutan keeping their top 4 dreams afloat. It took 10 best of 3 series, Zach, but we finally did it. We're gonna get our map number 3. What a back and forth game. I mean, SCHYTE get 2, then OGX get 3, then SCHYTE get 2 again, and then OGX get 3. And when we get off that roller coaster, it's OGX at the top. I mean, honestly, this game looked like it could have gone either way.
It generally could have, and one of the things that I was extremely impressed by was that last timeout coming out of Orangutan. The most perfect timing. It came after SCHYTE were winning a couple of rounds in a row. It derailed their momentum completely, but more than that, they cracked the code, right? They figured out how exactly these guys were taking those sides. They put the pressure in those right spots, in particular that mid pressure that we saw in those last couple of rounds. Really, really nicely played by Orangutan, and of course, that final linchpin in their strategy. Twirly, absolutely phenomenal performance coming out of her. It's set at 334 ACS, I see. Yes it is. 28 kills in this game so far. Absolutely insane. Far above everybody on that server.
Yeah, I mean, just clicking hits, popping off a Twirly. What? I
feel you.
Yeah, what a whirlwind, I mean, from this girl. I mean, we've been singing her praises enough, I think, for the last couple of days, but just, I'm so glad that OGX have really settled into this composition, have found themselves in this map too, because it would have been such a huge shame if we had to say goodbye to them after that first map. So yeah, I'm hyped, I'm pumped.
Very much so. And of course, if you look at the
13
status,
kills in 10 rounds. Yo, and they lost.
I mean, the same happened on Bind as well. So it's just like
Yeah.
it's just a side swap kind of thing. Like, okay, you do this on Bind, I'll do this on Ascent. But what really interests me here is Orangutan's post-plant setups. On their attacking side, while they had a pretty good start here, and they were able to really like set themselves up for success in that post-plant situation. Those crossfires were really incredible, and they took a good amount of control once that site went down. So even with that spike going in, a lot of these rounds you saw the pushes coming in particular. I don't remember the exact round number, but in that first half, you saw that lockdown coming in from the site, and just Twirly being able to push in the counter lockdown as well coming out of Aruma. Really, really good utility usage. And even though all the players did end up going down except Casper, there was no time, and that seems to be the narrative of this entire game. They're just Orangutan playing time to perfection, enabling that they were able to keep their lead up, and even though Scythe, they were able to bounce back in that second half. Overall, Orangutan, they just kept their mental extremely resilient, and were very, very good over the course of Ascent. But hey, this is Ascent. This is a map where we expect to see them kind of excel historically. I mean, look, after that 1-11 game, I feel like Orangutan and Ascent, they just have like this special relationship going on. Very good chemistry.
Is that relationship called PTSD by any chance?
For other teams, it's PTSD. For Orangutan, it's hoo hoo hoo. Like an evil laugh, but like a monkey doing it. I don't know how to make this sound.
What was that? The Orangutan of Wall Street? I was hearing Daks and Blackenblue talking about that. They're trying to make that sound that the orangutan makes. I don't know, man. I don't know if we want to go there. I don't think that's
I don't want to go
what
there.
the
I think
team
I'm good.
wants to. Yeah. Well, we do have map 3 coming up very shortly. It is going to be on Pearl. We'll talk more about that in just a second, guys. We're gonna go for a break before we come back with that map 3.
Last player standing. One enemy remains. Shock dart. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Enemy remaining. 1 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
You were shot to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares such a heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down. Coming off the bench now. Waiting for this moment, swinging for the fence now. Coming off the bench now. Gotta get up, cause we about to get down.
Hello and welcome to the final map for today. It took us 3 days and 10 best of threes, but we finally here. It's the showdown throwdown between SCHYTE, NWJ, and Orangutan X. Both teams vying for that top 4 spot in Game Changers Open 3. We've seen the pendulum swing both ways, but who is going to come out on top? And whoa, I'm big. I think we've got a couple of tech issues on the side of Zahk, but we're gonna sort that out real quick. And in the meantime, it's me here, guys. But yep, it's map number 3 between SCHYTE. Oh, she's back. Oh, thank God you're back. I was like, wait a minute.
No, all good.
Welcome back.
I think my stream froze, so I reloaded and I disappeared for a bit, but I have jumped back. I did enjoy seeing you in full resolution on my screen. So
Thank you.
I'm
But
surprised
I
for
was
everybody
like-
watching.
I was like, is Zach really gonna miss map 3? I mean, come on. We've
No
been waiting
way.
3
No
days
way.
for it.
No way, indeed. And like you mentioned, our first map 3 after 4 days or 3 days, 3.5 days of Game Changers Open 3. It's all it takes, just 3 days to get to a map 3. But finally, we have a decider coming up here, which will determine which of these two teams will make that top 4, and unfortunately, who will be going home. And so far, it's been a very back and forth kind of situation between these teams. They've been able to steal each other's map picks, but with Pearl coming up, I really do not know how it's gonna go, because this is a map where Orangutan in the past have bullied, for lack of a better word, SCHYTE, but still, SCHYTE, they have a pretty good win percentage and they've improved a lot recently as well.
Yeah, I think from the information that we have, this is one of SCHYTE's most played maps after Haven, and they always do run the exact same composition, at least of late, on this map. They've always been running the Astra, Jet, Killjoy, Sky, as well as a Viper. I know map 2, we saw that mirror agent composition. However, this time around for OGX, I mean, they've played Pearl a bit here and there, not too much, especially compared to some of their other mainstay picks. Usually, I think they played it 10 times. They have a exactly 50% win rate. They've gone 5-5 on Pearl. And in terms of agent composition that we can expect from Orangutan X, they've actually been running a pretty mixed bag. I think mostly we can expect the Breach as well as Brimstone, but honestly, they've played a whole bunch of agents in the past. There's been Fade, Killjoy, Neon, Gecko, Jet, Kato, even Chamber, if they want to run it back that long. So I don't know, man. It's map 3. It comes down to this. We'll see what they got.
I'm just here for Emmy's Phoenix. I'm just here for this Phoenix. We already saw it yesterday. We saw her with the Odin of all things, absolutely demolishing the opposition, and we're going to be possibly seeing that again, a repeat from their comp from yesterday. And for SCHYTE, they've gone with the double controller, although usually you see a Harbor and a Viper, but it's going to be the Astra coming in for Oreophilia instead. Once again, the Battle of the Astras. Now, a little bit of fun trivia here. These two teams, they faced off in the Swiss stage, where Orangutan found a 2-0, and one of the maps that they played was Pearl. And you know what the score was, Jenny? It was a nice, shiny 13-3 for Orangutan. So,
Yep.
So
that was yep, that was it was 5 days ago, right? And like I don't know if all that much has changed in 5 days, but like I know like SCHYTE, they were trying to get Pearl out of the map rotation, right? They were like, oh, we don't want to play Pearl today of all days, but unfortunately the deciding map is gonna be Pearl. They have to play it, and it's gonna come down to this.
Exactly. The agent helps haven't changed up too much either for either side, so I don't know how exactly this is gonna go. Of course, SCHYTE, to their credit, they've been able to go back to the drawing book, kind of come back on their own terms on previous maps that they have not had a good time with Orangutan against, but this time 13-3, and with it being so recent, it's gotta be some PTSD. Like you mentioned, the problem for SCHYTE is that Orangutan's map pool, it just seems to be a little bit deeper, even with the new people that have come into the team, and because of that, in particular, Emmy's Phoenix on this map is just so strong. The last time these two teams faced off, I went through the statistics. Emmy had a plus 15 KDA. Like, it's not even the number of kills, she just had a plus 15 KDA. She was able to just get that kill differential so high that it was just deletion of the opponent. So I don't know if we're going to be seeing a repeat of that today. Orangutan probably are hoping to. Orangutan fans are probably hoping for that, but at least I hope we see a closer game, because if it goes to a map 3, it has to go all the way.
I mean, 13-3, it can't get worse than that, you know? If you're trying to delete that
13-1.
game, well, yes, that's true. That is true. But I mean, you know, in general, if you're trying to keep that morale up, you're like, guys, look, like, there's no way it can be worse than that day. We're just gonna all systems go. Talking about all systems go, guys, it is going to be Daks and Blackenblue. Guys, we're going over to you.
Come on, give us the green light, because we're finally getting a third map this open. I can't believe it took this long to get a decider, and we're in for a treat, because not only has been neck and neck between Orangutan X as well as SCHYTE and WJ, but it's also an elimination match. We are here though on Pearl. One point I want to make though before we really start. Zach mentioned it perfectly. The map pool of Orangutan X has widened immensely, and one map pick that they banned all the time back in Open 2. Pearl is something they're happy to let through now.
I mean, the last time they did face against each other, as Zach also talked about a while ago, it was a pretty one-sided show in favor of Orangutan, so it's not really boding too well just yet if you are a SCHYTE fan. But, I mean, we look at Orangutan and the old problems that used to haunt them, who knows, they might come back in the most inopportune moment for them. Both of these teams sticking with a comp that we've kind of become accustomed to at this point. They love to run that Phoenix nowadays, and it's been a lot more effective, I think, for them compared to the previous composition that had that fade in it, that slotted that other initiator out. And now with this, with what they got going, is it the right decision to let this one through, seeing it how it has historically have had problems for either side in the past?
I mean, come on, look at Orangutan X. First name Emmy, last name Spacemaker. I'm making it up right now because we've seen every single time you have Emmy leading the charge, whether it be attack or the defense, it's something, a partition of the map that Orangutan can capitalize on. On the other side though, SCHYTE have made that adjustment to move from the harbor before to the astronaut or you feel, yeah, it didn't work for them last time around. The panel mentioned it, 3-13 in favor of Orangutan X instead. Now as SCHYTE starts on the attack, let's see if they've adjusted accordingly from the Swiss stage to get the revenge, or will Orangutan continue on their streak of dominance versus NWAJ SCHYTE. We begin with the Trailblazer, looking for the clear, a push from Orangutan, though, towards B instead.
Well, you mentioned it, that B-link push, trying to be attempted early on, but it's a pivot suddenly towards A. Utility on the killjoy here from Aruma, set up in place, stars as well. It's going to be making it a lot more hazardous, but nobody really within sight to actually get a punish off of it. So the plant, it will go down.
Yeah, Orangutan will seek control
planted.
as they went for the push from Link. Instead, they will regroup here by Flower, maybe take an angle towards Secret as well. Some lanes to work with, but SCHYTE, different plan. Play utility, look for the flash potential. And Sky Elise, alongside Yamori. Flank potential perhaps to play in the waterways. Crescent's watching out for mid as well, so SCHYTE's so meticulous, keeping these corners cleared as much as possible. But now we get the connection and the action. Hot hands into play, and Orangutan will swing towards Link. A clash here in close quarters, and Sky Elise though who finds two. Emmy trying to go for the defuse, but such a bother with the star. The curveball's there, and here comes a clear from Orangutan. Time running out, and looks on the inside. Amelia, knife out even.
How dare you.
Slashes at Casper, who survives, but time has run out, and this is a dub for SCHYTE anyway.
You dare try and stick me with the pointy end, Oreophilia says, but, well, she still comes out of it on top. Even though she doesn't get the kill on Casper. I mean, it's a time that really became the big problem here. They had to push out towards Art. That plant is really problematic because it's exposed to both A main and Art, and if you aren't able to take both of that away, it becomes a lot more difficult to try and deny, or rather just stick the plant. They did have a smoke on it, but you'd know as soon as they try and suck it, the rest of the postman hold will just simply push forward and try and get within the sight of it.
So there you go, Valorant Halloween special, the slasher in the smoke, starring Oreophilia.
The hash
in the end
bashing, the lash dashing,
Sure, go ahead.
the
You
crash
memorize it?
bashing. And I'm just making
Whoa,
up words.
That's a different game already.
Yeah.
But you know, one thing SCHYTE's been very effective at, they're so strong on the stall. No matter what, we've seen these situations where Orangutan can't get the defuse in time. There's the kill from Sky Elise to begin with. Hot hands into play, and Emmy burns Marsha into a crisp. It's 4v3 though. They spot out Emmy yet again on the high ground. Poison Cloud gonna get lobbed her way as well to remove an angle to utilize. Works for the cover, the spam's there, but Crescent gets the spike going. 4v3 for now. Guiding Light the call to allow OGX to push. Crescent's blinded, struggling to find any footing there. Gets away with 5 HP on her life. Casper now looking for a target. Third spot for Yumori. Same kind of case. Oreophilia playing Protector, keeping her teammate alive, but Jump Pips will trade back. It's not enough though. And WJ with the second.
Complete mission as
Quick round there. Once it did come down to the meat of it, but still some damage done by OGX on the defense right now. I want to see if they're going to use this Phoenix as more of kind of like a punish type agent where they'll let them try and come on in, quick curveball, swing off of it, or if it's something they're going to try and be more active with. They push forward. Seems like the latter option is what they're going to opt for here. You can see them poising up for that A main, but it's mid that NWJ seemed a bit more interested in.
Yeah, I think the biggest concern right now for Orangutan, They only have that single controller compared to the two that SCHYTE has. So more ways for
Taking that
Crescents and
back.
Orphelia to manipulate the angles that they would like. You mentioned it though. Between Emmy and Japeeps, there's a lot of close clash potential for Orangutan X, and Emmy, she doesn't disappoint on those angles. The run it back is ready too, and as SCHYTE try to clear towards Link, still OGX keeping their defenses at the ready, sticking around the sites instead.
They got that run it back on Emmy. If it ever does come to a retake situation, which it very well could possibly be. Majority of the defense right now in OGX are towards the A side, and everybody here in NWJ looking to barrel down towards B. Pearly finds and spots him out. You can hear them coming as well. This should be a planned attempt very soon. Well, though, keeping him at bay, or at least delaying them for the meantime. The plant will go down.
Like that, here we go with Marshall putting the plant down too, but Emmy with the spam to get that kill. The hot hands yet again providing value. The spike is down though, the run it back is there. Orangutan knows this is a full commit. Full steam ahead, Emmy unrelenting with the push. Orphelia towards the corner, Sky Elise, a plan with the lineups. But she's all alone now in a 1v4 slate. Emmy already looking for the defuse, and now the swarm's broken. It's difficult here. Well, Emmy, can she actually go for the fight? Sky Elise instead with two!
Nah.
The stall was there apparently. Emmy in cover, and this should be Orangutans to win. A great effort from Sky Elise, but it's not enough. Orangutan will take
Yeah,
it.
it's planted too deep for them to actually get, for her to actually get an angle on their Sky Elise, so luckily for her, she's able to get damage. Saves up the Bulldog, not that it's the best thing to take into another round, but at least they do get something out of it here. But I'm very curious on how you look at NWJ, and they have many tools that just, even though they've been, I guess, surprising already and what they were able to do last time around, the fact that they're still continuing this run this deep, it's very impressive, I think, so far. In the same way that Deviant Topaz, although they're less known a while ago, were able to get themselves as far. For SCHYTE to once again improve and reiterate on what was working last time around, it's very, I think, it's a hopeful sign for the scene that teams like this, who are apart from maybe the super teams that ones might look at, that they still have these type of performances that can stand toe-to-toe with some of the best.
No, I agree with you because we've seen Orangutan make it to the finals before. We know the caliber of play of Reirachu Kaguya. We know how exceptional Sapphire has been to contend, of course, with the Giants at their SMG. But what about SCHYTE? Where are they positioned really in the Game Changers ecosystem? They're looking to prove it with these kind of matchups that they belong at the top caliber as well. They've been very consistent in their open run, always a contender, but they haven't found that final form compared to the other teams from what we've seen. So 2-1 standing. Rifles are out here for NWJ. They play the defaults, look to go for mid. A safer protocol right now since they expect Emmy and Twirly. Something has to be up when they're together.
Well, certainly here, when you are kind of cutting the noise, it can make OGX overthink on where this could come. You're kind of expecting almost like a fake, like they're going to suddenly pivot towards A. Destroying that B-Link. It's all according to plan here for OGX. They know that they have no real intention of kind of holding down towards Connector. So they have utility passively to gather information either towards B-Link or Art. They do both. They get both rid of. And now this is where the guessing game of OGX comes into play.
Yeah, Nano Swarm popped though. At least, maybe for OGX, they have an inkling of what's going on. They've given up mid. They know that side can cross from that angle. And already you can see
30
Twirly
seconds left.
alongside Emmy. Looking to set up a bit of a crossfire, perhaps prepared for the Link take itself.
Poison's
Twirly
gone.
now on the inside, surprising presence with the timing. Maybe another one dashes past, realizes their contact coming from both sides. Emmy with a find on the Yamori, and OGX, they thrive in these situations. Chaos caused by Emmy and Twirly. Aruma with a helping hand too, and suddenly it's all tied up. Well done by OGX.
Yeah, the duelists here going big. Especially there, Twirly, the fact that she was able to stay alive after that first pick, and she almost was dead to rights, but then Emmy comes in at the perfect opportune moment, swings and gets a kill before it would have been a trade, but actually just gets the save instead. And NWJ, instead, they're the ones put in a difficult spot right now. OGX, you can tell that they're starting to get a read on what NWJ have been doing, especially when it comes to guessing where they're going to go from connector. Because if NWJ, if their last presence made known is towards A, they're going to go B, and vice versa. And that's a pattern that OGX are starting to, I guess, recognize now.
Yeah, they're realizing where these rotations are headed towards too. And OGX, very meticulous actually, of the space that they seed towards SCHYTE. Keeping tabs of these kind of angles. Sky Elise though, a hero rifle to contend with any kind of aggression. And the plan right now for SCHYTE, perhaps catch out if ever Emmy or Twirly do over-aggress and pick up the rifle by stacking on up. OGX, they realize that very quickly actually. They back away towards the site. Casper, a sheriff only. Apparently she's looking to play the eco in this situation. Confidence now here from OGX.
I've got
Flower
your trail.
holding Japips as she goes for the flash, but Seekers are there to grab it well, keeping them at bay! And Casper sets it up nicely for now. Yamori's there too, looking for this to have another gravity well. These Seekers are struggling to cross to the opposite end. But Spike's planted. Casper now having to see that control. The tips Aruma gonna be there as well. The first wing comes, and here comes OGX with Crescents is ready for it. 2 down, courtesy of Crescents. Aruma at least clashing back. Suddenly the tandem now from Art, perhaps ready to paint a picture. Sky Elise still finding Twirly. Here comes Emmy, and down goes Yamori. It's dangerous though. Sky Elise! There she go, realizes where Emmy's coming from, and not just once but twice. Emmy will fall. Aruma's the only one left. It's 2v1, and here comes trouble. Aruma with a wall bang. Gone now is Crescent. It's 1v1 as time's running out. There's the cover.
She can stick.
Aruma
What are you
staying
doing?
safe. She can stick. Sky Elise needs to push. It's only a matter of time, and Aruma will get it done. A clutch in the end as OGX gets away with it.
She thought it was a fake, but she could see. She should have been aware that there was no chance of the fake there. Had to stick, otherwise it wouldn't have been time. Maybe for the half, but that was it. And when the stick did come, it came so close. Sky Elise, she got the first kill on the Phoenix that would have been able to secure the round, but off the fallback there, Crescent still somehow found it's an even better clutch though, coming from Aruma in such a difficult spot, time ticking down and the pressure surmounting. She does not fold.
Yeah, it feels unfortunate for SCHYTE because that was already a stellar eco round. Could have been better with the dub itself. Big heads up there from Sky Elise versus Emmy, but not onto the objective. Those are the kind of moments where the SCHYTE just need a bit more of that refinement to really play to the caliber of some of the other competition here in the APAC Game Changer scene. But we're not done, and the rifles are out. SCHYTE looking for a bit of redemption. They push now towards mid, implying presence on both sides. Getting Art, getting the doors as well. The Trailblazer looking to make a bit more space. We've seen this from SCHYTE. If they open up these angles, Blackenblue, they can play the connector as well and keep OGX guessing.
Well, OGX, it's a very telltale sign that they're starting to feel it when they can turn individually rounds around like that. Lockdown plays here by NWJ side, and even with this, OGX just comfortable to wait on the wings and try and find a punish.
Yeah, they're so ready for it. They have the link under control. Twirly is there
30
if ever.
seconds left.
The cloud for circle cover. At least Imori understanding the situation, but the floor is lava, and Barja is in trouble. Here comes Emmy as per usual. Twirly too charging on in, and aggression is the stance of OGX truly. Ready now to go for the commit yet again. Casper thriving in that chaos, looking to go for the fight. The smokes are out and the blades are there too. Sharp from Twirly. Crescents with the lineup though. The lockdown making space. Sky Elise kept at bay. Aruma though getting halfway on the defuse. Can NWJ buy enough time? Aruma sticking it, and here we go yet again. But before the fight's even over, OGX has already won 4-2 now.
Yeah, comfortability, we talked about it. And it's just the truest thing here for OGX. They don't crumble to the pressure. They know that even with OGX starting to barrel down on them, rather with NWJ starting to barrel down on them with a lockdown in place, they're composed in those situations, and just this decision making as a whole is super on point, forces a timeout out of SCHYTE NWJ here. And if you're OGX, it has to feel good to keep that momentum for map number 2 directly here to the third.
Yeah, and you can see that they're capitalizing on their composition so well. They make these scenarios where Emmy and Japeeps can get absolute flash value. Emmy has no fear. She is one of the most courageous players I've seen this Open. And there were those inklings back in Open 2. But still, she was the newer player onto the roster. We're still trying to feel out how they would work out with her leading that charge. But here at Open 3, the full send, and honestly, the full confidence from Orangutan X. This is why they have this front line right now, because they're so confident to push accordingly.
Well, confidence is key, they say. Fake it till you make it.
Absolutely.
And
that's what we do. I'm happy to be here.
aren't we all?
Oh,
I mean,
yeah.
Big Scythe, rather, sorry, NWJ, Scythe NWJ.
No, get the name right, my friend.
My bad. They're for sure not happy to be in this spot right now. Flashes on that counter, Emmy being pulled, and
Beautiful.
timing just not working out. So Yamori finding the kill on there. Not sure what happened entirely. She was even in the fight.
She got pulsed. She got hit by the stun. And truth be told, that's exactly what SCHYTE had been looking to set up for the past few rounds. Finally, OGX decide to play aggressive. And exactly what happens, they get punished because of it. Up in the hands though of Twirly. I think it's a very interesting position she's playing on to connect it right now. Not the biggest margin of error, but at least Casper's there to help out if ever. Now rotating towards Flower here, still expecting the A main push. You have Aruma as well. Just holding on to double doors right now, so this will be more so a commit expected here by Orangutan. Casper now, she'll have to deal with freeze in terms of this push. Flash is there, the snake bite too. Operator brings out, doesn't get connection. Yamori instead leading the charge. The poison cloud is there as well. And overall, SCHYTE giving themselves some space to work with. The Viper Spin is there, and suddenly Twirly just deciding to push. Goodbye to the pit, and hello to OGX. They're ready for action yet again. 3v2, and Aruma! From the back, they're all lined up. Orangutan again and again preventing SCHYTE from getting success here on A.
He's beating them down in NWJ. They had the player advantage there, but obviously weapons better for OGX, coordination as well, and cohesion. Looking super smooth. And no fear at all on Twirly. Pulls out the Shardy and keeps things going. Nice pickoff. Let's look at that. Runs it down. Stubs him in the face with it. And the rest of OGX simply follow up, taking her lead as an example of how to continue.
Yeah, just Orangutan X. Pardon the term, but they've gone ape here. They just go in, man. They just decide that we can fight, we can contest this. And even if they lose Emmy, Twirly just willing to even lose the operator in that regard. Such a stellar pick onto Crescents, preventing SCHYTE from having any kind of reprieve. And you can feel that this map is already so suffocating for SCHYTE NWJ. A strong beginning by Emmy, and par for the course from how this has been going so far.
Big pick off to start things here. OGX already in a favorable spot. Operators still as well for Twirly, and that's going to be an even bigger problem here for NWJ, who are currently just trying to crawl their way, find an opening. We can see Crescents here looking to attempt in a B-link. It's art that they dog out, but as soon as she peeks this, oh, they could be, no, never mind. Twirly had the angle marked, but now she's let go of it. Doesn't find the kill. Crescents finds safety in the nick of time.
Yeah, couldn't find the moment there. Opportune for SCHYTE, but safety is the keyword right now that SCHYTE NWJ is looking for. And OGX, yet again, looking to prevent that on that A site. We know that these A plants have gone so right here for SCHYTE.
30
Even
seconds
if
left.
they get the spike planted. Cosmic Divide though to mask those intentions. But Casper, I like this a lot from Orangutan. Smart position to play towards dugout. She'll hear those audio cues. The Trailblazers there too, but the Hot Cats won't get the connection. Instead, Emmy now with the charge. Martian will fall. It's 5v3 immediately. OGX on the other side of the wall, but they will dissipate soon.
Huge.
Aruma also a threat from the other side. It's always OGX everywhere and anywhere. SCHYTE kept guessing. Emmy already on the defuse. The swing comes up. Twirly knows exactly the line to hold. And one more chance, and one more to deny. Orangutan defused yet again.
Perfection here from OGX. And NWJ looking lost in the round. They get the plant off, but the early pick already kind of sealed their fate. Cosmic Divide obviously makes things more difficult, and then the fact that Aruma once more from the same angle as the previous round just causes huge problems for the post-plant hold here for NWJ. So many ideas that NWJ are trying to pull off here. Like, they go for this kind of art-favored plant, but then OGX just know how to shut it down. The catch as well from Emmy to shut down Oreophilia, trying to retreat. NWJ just, they look suffocated right now.
So again, main contest, the flash is there, but this is better for Oreophilia. A dry peek won't work for OGX, but Caster clashing. It's not enough to get more, but 2 is already a stellar number. 3v2 situation though. Finally, we get SCHYTE with the advantage. The punish comes on in, courtesy of SCHYTE. We've been talking about it all throughout this game. Those are the moments where SCHYTE can come out ahead. Twirly Aruma stacking right now, playing towards Connector. Marcia watching towards Secret. At least there's one putting presence on the site. Aruma clearing out the corners. It's still the threat of Sky, at least, that you have to watch out for. The Nanoswarm is primed. A second one is ready to be tossed as well. Twirly, danger close with the operator. Thinking about the rifle, goes for the flick, doesn't get it. The star is there too, and perhaps OGX will have to give this up. Finally, NWJ gets success on A side here, Blackenblue.
Yeah, they know that's unwinnable. The star itself is already a looming sign to let you know that there's no way, unless they stick the defuse early. But at that point, NWJ respond. Such defining force. Oreophilia finding double going her way. Casper as well, but the trade outs work in NWJ's favor. And for SCHYTE here, slowly but surely has to be the pace they play these next few rounds of the half to at least try and equalize up this attacking side.
And this time Orangutan X didn't get away with it. They noticed that perhaps we can change that pace, but you see the initial protocol of SCHYTE, right? They're ready to stack up just to catch any kind of aggression. This time around, as soon as they see any presence towards A main, they back off, back to the site, and back to what works here.
Here they go now. Maybe trying to play further back, as you said, more conservatively, more defensively, importantly, is what's been working for OGX and will continue to work. Flash confirms that presence, confirms there might just be a bit more looming over the horizon. Orb taken out. Won't really get them too much. Single one away. Actually, double still from Cosmic Divide. But NWJ kind of playing with their tempo here. They don't pivot. They don't rotate to the opposite side, which they've normally been doing after making contact in noise like this.
Yeah, but the thing is, Japips gets a new flash ready because of that initial stall. Yamori though with one. Casper's there for the trade for Crescent again. Answering back, so SCHYTE proving they have the firepower to contend with Orangutan. Site's taken. The plant will go down soon. And Aruma yet again looking to be the critical one here. Finding that moment perhaps if Emmy can cause a big distraction. The fire is lit. Will the furnace feed them? Aruma waiting for the timing, but the swing from Oreophilia is even better. Emmy gets one for troubles. A stellar shot from Twirly too. It's 2v2, but Marcia marches on. Goodbye to Emmy. All left to Twirly now. Low HP on Oreophilia. If she can get Marcia first, it's a possibility. Looking for the angle, but Oreophilia a step quicker. NWJ look to string along some rounds.
That's big from Oreophilia, considering how much punishment she took in that fight. The 2 kills that she found were huge as well. Aruma, you know, if she just cleared out that default with a Nanoswarm, she very well could have. You can see her thinking about it, but I think trying to save it for a more opportune moment definitely would have taken Oreophilia down as she was a single tick away. But NWJ, as I talked about, they changed up their pace there. We've seen them, as I pointed out a while ago earlier in the half, where they would make contact maybe towards A or B, whichever side it was, and then whatever the last point of contact is where they're not going to go. This time around, they do the opposite of that. Make contact in A, cut noise, wait a bit, and as the defense is rotating away, once more expecting the rotate from NWJ SCHYTE, that's when they hit, and that's when they catch them off guard to take the space, and you can see them when they are able to take that space with a poison cloud of Crescents all the way deep into that dugout. It allows them a lot more comfortability to have these off angles and have these plays where OGX just don't expect.
Yeah, and they're just punished accordingly, right? I think the concern here for OGX, when you have such a high octane playstyle that can come out of nowhere in sudden motion, there's the heat retention, and then suddenly it gets cooled off by your opponent understanding what angles you're gonna take, and SCHYTE is a team strong at punishing those kind of situations. Stellar at clashing too. And for now, as Yamori burns the dash to take space quickly, Orangutan X going for a different kind of push instead. They control Art, vying for mid if anyone dares peek from the initial middle. Still though, SCHYTE now regrouping. They're stacking up yet again, and this has been their strong suit. Just put all their forces on one side and look to see if anyone dares peek them.
Well, so far, once we again, NWJ here cutting noise. Flash doesn't confirm anything towards mid. Trailblazer making noise here towards B. It's a fake out of the highest proportions. They're all, for the most part, going towards A, and OGX have bitten the bait. Hook, line, and sinker.
Look, it's been conditioning so far. It's always been A. Eventually, they'll go B, right, gals? Apparently not. A still looking to be the hit. Casper, though, just steadfast on holding down on the site. And as soon as they realize the Cloudburst there, Japips will also look to reinforce at least. OGX, they're not caught as much napping as you'd expect. They're there to perhaps contest in closer angles. But NWJ get a safe plan so far. Trailblazer now scouting out as much as possible. Do they notice that the jet is there? Yamori might have spotted. Abby, though, leaping in and still gets away with it. Good start here for OGX. Perhaps March is the one to watch out for, but Emmy burns Ophelia because of the spray. March is now swinging on forward. Aruma, she's gotten halfway, lets it go, but OGX providing cover. Crescent's also in the chaos, but too early now. The tango yet again. 3 for her, and 3-round gap now made by OGX.
That is super smart of OGX. A lot of times in that type of case, you'd see teams kind of with a cosmic divide, right? Try and place it towards the back site. Instead, cut off that flower, cut off that dugout, but OGX realized, hey, it's only blocking Art, which means for a plant that's supposed to be open to both Art and A main, we only have to worry about A main right now. As long as we watch the Cosmic Divide and nobody pushes out of it, we're safe. And that it was. The smoke there, keeping Twirly alive off the Cloudburst, and look at this fight coming up here.
They're just getting ready here. Such a big commit, honestly, from OGX. 4 members going for it. And if only SCHYTE realized the situation a bit more clearly, they now creep on over towards B. Finally, we see a B take after how many rounds in a row that we went A. And Aruma's the one looking to hold the fort down. Still a regroup necessary for SCHYTE. They want to lead this push, courtesy of Yamori as well as Marche. The Trailblazers there to scout out the closer angles. Because of it though, immediately Casper setting up the stars. Quicker reactions here from OGX. Are they that prepared though? That's the question. Communication is key. Aruma needs to spot this push as soon as possible to get value from the Astra. The gravity well is there though. Nana Swarm burning Yamori down. And Japips will be able to inflict enough damage to get that kill. Viper Spit online and set. NWJ looking for a reprieve, but yet again, the spray down from OGX. No matter what, they're unrelenting, putting the pressure. The Seekers are there too. Emmy on top of things. Yet again, the leap of faith. But Aruma's the one who will control this destiny. OGX looking for one last target. Crescent in home territory here on the pit. Through the flames she goes, but there's no escaping because it's Orangutan ready for anything. 8-4 to end it.
Yeah, Orangutan knew that the hard hit is going to be a problem due to the ultimates and the utility they've got here from SCHYTE NWJ. And so what do? They give up the site entirely. They play for that retake instead, but even before that, they find some picks off, getting punishes on the retreat from the plant. It starts as a 3v5 and ends quick and clean. But for the meantime, the cleanest of all our friends is Zach and Jenny. How you guys doing?
Nice. Thanks for using my real name right there, Nico. So, starting off 2-2 to 6-2 at one point to 8-4 to close off that first half. Zach, I mean, NWJ looked a bit lost, especially in the front part of that first half, but managed to turn things around. How did they do that?
I think that NWJ, especially they didn't really take a ideal timeout, but they were able to bounce back into it. They realized that one of the biggest mistakes they were doing is planting the spike in really messed up places where Orangutan could just hide behind something and defuse it. We saw that happen like what 3 times before they finally learned their lesson. But after that, it was kind of smooth sailing. You did see some better crossfire setup as well during that post-plant situation, and they made it a little bit more difficult for Orangutan to really retake. Also, I think towards those last couple of rounds, it was just a bit of better ult management coming out of SCHYTE. But for Orangutan's side, they looked incredible on this map. It is, of course, somewhere that they felt very confident before. We highlighted Emmy in particular before we started this, and halfway through, I gotta say, Emmy, man, it's just the Emmy show. So Emmy and Twirly, they're taking this home for Orangutan. Just so many impact frags, and in those retake situations in particular, Emmy's utility is doing so much damage.
Yeah, talking about that, right? Going into the switch, it's going to be Viper for Crescents on defense on second half, Emmy's Phoenix going on the attack. How do we feel about this?
Run it back, run it back, run it back. The Phoenix ult is only 6 orbs. They have it online every 2 or 3 rounds, so Emmy's just gonna be running it back. And of course, that's only Emmy, right? You also have Twirly to contend with. So unless SCHYTE can figure out a way to take care of these star duelists for Orangutan, we might be looking at OG's victory today.
Whew. Well, 8-4. I don't want to say a win is on the cards just yet, but Daks and Blackenblue, guys, take it away.
Well, the double duelists are happy to go for that attacking side. Orangutan X has been very aggressive, so I don't know. The cards are looking to be flipped on the side of OGX. It's up to SCHYTE to just go for the all-in instead and change those odds. We are back here, though, into the second half. Does Orangutan X continue on and look to go for the reverse sweep, or will SCHYTE answer back here on the pistol? Very curious, though, what SCHYTE can do by this point, because momentum has been heavily in favor of Orangutan so far, Blackenblue.
I mean, that's an understatement. OGX they turn these rounds around where it's looking super well for SCHYTE NWJ, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, out of the woodwork, they just come out with a round and simply overwhelm and stop any attempt that NWJ had on the attacking side. But now defense here for SCHYTE, and they have to be ironclad. They have to be strong as well in holding down these sites, because you know OGX, with that Phoenix leading the charge on Emmy and Twirly as well to follow up right behind, it's going to be a big problem to keep him at bay.
Yeah, and the panel mentioned it. Orb control is paramount right now. If you give Emmy the setup and the run it back as soon as possible, she'll be able to make that space, as we've seen really the linchpin of the OGX attacking stratagems. Still though, Yamori now, a few jump picks here and there, looking to provide that initial incel. Eventually, they'll notice the situation. Yamori, though, getting tagged for her troubles. There's the first orb already being taken by Emmy. So, step 1 completed here by OGX. Step 2 to make their way towards the sites. And it seems like for SCHYTE, they'll go for the retake instead. The problem is, a flank coming from Aruma, perhaps, on the cards as well.
See if it works out here. Oh, they know where she is. Snakebite stops them from getting anything done here on the plant itself. And NWJ SCHYTE getting away for free with these kills. Or you feel it trying to get the one, but Casper responds. I'm gonna let them go unchecked. The Heaven's going to be a threat, and Aruma shuts that idea down.
Nice timing there from SCHYTE, but in the end, Orangutan equalized 3v3 for now. Now the spark gets broken in time, and Presence taking a bit of damage because of it. Spikes planted, space made. And Orangutan X, he played from different corners so far. Link even being held here by Casper. Sky Elise needs to check that out. With the trade. Here comes Sky Elise yet again from the elevated angle. It's 2v1 now. Taps to come, but Aruma does it better. Sky Elise, though, in the Battle Killjoy, she'll stand. And NWJ, a much-needed pistol win to begin the second half.
And all her utility's still there as well. They didn't have to be. SCHYTE finally respond, especially in a big swing round that can, you know, really set the pace for the next part of this half. You get that pistol round, you build up economy earlier, you start gaining some rounds back, and the denial of the plant there is really what kind of screwed with the plans of OGX. They thought they were about to get the plant down, but it all just came and crumbled at NWJ's hands.
Yeah, the thing is, Orangutan X will have the space, yes. But if you catch them on the off timing, especially when they're putting that spike down, then that's their opportunity if you're SCHYTE NWJ, and they realize that they're willing to go for those kind of swings. They have the players who can actually play off aggressive angles. And as of right now, Oriofilia is one of them to watch out for. A stellar series so far. A stellar tournament, honestly. It is going to be Art, though, taken here by OGX. Spike now regrouping as Japips will bring in the rear. Of course, who will lead the charge? You know her name, and you know it's Emmy. Dueling with the turret, the smoke in the way. Orangutan kept the bait for the time being.
Need that
Well, they're all within the sight there, NWJ, so they want to fight for it. OGX smartly enough, turn, heal, and start to walk the other way. A side would have been definitely difficult for them to take. B, not going to be that much easier, but at least going to try and circle back around. This keeps them guessing. Flash here on towards connector doesn't confirm much for NWJ, so they're still kept guessing. If Twirly can find the angle, it's going to be great, but that turret, it's going to give them away before they possibly get to that position.
Yeah, well, SCHYTE still sticking around on the site, though. You mentioned it. They're going to want the
30
contest
seconds left.
anyway. And as soon as OGX decides to get in there, you can see already the turret being a bother. From that point on, that's the go signal from SCHYTE. Sky Elise with the first early, though. Sharp shot with the Sheriff. Ruma, too, with the Frenzy. At least the value with the pistols, but is it going to be enough? Ghost brought on out. Here comes Casper. Classic enough to get one, but it's not going to be enough versus the members of SCHYTE. 8-6 as SCHYTE rally.
SCHYTE, we talked about it. They're starting to really gain themselves back. Although now in the bonus, not the most favorable one, but I don't doubt that they're always going to be formidable in these situations. But the real problem here for NWJ is if they do kind of set this tone of them always being passive or them always playing back, it could just allow OGX to understand and read the defense a lot more often. It's a sign to them that, hey guys, connector is free for us, and if they always take that without much of a resistance from NWJ, it could mean bad things later on.
Yeah, they're gonna need to cross through, though, where Orophilia has been watching the link angle. Still, they decide to utilize that smoke to get there in the first place. So at least right now, SCHYTE knows that there's a bit more presence from OGX than expected. Orophilia doesn't want to peek the angle. It's dangerous as Emmy and Twirly are nearby and ready with their guns. A Spectre in the hands of Orophilia. She does back away, though. Doesn't want to contest versus potential curveballs coming her way. Smoke's being set on up as well. Emmy now with Twirly. The dash to begin the fight. Orophilia has the angle. But, well, it's a situation, not the connection. It's Twirly and Emmy on the board. OGX with 2 so far. This is B-side taken by them.
That should have been the connection here for Orophilia, but could not find the shots to land. The Sky Elise one away from the lockdown to get the pick off, but I wouldn't wager they're going to try and use it and risk it for this round. Way too much pressure on towards the main entrance, the main choke of this fight. Both of them trapped there towards CT. They know this fight is done. Flash out, perfect timing. Ruma follows up. It's all on Orophilia. We can't do much. As Twirly gets around, OGX get their 9.
The hope turns into heartbreak so quickly. Unfortunate there for Orophilia, because that could have been the pivot point for SCHYTE NWJ because of the free clear courtesy of Twirly. They get towards back holes. Emmy also moving around the site. And from that point on, it's standard fanfare for Orangutan X. Run it back now available. Rifles are there too still for OGX as that round was relatively clean. And this is gonna be such a make or break moment for either side. Whoever loses this, well, the money's not going to be the best, and speaking of, it's even worse for SCHYTE here.
Lockdown is available for Sky Elise, though, but run it back for Emmy. They can use this to try and take Elise down before that even comes into play, before that even turns into a factor of this round. That could be big here for OGX to gain that momentum. Turret in place, lots of utility, but as it's a run it back, he's not going to be dissuaded just yet off the Phoenix. Crescent shuts it down. They're still holding on to the site, but they're doing a good job of really dissuading them from continuing forward.
Interesting, though. We get the lockdown, but they don't choose to actually push the issue. Instead, they look for the rotation as Casper creeps on towards mid. Into the link she goes as well. The one to watch out for, Orophilia, looking now to just avenge that last round. Shake off some of the misses. Look for the hits instead, especially as the cross comes from long. Smoke is there, though, and Orophilia does she dare peek this in the first place. Early now, leaping on top of the elevated angle. Yamori, though, finds her out. There's the advantage now for SCHYTE. Japip's also 2 HP. Looking a little bit lackluster on the terms of the health department. Emmy, a different plan. Lurking now, looking to clear, looking to help out with Casper. A corner needs to be checked here. SCHYTE, do they dare peek this? The curveball's there. The cloud burst is the answer. Aruma though, finding Crescents. It's gonna be a push and Casper's in the corner! No chance whatsoever! Casper is clutch! 10-6 as OGX gets it again!
We saw that happen yesterday as well, where they don't clear out that corner and the Astra just rains havoc. In this case, it's Casper. Have to be aware of that angle. It's a common one played, and they could have used a bit more utility to try and find out where it could be. They pushed deep and forward. I'm not sure what exactly, I guess, sent them to do that, but OGX, it's a quick and easy punish. Not even a punish, just delivering what's meant to be.
Just so reliable though. Again and again, we've said this about Orangutan X. They will always be a contender as long as Casper is there to keep up with her kind of pace. She had, honestly, a rocky first game, if I remember correctly. Stepped up more so in the previous series that they've had. And as of right now, OGX absolutely full octane with the way that they're playing. 10-6. And that round was their potential to snowball. You can see the economy situation right now. Eco state for SCHYTE. The jump peak already tagged up as the Amori has to retreat. B looking very likely to be taken for free. Maybe Amori can be the poison pill here. A chance with the classic. The dash is being primed. And you look at her situation. 1 kill can provide the Blade Storm. Can she get it in time to contend? Blaze Waldo providing cover. Emmy moving into halls alongside the Trailblazer. So it's clear so far for OGX, and Anna Swarm's there. The guy in light 2. They spot that Crescents though. A big pick to begin with. Plant goes down. It's 5v4. Yamori, do you dare swing it? No, the smoke is gone, and Casper will decide for you. Critical yet again, courtesy of OGX. A 5v3 situation. So hard to find the angle here for the defense.
It's gonna be difficult for sure. I mean, NWJ don't have really much to try and throw into the pot here. Marche gets the one, but oh, okay, a double. We see you. We see you trying to make something happen here, but it's all too little, too late. OGX gained their 11th. This is going to be the most crucial round of NWJ's run. They lose this match point with bad economy. Following that, preceding that, this could be where it all goes down to.
Must-win scenario now here for SCHYTE, but OGX is unrelenting. No surprise, the timeout is called because as of right now, they're always forced to respect the clear, courtesy of Emmy and Twirly. The lurk from Casper and the angles that she's able to patiently wait on have been getting so much value. And look at Aruma right now. What a stellar KD. 17-6. She's always alive and standing. In the rounds that OGX wins, there's always that reliable backline for Orangutan. So from front to back, everything is ticked with a check mark, and SCHYTE need to break that list as soon as possible.
Well, she's definitely having herself a positive turnaround here. Return on each buy that she's getting, each life is monumental. You know, funnily enough, she has the same amount of deaths as NWJ. I wouldn't be surprised if we check the numbers after the game and see that those 6 rounds that NWJ have won are the ones that they actually take Aruma down. So
yeah,
perhaps that could be the case, perhaps not. But she's definitely being an important part of this attack and defend a while go on. But they do have the Seekers now to maybe sniff out what plans OGX are coming up with, because they've been playing a lot of this half blind.
Yeah, congrats on the quick math there. But that's a good point you made. Blind. If you also notice on the stats before we start off this round, Emmy, double digits on the assists. The flashes with the curveball have gotten so much value all throughout. And of course, the damage that she does with the run it back as well. So just peppering SCHYTE as much as possible. Look for any kind of advantage. That's been freed here for OGX. Contesting now towards mid. Main also the angle.
Joke's
so
over.
split approach towards A. The run it back yet again. The old reliable that Orangutan can work with. Seekers there too to allow Emmy an easier time to clear these angles. There's the first courtesy of Emmy. The run it back now dissipates, but Twirly's on the inside. You realize this. Has Kylie spotted this push? Twirly still there. Skyly spiking towards dugout. She's gonna hear the spike plant despite the cosmic divide. Twirly now looking for the clear, going for the wall bangs, but in the end, Orangutan in control so far.
Difficult scenario now for NWJ. Now SCHYTE. Do they even realize that Twirly has positioned herself here towards the dugout? Skyly, I think she has an idea. She knows. She's gonna clear it out. She gets a kill on Twirly. Follow up from Marche. Things working out here for NWJ, but still, all is not done just yet. 3v2. It's gonna be difficult to get the spike off. Now it all stands in Yamori, who simply cannot stand tall enough. Casper and OGX, they take match point.
This is Orangutan X in full form. And whether on the defense or the attack, they know how to play Ace so very well. A single cosmic divide to keep SCHYTE guessing. A catch there towards the connector. And yet again, it's just a full checklist made and done by Orangutan. This is the form they brought in Open 1. This is why they made it to the top 3 again and again. And just stellar stuff we've seen for Orangutan. Force buy here from SCHYTE. The Spectres are the only saving grace now.
Gonna be difficult. They got blades here in Yamori. 6 rounds of perfection is what we have to see from NWJ just to get back into the game, just to extend it in overtime. The most dire position to be in, the most difficult problem proposed. And now, against an opponent who has built up steam. How do you even stop him? Information here. The Viper falls. Crescent being that player. Marche at least gets a trade, but they have to hold on to this back haul.
Yeah, how do you stop them as of right now? Orangutan X ready to pull up to the station and call it a day. Bladestorm out and about, and well, the Blades, they can't get through the wall. 1 HP here for Twirly.
No way.
It takes a while, but Marche will fall. Now the Blades from Yamori looking for a target. There's the trade yet again. 2v1 now. Orangutan X put themselves in a good position. It's Casper versus Oreo, feeling at the Astros clashing yet again. Big pick and a big win by Orangutan. They eliminate SCHYTE yet again. History continues to be on the side of Orangutan X. And they'll move on to face off against Kaguya tomorrow as well.
Wow, incredible stuff here from OGX, and you see exactly why they were able to make it to that grand final last time around. Down 1-0 in the series, and yet they bring things back and turn in their way. I mean, for a team here like SCHYTE, who we saw them go down lower round 1 the last time around. Let's not forget, it was Orangutan who sent them down to the lower bracket during Open 2. Now almost finally getting their revenge, but it just wasn't able to come. But I think, have to say that these gals have been super impressive in what they've achieved here so far.
Yeah, I think SCHYTE right now slowly bridging that gap. Perhaps they're gonna even be more prepared coming into Elite. But Orangutan X making that case yet again to go for that crown. What a matchup we'll get tomorrow, and what games we've had today. But of course, that's gonna be it for us here on the casting side. We'll throw it over to the panel to break down what just happened. Big congratulations there to Orangutan X with that win. Jenny, Zach, it's all you now.
Thank you, gentlemen. SCHYTE shoot their shot, but at the end of the day, it's not gonna be quite enough. They do end Open 3 in 5th to 6th place with that sweet spot secure for Elite. OGX, though, they do successfully complete that 2-peat after their 2-0 over SCHYTE in the Swiss qualifiers. But, you know, props to SCHYTE for keeping this one close. I'm back with Zach here on the desk, the prophet herself, predicting that OGX win. Zach, what are your thoughts?
I can't take full credit because I predicted a 2-0, but hey, I'll take whatever wins that they
Close
get.
enough.
It's close enough. It's just one map, you know. You gotta give it to them. But jokes apart, SCHYTE, they did play really well today, especially that map one. Of course, phenomenal gameplay coming out on Bind. And on Ascent, they had a pretty good start. So for a second, I genuinely thought there was a possibility of a 2-0 coming in. But that second half, Orangutan, they woke up. That brilliant timeout they took at 9-10 when they were 1 round behind. Really nice work. And of course, on Pearl, it was just a masterclass, for lack of a better phrase. If you look at that scoreboard, you have almost every single player on Orangutan's side firing on all cylinders. Look at Iruma's KDA, 20-7. She only went down 7 times in like 20 rounds. Absolutely nutty indeed.
That's crazy. I think it was like 19.6 also, so it looked a little bit better than
Just a bit.
what it looks like right now. But yeah, just everyone on the squad of OGX just absolutely stepping up huge. We saw Iruma just multiple times as well. Casper with that very last 1v1 versus Oreo at match point, also just absolute nerves of steel from these girls. And yeah, more stats. 10 first kills from the side of OGX. I believe they did also get that 10 first kills in one of their earlier maps as well. So definitely, just winning out on all of those first trades to really open up the rest of the rounds. Just very well done from the squad.
Yeah, they've won on all of these fronts as well. In particular, my eyes are on that post plan because NWJ, that was the biggest problem. Like a lot of those rounds in that first half, they just, even if they got that spike down, they were in a terrible position to defend it. They had like no control on site. They tried to play from long, but they just didn't have the positioning. And Orangutan, they got a lot of rounds for free that they really had no business winning, just diffusing in front of the enemy. Of course, the MVP this time around, it's gonna be Emmy. We saw her impactful plays yesterday. We're gonna be seeing her on fire, because Phoenix, get it? Again today. 330 ACS,
Nice.
18 kills. Really clean work coming out of her. Of course, we talked about that impact of that run it back ultimate for the Phoenix. Really easy to charge up on a map like Pearl if you can fight for that orb control, which Orangutan were doing a lot. And even apart from that, right, it's just 6 points. If you're going to be killing a couple of people every round like Emmy, you're going to have it every 3 rounds. So that's just so much space, and it's like an extra player on your team. It's even better than Timmy the Turret. But don't tell Timmy the Turret I said that.
Oh, I've seen your keyboard. You got a little Timmy the Turret representation over on your
Sorry, Timmy.
keycaps right now.
Sorry, Timmy.
He can hear it. It's fine. He can't hear you. He can't hear you. But man, Emmy, I mean, you were calling it out before the switch, right? About how the tower was, about how the run it back was going to be absolutely crucial, orb control as well, and she just absolutely showed that. I think we do have a winner interview. We've got your peeps waiting in the wings. Your peeps, hi, can you hear us?
Jippy!
I cannot hear them.
Oh my god, hi!
Hello. I cannot hear you
Firstly,
guys.
of course, congratulate. Whoa.
yeah. No, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Just checking out the volume. Firstly, of course, congrats on today's win. Also, congrats on qualifying to Elite
you.
already. I wanted to ask, how do you feel right now?
Feeling good and happy. Like we have so much to go, and we have so much things to prove, especially on Elite.
Yeah, after that map number 1, right? Because you guys dropped that map 1. Was the team nervous at all? Can you tell us how the team was feeling, and also if you were nervous, how y'all turned your mentality around?
We always just reset every map and every round we lose. I think map 1 is also like a warm-up map for us, even me, because I cannot hit on map 1.
Oh, I have a question as well. So, you and Casper, you guys have been the backbone of this team since its inception. So, you've had a couple of roster shuffles in Open 2. How do you feel Emmy as well as Aruma are fitting in the new team comp, and how is it progressing? Because your performance today was so much better than Open 2.
Yeah, I think Emmy is like the key for our, the surprise factor in our roster. She's a good flex, especially on duelist also. She's really good on Phoenix. She tends to solo play in a good way. That's the best Phoenix things you can have. Yeah, she's a good player.
It's always nice to be able to count on your teammates. I wanted to ask also, so for OGX, right, Open 1, you girls ended in 2nd place. Open 2, you girls ended 3rd. How far are y'all aiming for Open number 3 this time around?
I think we always aim for top 1. Hopefully.
Well, that's the spirit. That's honestly that's what you should be aiming for, considering that
Yeah.
Elite only has 1 slot for a championship. So always aiming for that first position is important. Now, for your next matchup, I believe you're gonna be facing up against RRQ Kaguya. You were able to beat them in Open 1, but with this new roster so far, you haven't been able to really deal with them. What's your plan for that? Give us your secrets.
I don't know, but I think we just need to be more confident and trust each other. I always believe on my teammates.
Thank you so much. Any other questions, Jenny?
Oh my god. You've been telling us about like that winner's mentality and just like trusting each other. Who's the most like vocal, who's the most like positive mindset on your team, like no matter what happens? Who's that? Whoa, nice. Do you have like a
You're talking
catchphrase?
to-
What do you usually say? Yeah?
One at a time. I always say one at a time. Because especially when we lose like the enemies so far, the match is not yet finished unless it's 13. That's it.
Wow. What? Well,
I need that for my rank games, for real.
I know, but one at a time. I'm gonna start typing that to all my solo queue teammates from now on. But Jip Peeps, thank you so much for
Thank
the
you.
interview. Congrats on today's win. Congrats on making it through to Elite, and of course, best of luck for tomorrow. Bye bye.
Okay, thank you.
luck,
Bye-bye.
bye.
Thank you.
All these interviews always make me just like feel things inside. Like, oh my god, they're so cute, but they're also so deadly.
I know, right? Like, get you a girl who can do both, man. Like, I swear, every single interview, no matter who it is, no matter which team, the girls are always like, our goal is to be first. And I'm like, dang, girl, I wish all of you could be first. But I mean, they're
I know,
all
I feel
already
that.
winners in our hearts and in our eyes. But I mean, just, it's always great to, be able to talk to the winners of the teams. I think we are going to take a look at the schedule right here for tomorrow, day 4. If y'all have been watching, Game Changers APAC is always traditionally our most action-filled day. We've got 3 best of 3 matches for you guys. We're going to start the day off strong with, once again, the upper final rematch between Team SMG and Full Sense Sapphire. At this point, faded rivals. I don't know, man. It's exact same upper final from Open number 2. You absolutely don't want to miss that. And then later on, we are going to have OGX facing off against RRQ, the winner of which will then play either SMG or Full Sense Sapphire, whichever, didn't quite win earlier in the day. So it's going to be a long day tomorrow, but we promise the matches are going to be worth it.
Of course, we have our top 4 locked in: SMG, Full Sense, RRQ, and Orangutan. And of course, all 4 of these teams have qualified for Elite, but that placement, it's still up for grabs. And tomorrow's games, they're going to decide a big portion of how that's going to play out exactly. For example, if Full Sense does cause an upset tomorrow and wins this entire tournament, they might have a potential for that first seed because they've been so consistent throughout, or at least that second seed. They can lock in that second seed position. So lots of things up for seeding here for Elite. But more than that, it's just really, really intense. You talked about that rivalry aspect before. Full Sense Sapphire versus SMG. This is a matchup that we've been seeing again and again and again and again. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot in the future as well. So definitely one of the things that you've got to keep watching. But for RRQ versus Orangutan as well, this is the matchup that both these teams, they faced each other before in this exact same position. First time in Open 1, Orangutan, they came out on top to go to that grand final. This time around, will they be able to do it again? That's what's on my mind.
Yeah, and so many rivalries, right? I mean, we're talking RRQ versus Orangutan. If RRQ win that one and they get the rematch versus Full Sense Sapphire, that's going to be like the 6th time in 3 opens that these teams are going to face off against each other. But whew, I mean, that's a question for tomorrow. But of course, for today, thank you all so much for joining us for day number 3 of the VCT Game Changers APAC Series Open 3 from Reirachu here on the desk and Daks and Blue on the cast. Thanks for spending your Friday night with us watching some Valorant. If y'all want to catch more Game Changers APAC action and of course see how women in esports are changing the game, then we'll see you back here again tomorrow.